Oh, is Discord coming through? Oh, shit. No, don't send me messages. No, don't do it. Don't do it. Wait, it's not. Wait, so you said who are you? Oh, because of the pings in game. Oh, because the pings in game. Because you probably heard like because there's like the text sound when you like type in chat, which is kind of funny. I always forget about the fact that there actually is like a sound when you type in chat. It's like how if you text when your phone is on like silent, you just get silence. But if you text with like a sound, it goes like doot, 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 doot. And it's kind of funny. So there's that. Anyways, what's happening, everybody? New streams in a row? Yeah, I stream on Mondays, dude. I've always streamed every Monday. The fact that you don't know this is shocking to me. I don't know why you would think that I don't stream on Mondays. I've literally streamed every Monday. So that's how that works. I just do and am streaming every Monday. I'm telling you. Anyways, you want to hear something cool and probably not surprising? I have a bad sleep schedule. I don't really go to bed at the right time or get up at the right time. It's very cool. So the trick is just put a schedule on yourself and then you can fix your sleep schedule. So I've done that. And I'm going to try to do that. So I actually got up at 8 in the morning today. And I did a bunch of things. I was like very active, which is great. As it turns out, and this is something that I learned, okay? And I think some of you guys could also use this information. If you get up in the morning, just like when it's the morning. So I got up at like 8. And then you don't spend 3 hours in bed watching YouTube videos. You get so much more work done during the day. It's crazy. It's crazy. I don't even know if anybody knows that. It might be a secret that I just discovered about the universe. So, and I want to share that with you guys. It's crazy. How do you spell the name of that class that plays illustrious instruments and wants to bed everything again? Oh, shit. Oh, God. Hold on. Let me check. Let me check the book. How do you spell it? Oh, man. I don't know what any of these characters mean. I never learned to read. Oh, God. I'll try to Google it. Hold on. Let me Google it. Oh, it doesn't do anything if you just put in random characters. I have no idea, dude. We'll figure it out. We have 5 or 7. Well, sleeping at 11, wake up at 5 or 7 is great if you're a night shift worker. I know several people that work night shift, so that's what they do. No nights, my brain will allow them. Sometimes you gotta be up till 4 a.m. plotting out stuff. Yeah, I've been needing to do more writing for my D&D campaigns that I want to run. And so for me, getting up at 4 a.m. Or like being up at 4 a.m. is not as helpful. Getting up at 8 in the morning is great because I can get up, start doing things, and then I'm like actually motivated to get to work, which is what I was doing. Productive for the first hour of waking up, you'll be productive for the entire day. I mean, there's probably truth to that, but that's also completely discounting the fact that some people want to be exceedingly lazy and do no work on pretty much anything ever at any point. Right? Which I think is fair. I think it's fair to say that there's a lot of people, such as myself, who don't want to really do anything at any point. And it's like, you know, how are you supposed to... It's the question of where does motivation come from? Some people are very highly motivated, and they will do things all day and all night. They will get work done. They will run and dash out of their homes to accomplish so many different tasks. But where does motivation come from? Well, the unfortunate part is motivation comes from being motivated. How do you motivate yourself? Well, you gotta do activities that you're not motivated to do, which builds motivation. You gotta start from zero and you go from there. Which is the hard part. It's like, what's the secret to keeping a regimen? You know, what's the secret to keeping a regimen? And the answer is keeping the regimen. That's the secret. The longer you do something consistently, the easier it is to do something consistently. So if you get up at the same time every day, it gets easier the more you do it. It's crazy, but it's the unfortunate part. So you're like, I want to start a new schedule. Yeah, well, yeah, you can start a new schedule. It's just, you got to do it. It's annoying. Stupid universe. universe. Can't there just be like some like easy solve for all of this stuff? Can't I just plug my brain into a computer and have the computer take care of everything for me?
I once started at 1 month sub, now 52 month sub.
Yep.
Or am I too lazy to cancel ham?
That's also the difficult question. Are you too lazy to cancel the sub? Or is it you have the fortitude to keep going with the sub because it's just gotten easy over time? Like if you sub for 1 month and you're like, am I going to go back for the second month sub? Maybe not. But when you're already at 50, you don't even think about 51. It just happens. Also, welcome back for 52 months. Appreciate the support. It's been a fantastic day. That's a lot of months. That's more than 4 years. It's less than 5 years, but that's still an impressive amount of years. Jeez Louise. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Welcome back. But yeah, basically, it's like anyway, I got up in the morning and I got a lot of stuff done, so I'm feeling really good, which is why I'm going to be continuing to keep going in the future and get more stuff done. And I hope I can keep that going. Tomorrow, I will be doing a shorter live stream. I'll be starting a little bit earlier to compensate, but it is going to be probably the last D&D session of my campaign that I'm running, and so we're going to be doing it in person because even though we do it online, everybody's going to be in the same city.
Tomorrow you will be playing Metroid 2.
Tomorrow, I will be playing Metroid 2? I don't know about that, dude. Metroid 2 is pretty good. Welcome back to Stream T, Mr. Liv, for 22 months. Appreciate the support. You're having a fantastic day. That's almost 2 years, by the way. That's crazy. It's almost 2 years. Amazing. Condensing a 2-hour video into 1 sentence. Yeah, but isn't that like, you know, what everybody does? You know, TLDR, but listen. Followed you for 4. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. It's very fortunate that the universe sometimes works out in ways that you wouldn't expect it. Is that, you know, I'm a live streamer who likes to talk about Dungeons and Dragons Online because it's cool. I also like talking about and playing Dungeons and Dragons Online and lots of CRPGs. Who knows? Maybe I'll have to do Neverwinter Nights when Baldur's Gate 3 is over and do a run through on stream. And also, I like Metroid. What are the odds? Just ticks all those boxes like a tick hanging on a deer, like a deer tick. I don't know if that's exactly how that works. Oh god, I can't get up the staircase. One of the first people in the world to get a Baldur's Gate 3 achievement? Nice, dude. Yep, exactly. Exactly. Anyways, hope everybody's doing well, and I hope everybody had a good weekend. I know usually I've been streaming on the weekends. I just, last week was a lot of streaming, because for those of you that didn't tune in, I was streaming like 12, 13 hours like every day, because I was doing DDO and Baldur's Gate, and it's a really fun game, and I'm continuing to do both of that. And I'll have a lot of like 12 and 13 hour streams this week. But I did want to, I did want to, you know, I needed a little bit of time off to get some stuff done. I had a lot of things to get done this weekend, and I'm glad I got all of them done. But, yeah, so I just needed some time. But I hope everyone had a good weekend. I'm feeling good. I'm excited. I mean, a lot of the stuff I've been doing has been, like, helping out my mom and stuff, but yeah. 4 years, 17 days, damn, 2 years, 3 months. Wow,
about
you guys.
BG3. So yesterday I found the Thorn Man in the Moonrise Towers or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
You won't believe what he said and did.
Yeah.
So what he did was do some things.
Ooh, how did he? Because, like, I didn't find the Thorn Man in Moonrise Towers because I didn't go to Moonrise Towers, so I didn't find the Moon Man. So like that to me, that's like that's very exciting. Yeah, I didn't see that at all. So I want to join this group. They're in the Schindlerin Ziggurat, which is the final quest, which means I can't join them. Which is very unfortunate, because this is the actual quest chain that I need. Which means these guys are just going to keep going on a route that I can't do. It is one of the reasons why I don't like it that quests lock themselves out, and I wish you could redbox everything. I can't do Caught in the Web, because I haven't done the ES2 chain, so we're stuck. I'm trying fighters level 18 and still making monsters explode. That's good. Turn them into liquid, dude. Autocorrect in their head. Mm-hmm. I will say that playing money for gold as the bard, it is a It is something I did a little bit. There's no watch time. Well, watch time is just like how long you've been had it on, right? Is there a watch time command? I actually straight up don't know. I don't even know where I'm going right now. I'm just like kind of running in circles. I need to go to Evening Star. Swap to do caught in the web. I could. I don't have a character low enough. This is my only character in the right level range. I actually can't do caught in the web. Sorry, guys. I don't know if that's a function. There's like that'll tell you your total watch time. I think Twitch has that data somewhere. That might be like in your actual account, but I don't know. Into watching people, yeah. Well, doesn't Twitch do the recap at the end of the year? Where every year they'll give you their like recap and show like, this is who you watched and this is who watched you and this is how many people are sitting outside your window looking at you right now. You're like, ugh. So you gotta be careful. Yo, what's up, Mr. Dorak? How are you doing? How are you feeling? How are things? And you and the things that you have? R10 caught in the web is an experience? Yeah. I would consider joining a raid like that. That could be kind of fun. Slept for 12 hours. Yeah, this is because you played Baldur's Gate 3 for like 13 hours straight. Or like, sorry, 36 hours straight, which is a little unhealthy. I like playing video games a lot, and I also like being unhealthy. So like I'm not gonna like cast stones from my glass house. But, you know. They don't account for all the shower cams you have installed. Twitch is just being lazy, honestly. All tier 1 hype train emotes on Twitch. Yeah, the benefit of being the actual live streamer is I basically have all the hype train emotes. So which is very nice.
You can see that the well water is fed.
You spend way too much money on the website? No, it'd be way too much money if you had all the tier 5 hype train emotes. Then you're spending like way too much money. Obviously, I don't think you're spending too much money on my channel, and you could definitely stand to spend more money. But, you know, then this is just an observation, you know. So don't take this as like, you know, the wrong way. Take it the right way, which is that you should be incentivized to spend more money, if that makes sense. Do you get it? Do you get what I'm saying? Made it to the creche. Oh yeah. 5K. You're almost there. I think I started following when I tried the County Monte Cristo build. Honestly, cool build. Yeah. There are swashbuckler buffs coming in the next patch. They're very minor. It's like an extra 5% hit chance and cost reduction on one ability. But it will feel a little bit better. So it's kind of cool. I'm just stream Tom for 3 months. Not a bad idea. Besides ask anybody who rules over the world in this time. No. I will say, video games have this weird, like, especially these RPG-style games, have this weird thing where, like, you know, you obviously have to go and talk to a bunch of people when you play these games. But I have no intention of, like, going out on the street and talking to strangers, and it's something that makes my video game experience very different from my real-life experience, where it's like, oh, yeah, look at all these key people. You can just go and investigate. Oh, I gotta do something here. I'll talk to this guy. Dude, I don't want to talk to anybody I don't know. Screw that. Upsets? Terrible idea. So sorry for you. No, 5% hit chance is good. I'm just saying that, like, it's not, like, you know, game-winning for Swashbuckler. There's still other issues that Swashbuckler has, but it is an improvement. And there are people that just think, well, Swashbuckler is cool and they want to play it anyway. The lore of random people in the street. That's how you really find the lore. Yeah.
Preventing you from passing further.
You get the world history. Well, it's like that was the, you know, one of the stats in 3.5, right? Was like knowledge local. Wait, what did I do? Wait, well, what's this clip? I didn't see it. I'm hoping I'm not going to die here. So I have this problem where, well, other than knockback, but this ability, pluck a string, sometimes just like not go off. I don't know how else to describe it. Sometimes it just literally doesn't work. Also, my heal didn't go off. That's cool. Oh, I'm in big trouble. Oh, I'm in big trouble. I'm dead. Oh, my heal went off. Nice. Actually functioning abilities. Let's go. There's like some weird lag in DDO, which is weird. You would think the population would be down because of Baldur's Gate, so you'd think that there would be less lag in the game, but I don't know. There we go. She does. The crash and doing Lazel story is pretty cool. You learn about a race and your Dream Guardian or whatever it is. I know, I streamed it. You got to tune into the live stream, man. It'll help you learn all this stuff. That was literally the last thing I streamed. Was go into the crash. You drink enough water this morning? Of course I did. I always drink enough water. This clip? Stream is a positive influence on Dorak. Oh god, I don't. Oh yeah. Okay, I remember this clip. Yep, I know what you're talking about. I was here during this when this happened. It's a clip from my Double Reaper. Shit. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. So kind of gone a while. Did they fix the XP stuff that was kind of hot topic many months ago? My time blindness. Yeah, they fixed it. Basically, they were going to... So the original intention was to make it so Conquest was a bigger contributor of XP, because SSG had this misguided assumption that you got Conquest when playing the game if you did the quest normally, and therefore you would gain... Like, there would be no change in XP. However, a lot of people realized, and explained it to Standstone Games, that you get Conquest in basically none of the quests in the entire game, like ever. Conquest just doesn't happen. And SSG was unaware of this, and so they shifted focus, and so their new plan is basically, they still want to enact the old plan with a bit better of a sweet spot, so Conquest gives you more XP and you break even on Onslaught. However, before they do that, they have to fix Conquest, and they have to put in some other changes. So, in the long term, the XP should end up being the same as it was before, but for people that are doing the quests. And if you're somebody who just zergs through quests and kills nothing, you will get less experience points. That being said, right now, in the short term, Conquest is just easier to achieve than ever because they changed some of the rules to try to catch some of the stuff. So now Conquest is always guaranteed at 100 monsters. So this adventure, which did not Conquest before or Onslaught, I am now, 30 monsters away from getting Conquest. So I'm actually getting more experience. So if you play the game right now, you get more experience than before the patch. Because it's impossible for your experience to go down. Like, there's nothing that reduces experience since the other patch. So yeah. I don't know what I was doing at this point. Could have been a multiplayer with horse. Did you get the secret weapon too? Yeah, I did. The legendary? Yeah. I actually found it out of order. I didn't realize I had to solve the puzzle upstairs and then go downstairs to like bring the thing down. Because it was like I found the thing upstairs, like I couldn't find one of the items that I needed, and so to actually solve the puzzle, so I was like, it's probably downstairs. So I went searching downstairs and I found out that no, it's not. It was just in a room on a corpse that I didn't loot because I just didn't loot one of the corpses.
Quest completed.
Shit, I'm dead. I'm Dunzilla. I can't kill this. Hit
completed.
Ranged attacks. Oh, please. Wasn't even that bad. I just couldn't hit my ranged attacks. Also, Zeta-Lock, thank you so much for the support. Hope you're doing super well. Appreciate the gifted subs. That's 5. That's a lot. Welcome to stream team. Rodot, Demetrius, Fraggle, DDO, Jack the Grin, and Favor Saver. Thank you so much, Zeta-Lock. Again, very, very generous of you. I hope you're doing super duper and everything's going well for you. Bye. Should have popped no hold barred. Yeah, I'm out of mid points. I only have 6 action boosts, which is like a big problem with this build. So yeah. You were being a positive influence in the DDO community? I'm a positive influence? Oh god. Too much pressure. It's too much pressure! I try to. I try not to be negative as much as I can. And I actually had a nightmare about this. I had a negativity nightmare on the weekend. I feel like I have been letting the little things bother me more often than usual. Just like the little stuff, you know? And I've traditionally been a very much a don't sweat the little stuff sort of guy. So I think that I have just been letting the little stuff get on my nerves in a lot of different places, in many different aspects of my life. The most notable example recently has been Baldur's Gate 3. There are a lot of bugs in Baldur's Gate 3. Just a lot of them. But they're not really big or game-breaking. I've had like 4 or 5 game-breaking bugs, but like that I've had to like reload saves and stuff. But for the most part, it's not like really game-destroying. And so I should just like relax and not worry about that stuff. But for some reason, I've been letting a lot of those things get to me recently, and in other elements of my life. And I actually had a dream. And I know it's very boring for people to talk about their dreams, so I'm not going to do this for long. But in my dream, I basically went on vacation, and I couldn't enjoy my vacation because all these little things just kept bothering me. It was like I was on a trip with some friends, and it was just everywhere we went, there was always something that got on my nerves, and I just couldn't enjoy the entire experience because I just felt like I was in a bad mood the whole time because it was now this happens, now this happens, now this happens. And I woke up feeling like mentally exhausted from myself, where I was like, wow, I don't like that attitude. I don't like the fact that I was feeling that way. Like, I was just upset about not nothing, but close enough to nothing. And I don't need to be positive all of the time, but I was like, have I been doing that? And I was just like, then I did some self-reflection after I woke up, and I was like, oh man, I've been like doing that exact type of behavior just a little bit more often. And so I am going to be trying to personally work on that, where when something small happens, to just try to, you know, rationalize it and to work through, as opposed to letting something kind of bother me and weigh me down. And I've had a fantastic, great last couple of days, which has been awesome. So I'm feeling really good. I can't go this way. Anyway, what were we talking about? The stream's a lot of fun. Love telling the story. We have some forum jerks try to talk bad about the stream. Got me watching a sub for years now. Yeah. Again, I'm not a perfect person, and I will rub some people the wrong way, for sure. But it is always funny. I don't know. When people call me, like, I don't know, just any of the standard, like, buzzwords, I just find it funny. It's like, how little content do you watch? And the worms killed him? Oh, poor Ven. RIP, dude. That's perfect. Less than 5% activity is likely a calculation error. Yeah. Like I said, it's just something I want to keep on track of, though. Everybody can always do better. And the second you forget that, or think that you can't do better, is the second you've detached from reality. So, everybody can always do better. And that includes me, unfortunately. There's a lib. That's me. Fucking destroyed. Three star fragments. If I could trade them to you, I wouldn't, because they're mine. But good luck on your search. Star fragments. Also, if you might be wondering why it's like, hey, Stream Tom, where's your open group? Are you not opening a group for this quest? The answer is no, I'm not opening a group for this quest. Simply because I hate when you're running the demon web stuff or like these things, and you're about to finish one of the quests, and somebody late joins and they don't know where to go. And you're like, oh, you know what I'm gonna do though? Featherfall, and then fly there. Out of context channel? Yeah, and I wish I had the energy and motivation to do that. I mean, you can make a lot of money from having like a clips channel, and it's probably pretty worth it, but oh my god. Any plans to play a new PoE season? Yes, I'm still waiting to open the private league. My league starter for private league is going to be Armageddon brand, Inquisitor. And I'll be running that through the whole game, plus Pinnacle bosses. And then, because it's private league, we won't have access to most uniques. So then depending what ends up showing up in the league, who has what people are willing to trade for, I'll then make a new character and then go run Ubers.
Through it, you can strike directly at the evil city of Shindelrin.
So that's currently the plan. Because Armageddon brand doesn't require anything, so I can run Armageddon brand with no matter what gear I get. The only item that I want is what is that? What's the staff called? It's like Staff of Righteousness or something like that. And it adds 450 to 600 fire damage, as well as Battle Mage. So the damage of the staff adds onto your spells. And Armageddon Brand has a really high conversion rate of added spell damage. So it's basically doubling the damage of Armageddon Brand for using the staff, which is pretty good. And so Martyr of Innocence, I believe, is the name of the staff. So I'd love to use that, but the problem with that is then you have to get a Martyr of Innocence, and so I'm not doing that. You can trade me all good items, and I promise not to shitpost for 1 week. Then who's going to shitpost? Then we have no one doing that job. Sorry, dude. You're stuck. You need somebody to take care of entertaining everybody on the server with just, like, idle chatter. And usually I would rely on somebody like Cruiser for that, but unfortunately Cruiser is absent because he thinks that being a parent is more important than shitposting in chat. A little ridiculous. Obviously, just like abandon your kids. Lots of parents do that, and lots of kids turn out fine. It works out. Yeah. I go RF early, farm because I want to spec and breach abyss early again. Yo, you don't want to do that? But are you still going to go RF and get the Severed in Sleep? Oh, there's a spell ward on this side of the room? I actually didn't even know that was there. Okay, hold on. I am getting killed. Why am I dying? Oh, because of this. Okay. Die. Farm something else? Okay. Some other type of SRS. Not poison SRS. I gotcha. Yeah, bow builds are the worst. The only build I would think about going back to is Doomfletch Rain of Arrows. If I was to go back to a bone build. I love Doomfletch Rain of Arrows. Because Doomfletch Prism is just a really, really, really fun item. Dude, I didn't hit him with any of my shots. I just shot that guy like 10 times, nothing happened. What are you spelling today? Brad. Can't spell Bard without Drab. True. Honestly, minions are probably going to be the go-to for this league, largely because this league is the auto-battler league, so you probably do want like passive damage, so you can focus on other things. A lot like Blight, probably. Does anyone know if the passive that makes it so towers do triple damage, but you do 75% less damage to Blight monsters, applies in Blighted maps? I don't know if they said that. Because if it just applies to regular mapping, it's okay. But if it applies in Blighted maps, then it's goated. Because that's the reason why you need, like, insane damage to do the Pinnacle Blighted maps. Because the towers don't do anything in the endgame Blighted maps. The Blight Ravaged. Should. I mean... should is a strong word. Also, my brain is stupid, and part of me wants to do Expedition, so I can start building up ward gear. Maybe I could build up a ward looper. But I feel like I would need too much gear for that. Bell. Only towers last league? Oh, interesting. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna run Essence plus something. I don't know what. I haven't thought about it that much. Oh, native levels. It's not good. Like, I have precise shot. I should never be missing these guys. All get hit all the time, every time. Precise shot. Ball Absolution. Absolution's really cool. I've looked at it. The idea that you attack and build minions. I had this like really neat Ruthless build that I was running, where it was what is it, like Battle Mage's Cry plus Absolution and Smite. And so the idea is you get Heralds of Purity. You have three minion types. You have the Herald of Purity, a single Bone Golem because they just get more damage based on every minion you have. Yeah, Herald of Purity, a Bone Golem, 2 Sentinels, or not Sentinels, the Summon Holy Relics, Smite, and the Warcry plus Absolution. And then the way it works is you Warcry, and then you start attacking with the Smite. The Smite applies a buff, which buffs up the Heralds of Purity that you summon, and adds lightning damage, as well as buffing up the damage of the 2 Summon Holy Relics that you have. And the Summon Holy Relics deal damage whenever you attack, so you just get a lot of attack speed with Smite. And then you have the Absolution going off at the same time. So basically, you have the Absolution's auto-casting whenever you're attacking things, and then you basically just, all you have to do is Warcry and Smite, and you're summoning hundreds of monsters and killing everything. The problem is, I did it as a Guardian, and they changed Guardian entirely, and I didn't really read the patch notes. All I know is they deleted all the old passes, so I don't know what Guardian does. I don't even know if you can do that. League starts Friday. I believe it's Friday at 4. I'll check, though. Pathofexile.com. It is Friday at 4 Eastern.
Spell does its work. The Dunrobar guards hardly blink as you walk by.
Bug not working tune? Correct. It's because it still just does a shitload of damage. It doesn't really matter. Now, ain't it? I don't know. I didn't read the patch notes. All I know is they said it no longer does this, and now it does this, and I just didn't read all the notes.
The passages of Dunrobar are quiet and spare.
Are we grouping on day 1? We could. Friday at 4, isn't that DDO stream? They haven't really had any news in the DDO stream in a while, so
Brian
no,
here.
I'm not going to be
I
watching
hear
it.
that you are struggling to find the motivation to do things, like stream 13 hours a day, every 12 times a week.
Yep.
So I have compiled a few motivational words for you. Hope you enjoy it.
Thanks for the motivational words. I hope to stay motivated. Thanks, dude. Appreciate it.
Never assume in life. Don't think that carrot big because carrot big leaf because small leaf carrot not leaf big size. Sometime, on way to successful, first of steps of all of the steps to being successful steps are hardest of all of the steps to successing.
That makes sense.
Just because every one person going in one directional way, does not meaning you are going to the directional direction to which every person which is going in. Go in your own independent in which way you are going in.
Yeah, but what if you wasn't? This is all interesting thoughts. Thank you for your thought-provoking comment.
Sometime in live, everything pencil and everything smoothly with pencil is going smoothly. But then, unexpected happening, it is happening unexpectedly in life. The important thing to do is to make solution to problem, so problem is solution problem. Chair. The more you know are knowing what you are knowing and more your brain size in your head size big, the less you need to say to talk in argument with other people's with smaller brain head shouting.
The end of it is really funny. Smaller brain. Argument with people with smaller brains. You know, I never have that as a problem. Because people with smaller brains don't argue with me. Because they go, oh, I can understand this guy. When brain is small, people understand.
Man, if I stop shitposting, there will be no one left. Definitely no one else with brain rot in this channel.
Correct.
Can't think of
It's
one.
just you. Yeah. Literally just you. Which, on the one hand, could be bad, because it's a necessary part of the community that needs to be fulfilled. Then also, it's kind of sick. Look, he paid several dollars to shitpost in this channel, and I gotta say, I did learn something. The more you know are knowing what you are knowing, more your brain size and your head size big, the less you need to say to talk and argue with other people, smaller brain head shouting. Again, it sounds like gibberish. It's not gibberish. If you know your brain isn't small and other people's brains are small, you don't have to listen to people. It's easy. Yeah, when they had, was it the Twitch AI or whatever that was running the episodes of Seinfeld? But just a bunch of gibberish. Classic move. But yeah, so I will probably not be tuning into Fridays at 4 this Friday because it is what it is. You know, we all do things differently. This Friday is also complicated because in Pocket Monster Go, Pokemon Go for short, there's a Pokemon called Xerneas coming out this week, and some of my friends want to get it, but they're not free this weekend, so it's gonna be hard to figure out when to do that, and they want to do it Friday, and I'm like, Friday is really tough for me because Path of Exile League. Oh, I want to know, can I make the league yet? They don't let you make the league for like too long. Private league, create a private league. Not yet. When I can make the private league, I'll post about it. It's gonna be good. As far as day one, I mean, we can talk about it. I don't hate the idea of doing like a day one if we wanted to do that. But I would be playing the game quick, so the only thing I'll be worried about is, like every Path of Exile league, is that the only person who gets any progress on doing the league mechanic is the person who owns the areas. And so if, let's say we did do like day one opening, we'll like do party play for the first day, then whoever opens all the things, the only person who gets league mechanic progress, and then basically it's like, okay, now we're at maps, everyone's split up, and then the person, all the other people who didn't do it, they have to start from zero. So they don't have any of the mechanic set up. Say it's like the auto battler, they won't have like their units or anything. They're all gonna be low leveled. You'll have to go back to Act 1 and 2 to start filling stuff out, which is like not my favorite mechanic. It's like, yeah, and you know, it's just kind of nature of the beast. Path of Exile is not a group game. It isn't. You can play with other people, but it's not designed for you to play with other people. And it's always been that way. The auto battler's a PvE thing. Keep that second I log in. Whenever you find something cool. Yeah, so we'll see. 8 days till everything finished. Honestly, that's not a... Maybe. I might be able to get pretty far. I can't play Saturday, which is the big problem. Not a problem. I have, like, actual activities to do. But, yeah, we'll see. I do want to play Path of Exile, though. Path of Exile League. Oh, baby. Yeah, so that's always the issue I have with like new league starts, is they're like, oh man, it'll be cool doing the league mechanic. And the way that a lot of people level quickly in Path of Exile is by not doing the league mechanic as well. They'll just be like, you know, they'll start the game and they'll ignore the league mechanic for the first like, you know, 20, 30 hours of gameplay. And I'm like, what's the point of the new league coming out if you're just gonna ignore it and not even do it? Like, that's stupid. Do it. Yeah, I don't like that. I definitely don't like that at all.
Guard captain investigates the racket.
What is going on here? Who let these captives out?
I'm a do it sort of guy. Wait, green alerted. Alright, because all the guards are invisible. Yeah, so as I said, we'll see. That, and also a lot of people like quest skip as well, where they like don't do quests while leveling because like, oh, I gotta level fast. I'm like, that's not how I do it. I like to do the quests. I don't do all of them, but I do all the ones that give like skill points and stuff. So yeah, we'll see. Could be fun. I haven't done that before, like league starting with somewhere in this place. There he is. Yeah, Guild Wars 2 expansion is next week. That's Tuesday of next week. So yeah. That's why it's tough. New DDO expansion. So Baldur's Gate 3 came out last week. DDO expansion on Wednesday. Path of Exile on Friday. Guild Wars 2 on Tuesday. I'm not going to play the new Guild Wars 2 expansion right away because I still have to play the other expansions, but I will play it eventually. But, yeah, it's going to take quite a lot of time.
Their collars ensure absolute obedience.
Yeah. I was going to make like a... So the problem with Dungeons & Dragons Online is that new expansions don't really change anything. So nothing's really going to be different in Vecna, other than the fact that there's new quests. And so usually, you know, a new expansion is easy fodder for like a YouTube video or something. Like if you're playing like World of Warcraft, it's like how to prepare for the new expansion or everything you need to know about the new expansion. But then I'm going to be like everything you need to know about the Vecna expansion. There are 13 quests and 1 raid. This has been your video. Okay, back to see you later. Catch you guys in a bit. I guess I can make a raid guide when the raid comes out. We'll see. Yeah. 13 quests and 1 raid. Contrast that with Saltmarsh, which was 10 quests and an adventure zone. And a secrets guide when the secrets are found. Yeah, I'm not going to do any of the secret hunting. What I'm going to do the same thing as I did for every secret video is... Here's the person who came up with it. This is a link to their content. This is how you know it. And then here you go. Here's the secret. Units for expansion is basically non-existent. Yeah, you say that. But the quests give, like, pretty good XP. And if they give good XP in heroics, it might actually be worth it to run. Yeah. Level 20, you can do it on repromote. So if it's a level 18 quest, you can actually do it at 20. And apparently the Saga gives good XP as a result. So that way people who didn't want to run it in heroics could run it in epics. The augments are very powerful. The one, I wouldn't say the one downside, but one of the many downsides to the way the gear is structured. Right, that was fast. Is that all the set bonuses use the heroic version, not the legendary version, because they're level 18. So as a result, all the like the set bonuses, the artifact bonuses, are as strong as like the Feywild and this Isle of Dread set bonuses, which is kind of bad. For heroics, anyway. Like the gear pieces are good, but the actual sets are not. Until you get to epics, where the sets are very, very good, but obviously it's a different thing. Get rid of this stuff. Okay. Nice, lightning hammer. Get him. Oh, he's dead. Nice. Mystery Misery speaking Vecna's at the end boss. I'm actually curious about the raid. Apparently the raid is only supposed to come like a couple weeks after the expansion. None of this like waiting 6 months sort of nonsense that we got with Feywild, where like Dryden the Demigod didn't come out for a while. So hopefully there will be like a Lamania soon for the raid, and it'll be coming out soon. They said it was like 2 to 3 weeks after the expansion, which if that's the case, I'm fine with that. Some people want the raids day 1 of an expansion. I kind of like the little bit of time because it allows you to re-gear before the expansion comes out. Maybe I'm a maniac. I just like having that bit of breathing room to like run the quests, gear, look at everything, and then the raid comes out. Because the gear, especially in DDO, is so complicated. And there's like 100 items. Yeah, I also like to prioritize raid over wilderness. I don't like wilderness, really. Flagging at the story before the raid, as long as it's not too long. Yeah, I agree. I just don't like it when it's too long. Like the Destiny wait? Yeah. Exactly. I actually don't mind it. I don't mind it. Because it also it spaces out the content a little bit, so you have like different things to work on as well. Yeah. To be fair, the story in this expansion, I don't want to spoil it for people that haven't seen any of it yet or done it on the preview. So, you know, if you haven't done it yet, I'm not spoiling it for you, so there's no spoilers here. But it is very, very good. I wouldn't say it's terribly complicated. It's actually kind of the opposite in that this is more of a kind of a wrap-up sort of expansion where they're wrapping up a bunch of details all at the same time and filling you in on a lot of stuff. and it's quite good. So I'm looking forward to it. Where am I spending my points in here? I don't have Watch Fly. I want Phase Double. I also want Rain, because Rain is cool. Because it gives me extra damage on Vorpal hits. And some more lightning damage. Sounds cool. Saga rewards are all exclusively given towards guild tokens and never take XP. But what if you did take XP? Actually, that's another Saga. So why are you even mad? You should still be happy about that, because Saga rewards don't scale, so it's an extra Saga to run. Even more Sagas! I have to delete a bunch of characters in Path of Exile. Ugh. 187,000 guild renown? Yeah, but now you have another one. Are you one of those people who runs every single Saga in the entire game, and then right before you TR, you pop a potion and then go rip through all of the Saga guys? I believe if you have a guild of 6 and you all run through it, so all 6 characters, and there's 6 is the highest amount of guild renown you get for like the modified account size, I think you get to like level 160 or 170 if you do that. Pick up all the Sagas? Damn, man. Wasn't it just Guild Renown weekend? Or it was either that or it was like Cannith Crafting XP weekend or something. I don't remember. No, it was Guild Renown last weekend, wasn't it? Or like over the weekend? I'm pretty sure. It's one of the reasons why I didn't feel too bad about not playing any DDO this weekend. So I was too busy doing actual IRL stuff. Like I said, I did a lot of tidying around the house. And just taking care of stuff I've been kind of blowing off. A lot of laundry. Yeah. Some meal prep, stuff like that. Oh, it is this week? It was this weekend? Yeah, that's what I was pretty sure. I don't feel bad about it. Yeah. I would love to see assist I think one of the issues is that lag is like an ever-present problem in DDO. And one of the issues with the lag as it currently stands is that if you have the lag in the game, like I said, the way we currently have it, one of the problems is that if they add I would love it if every weekend there was like an event. So imagine if like every month there was night revels and there was festivals and there was whatever, and it just kind of rotated through. Maybe not like every month, but it was more than like once a year for each of these events. That'd be cool. But the problem is each of these events causes horrible performance issues, so I don't think they'll ever do that. So what are these I've never fought this many Driders in this hallway. Do I just like not remember this? What the heck? I like night revels. I actually, the only one I don't like is the kobold one. We have to drag the kobolds around. But it'd be nice if we had more of them, but that's again also a process issue where like the game lags too much, so they can't actually just do that. Okay, fortunately for me, I do a lot of damage in the short term, in like a short period of time. So the fact that it's 30,000 health, I can just rip it apart. The downside is only a single target, so it slows down a bit. I do have the Tonkin's Hammer to soften them up, though. They had a manifest event or a different plan to manifest at the weekend. Yeah, they could also stand to have. Like I said, I think that more weekend events or like more weekly events would get more people to be encouraged to play. I admit I don't really play a lot of DDO on the weekends because, you know, that's the old 9 to 5. Play a lot of DDO on the weekends. I'm excited to keep playing Baldur's Gate 2 though, or 3. Baldur's Gate 3 is a good game, and I am happy at the pace that I am taking going through it. I'm still working on Act 1 stuff. I don't even know how many hours I have in the game yet. I just hate that it's basically mandatory. If you have an Inquisitive, it's not too bad, because you just shoot it down. You just shoot down all the ships. If you have like a ranged character, you just blast it out. If you didn't bring a ranged character with high DPS, you can't. Which is unfortunate, and one of the many, many reasons why that's one of my least favorite adventures in the entire game. I really don't like Precious Cargo. Just don't. Tunnel visioning for 82 hours? Damn, dude. That's crazy.
Drow guards stand a mute watch throughout this
Again, if you're watching the stream and you're like, man, I didn't finish the game yet, don't worry. Don't feel like you should have finished the game already. It is not healthy to spend 82 hours playing a video game in 10 days. So don't worry if you're like, oh man, I didn't play it for 82 hours. It's okay. You don't have to play the game for 82 hours. It's okay. Like, I'm not saying, like, you're not going to die. It's not like you do something terrible, but it's not... Balance is important. It's an important thing in life. So it's good to try to be balanced when you can. And also, even if you're somebody who, like, sniffs the roses where you're like, oh man, I got 82 hours, but I haven't finished yet. Yeah, you got to talk to all the characters in the towns and stuff. Don't want to miss out on any cool quests. Like, I skipped so much stuff in Baldur's Gate 2, it definitely warrants a replay for me. I played that game for... I can actually tell you. It's definitely not that much. Let me load it here. Baldur's Gate, I played for 86 hours. And I came not even close to doing everything. Like, I played it for, yeah, 86 hours. And the final boss was literally impossible for me to beat. And I couldn't go back to fix it. Yeah. Dead forms you can heal from unhealthy lifestyles. That's not how that works. I mean, is it? Maybe. Yeah. And that's also not even including, as you mentioned, like alternate playthroughs, right? It's where you want to replay the game, but you want to make different types of decisions. Or you do something in a different order, and then it affects the outcome as to, like, what the characters say about your actions. Or you follow a different character's storyline. Or a different romance. I bought when is in early access, so download 120 plus gigabytes of game. Why not? I guess it also depends on, like, you know, where you live and what your internet connection is like. Like, for me, 120 gigabytes is like, oh yeah, put the game on for like a couple minutes and just let Steam download it. But I am blessed with the fast internet, so it's very easy for me. Yeah, you just gotta let it download overnight for like a few days.
With its protectors defeated,
Goddamn.
you may now take the ceremonial dagger.
Yeah, so it depends on what your connection is like.
Now that you've found both magical components, Elminster can open the portal within the main chamber.
It's so good, man. Oh, it's so good. Like I said, all the character interactions, everything else, it's a good game. So I'm enjoying myself. Also, I like as people are getting further into the game, you can see just through the achievements what type of different, like, roads people are taking through the game and how they're doing different things, which I think is cool. I wonder, because there's probably like so many minor things. Like, I will say something I really like is that as you get further into the game, it becomes very clear that the actions you took in the first parts and the decisions you took with the first parts will have characters appearing, and they'll mention the things that you did, which then makes me go, ooh, what about all those people I didn't help or didn't do this thing for? And you notice that they're conveniently not there. You're like, huh. Interesting. And so it actually does respect the fact that, like, you're playing the game and the world does change as you go. I think that's one of the reasons why they said there's like 1,700 endings or something like that. Some dumb number. Yeah. Well, it's already happening in Act 2, so I'm curious.
Strim, Brian here.
Yo, what's up?
Pay to remove Oathbreak. No. Pay to reroll character twice.
Yep. Yeah, unfortunately, if your oath is broken, you can't change your class. Withers rebukes you. He says, no, I cannot change the class to someone who has broken their oath. Says you have to handle that first. Because they knew that, obviously, you could just change out of Paladin and then change back to Paladin and retake a new oath.
The brave heroes delivered the
Isn't it like if you leave Paladin, you become an Oathbreaker? Like if you tell Withers I don't want to be a Paladin anymore, is that not the same thing as being an Oathbreaker? But yeah, apparently it's not.
Now enter the portal, girl, and accept your fate in the demon web. You cannot.
Come on, Acolytes, get up. 5 days? Oh my goodness gracious. Okay, that is a slow internet connection. Wow. I didn't think it'd be that bad. Damn, 5 days. It's gotta be like, what, 500 megabytes or something like that? That is slow. Coding issue. So Oathbreaker is a hidden class. Ah, that makes sense, probably. That actually makes a lot of sense. No, the Guardian dried her. No, get back up. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very fortunate that my internet is not that slow. But still, 5 days. Damn, man, that's crazy. Oh, there's a spider here. What am I not shooting? I mean, you can always, play it next year. But yeah, that's also part of it. Like, being a gamer, especially in modern times, they don't sell games in discs anymore because they literally just can't. Like, you can't put a disc that has 120 gigabytes worth of information on it. So you kind of got to get used to having to download things off of the internet. So if you do live somewhere with a bad internet connection, you're kind of locked out of a lot of the bigger AAA games because the video games are just larger. They have, like, just larger files. All the textures are bigger and more detailed. One of the reasons why indie games are pretty nice, because usually indie games are a lot smaller because they have to, they are of lower quality in terms of some of the assets that they give you. Like, a lot of times that 120 gigabytes, it's just assets, just loading all the assets of the game. Like the friggin' 200 gigabyte Call of Duty. Call of Duty Modern Warfare in 2020. What is your download speed, if you don't mind me asking? Uncompressed audio? Yep, that too. Dialogue in French and German and can safely be deleted? Yeah. Like, for me, space is not an issue. At least I don't think so. No, I'm good. I got space in all my drives. I don't know what GeoForce now is. Is that one of those, like streaming platforms or whatever? You just, like, stream the game to your computer as opposed to actually playing it? I feel like that can work for a lot of people. Like Stadia, or yeah, was it Google Stadia or whatever it was? Which is the same thing. It was like a streaming platform. So you could run it on any computer because you didn't really need, like, a good computer because another computer's running it and you're just streaming what's happening. Or am I, like, really getting confused about what we're talking about? Yeah, like I said, I've never actually used any of those services, so I don't know much about them. I've always, well, not always, but I have a computer. Ever since I became a grown-up and had a job where I could afford to buy myself a computer, I have bought myself a computer. Now, my computer has a few outdated parts. Probably my most outdated part is now my graphics card. So I have been hemming and hawing and going back and forth on whether I want to... do I have any raid locks, or can I do Von 5 and 6 again? How do you check raid locks? It's /quest? I have no raid locks. I might just do Von 5 and 6 again. Cool. Yeah, the Xbox and PlayStation versions, didn't they both get, like, pushed back into, like, September for whatever reason? Honestly, it's probably because they need to do more optimization to get the game to actually run. Because, like, one of the issues right now is that, what I've heard from people is that there's not a lot of good optimization for Act 3, which makes sense. It's, like, the part of the game they couldn't show off in early access, so it would have the least amount of optimization. And they probably want to, damn it, this is not where I wanted to go. They probably want to fix that and get some of that sorted ahead of time. Oh, PC releases got moved up? No, I know the PC releases got moved up, but I thought they also pushed back the console release as well. So, like, it was supposed to release at the end of August, and then they pushed PC release up into the beginning of August, and they pushed console release into September. I thought that's what they did. I could be wrong about that, but that was what what I remember reading on the computer. I don't have a PlayStation 5, so I can't even do it anyway, but you know, if I did,
Back into my web so soon, mortal.
they can't get split screen co-op working on the S series. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, so that's what I thought. Like I said, they were both supposed to release on like August 25th or something, but then they decided to push the console release back into September. Like I said, it's probably because of the optimization problem, if I had to guess. Where they're like, yeah, people's computers will figure it out and they'll handle it. But on PS5, they probably can't. They probably have like some deal with Sony about like what their minimum requirements or like minimum level of run rate on the console is. Yeah, I've had to know it just because, you know, people wanted to talk about it all the time, so they bring it up in the chat. Because I knew it was in early access, I just didn't know when it was going to come out. I actually thought they would delay the game and not release it early, and I am still of the opinion they should have either released it on time, like at the original time, or delayed it. Because again, there's a lot of bugs. There are a lot of bugs and a lot of things that are not working well. And so, you know, if they actually just fix the bugs before they release it, that would be cool. But, you know, just leave it for things to come out. Yeah, I'll tell you one thing. You do find more bugs if you have the entire player base trying to find all the bugs at the same time. That's the secret to, you know, finding every bug in your piece of software. Just let the end users solve it for you. Because you will, you know, it's hard to ask your playtesters or whoever to find more bugs than the millions of people playing the game on the first day it releases. Those people are going to find a few more bugs. So there's that. Oh, wait, the Xbox version isn't technically announced? Oh, I did not know that. I thought it was. So I assumed it would obviously like come out on major consoles. It just makes the most sense. PlayStation 5 version. I know I have a couple friends that are waiting for the PlayStation 5 version to come out. Because they want to be able to play, but PlayStation 5. I said I don't have a... Oh, that guy went to the abyss. This guy's just ignoring my shots. Nice. Classic going to the abyss. But yeah, I'm excited either way. I'm enjoying myself. And I'm going to continue to enjoy myself until the game is over. Then I'm going to play it again. And again. And then again. Probably not on stream, though. I'll probably, like, move on as videos. Because I want to move on to, like, just different games. I now own the game Remnant 2. I didn't play Remnant 1. But I do like hard video games that are hard for the sake of being hard. So I will definitely enjoy playing through that. As it was described to me, it's like Dark Souls, but an FPS game. And you know what? That sounds exciting to me. I like FPS games. And I like Dark Souls games. So it's a great combination. Also, apparently it's really good. I didn't play 1, like Remnant 1, but it's probably not that important. I still have to play Sekiro as well eventually, which I also own. When will I play Sekiro? Oh. Eventually. When isn't important? Yeah. Like, I'll just, like, play the game on stream, and then whenever I encounter somebody I don't know, I'll be like, hey, guys, who's that? And you're like, oh, it's this person. Okay, and who's that? It's this person. Well, who's that? Get the Collector's Digital Edition to get the yearly, the game before August 3? What? Sorry, I'm misunderstanding you. Oh, you bought the Collector's Edition to get the game before August 3rd. Didn't everybody... Baldur's Gate 3 was in early access. So everyone that bought the game at any point got it before August 3rd. Right? Is that not how that worked? I thought just you could buy the game at any time and play it in early access. Did you have to buy a special edition to do that? Or am I very confused about how it worked?
You have defeated Shoaz, the Drider Guardian.
Yeah, so that makes sense. Edition. Kentos, have you figured out how to kill time? Have you found new indie games or other things to do? Ooh, I thought of something as well. If you haven't done it yet, if you're looking for things to like fill up some time, you can flip coins. So you can just take coins and just flip them. You want to be playing anything? That also works, yeah. By the time you get it. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. Even though Baldur's Gate is really cool, Baldur's Gate 3, it's really easy to avoid spoilers because there's like 200 hours of video game. So even if somebody gives you one spoiler, you're going to forget it most of the way through the game anyway. And the game will actually be hopefully fixed by the time a lot of people get around to it. So if you don't play it for like a month, it's fine. Or 2 months. It just means you get to play the better version of the game. You don't have any time? Yeah. I'm kind of done with Lotro until like the expansion comes out. We beat all the raids. I do sign up for raid, but we haven't been raiding as much recently. I think there's just been fewer signups, so I do sign up for raids to do. I just don't really like have the motivation to grind right now because we beat all the content, so there's no new content coming out, and there's like cool new patches coming, but there's not a lot of interesting content to play because I've already done it all. Like, for me, I find the DDO content, even if there's no one else to play with, I find the DDO solo content in a little bit more engaging than the Lord of the Rings solo content, because in DDO I can just, like, reincarnate and do something new. Lord of the Rings Online, there is the endgame challenging content of doing, like, the missions, which I actually think the delving system with the missions has potential, but every single week where there's the delving mission that says there's, like, reflect 50% of the damage you deal on a corruption, and every monster has it, I literally just can't do that mission. Like, I bring my brawler in, and I instantly kill myself on every monster, and it's just not fun. So I stopped doing it. And then I was like, I don't even care about doing any more of these missions. Yeah, I want the currency, but like randomly getting one shot by monsters sucks, and I don't like it. Reflect is a bad mechanic in most video games, and I don't know why enough designers haven't learned this.
Lord Grulomith surveys his domain from his perch up on high. You'll need to find a way to reach him.
Is it a bad mechanic in every video game? No, it has its place, and sometimes reflect can be done well. Is it a bad design? You know, so it's not a bad design in every video game, but I think that generally in the way that reflect mechanics are used in a lot of games, it's not good. You have to make it small. This is something I think a lot of games also miss out on. Reflect 50% damage is a terrible idea when you do more damage than you take. Like, if you hit for 1,000,000 and you don't even have 1,000,000 hit points, then reflecting half the damage back is kind of bad, don't you think? Extremely traffic heavy today. Very hot weather, and you're done? Oh, damn, that sucks, man. If it makes you feel any better, it's, like, not hot here at all. It's very cool outside. I was outside a bunch this morning, and it was very cool outside. Relaxing. I just got to go around on the street. Catch some Pokemon. Do some activities. Honestly, mostly errands. Car showed 33 Canadian. Oh, God. Not 33. This guy's destroying my shit. Very strange thing never had happen. Yeah, I'm on Onslaught on this quest, which is pretty cool. Oh, I didn't know this guy throws you around. That's kind of neato. He like grabs you and moves you. I've never seen that before. Just stupidly on my monitor for the past 2 hours. Yeah, that was honestly me yesterday. I was so busy all weekend and I was so tired. I got to my computer at like 9 o'clock or not 10 o'clock last night, and I was just like staring at the screen for a bit. And then I went to bed. Went to bed hella early. I couldn't do it. Oh, I also started doing something unexpected, something I didn't expect of myself. I started playing Pokemon Scarlet and Violet again. That game is so disappointing. It's like so cool. The mechanics are really, really, really cool. The story is interesting. The world is interesting to explore. All they had to do was just like not make it look like garbage.
Though it's a dangerous thing to draw the attention of an angry god.
Yeah, if the sun is shining in your eyes the entire time when you drive, that's the worst. Especially like if you gotta drive like west in the evening. Ugh. That was me every day. Drive east in the morning and west at night. Of course. Oh no, just remember it's their first time, dude. It's their first time. Every time you see somebody who's like a terrible driver, just remember, first time. It's their first time. Don't worry about it. Oh, I totally went the wrong way. Uh-oh. I do not know where I am. Oh. Oh, God. I don't know where I went. Oh, I'm lost. Uh-oh. Okay, I wanted to go this way. I didn't. I was like, why does everything look so different? Something's wrong with the terrain. It wasn't the terrain. I just went the wrong way. I'm also a little bit tired. I've been trying to fix my sleep schedule, as I mentioned, like, kind of earlier in the day. Which is good. It's a healthy activity, and it's a noble effort. But it's going to take me a little bit of time to, like, fully readjust. Everything's got to change over. It's all new, man. It's all new.
I must have more worlds.
First time in 100K plus fully shaded BMW? Yeah, it's the first time. Fixing it? No, sadly.
Bask in the glory of my works.
The Yugoloth Ymorus stands in the next rise in his true form.
I'm going to try to start getting up at 8 o'clock in the morning. Which is not very early. So I'm not trying to make myself a martyr or say, wow, I'm doing something really impressive by trying to get up at 8 o'clock in the morning. But I am not doing that. I don't have a solid wake-up schedule in the morning, which I think is like affecting other aspects of my life. So I want to just get that under wraps. Just get back onto a schedule. If 8 doesn't work and it has to be 9, it can be 9. But I'm going to try 8. See how that goes. And then still constantly drink coffee, but yeah. So I fixed my sleep schedule. Amazing. All it took was like your brain to revolt and crash. You know, you had to do a whole reset to factory default. You gotta push. You gotta like push on your temple and the bottom of your jaw at the same time, and then just like and hold it until eventually you reset.
To guard the orb entrusted to him by Loth, Kishnaurak fashioned
schedule?
signs of power.
It's this thing that everybody's supposed to have.
None may enter, ruin several drows.
Emphasis on supposed to, not do have. Those are very different things. Yeah, yesterday I was so tired, dude. I was so exhausted. I'm still exhausted, but it's not that. Fuck! I keep forgetting Death Ward. Son of a bitch, I'm dead. Keep forgetting Death Ward. Oh, I didn't die somehow.
The sign of binding lies at the edge of the ruins.
All right. Look closer. UMD. 72, baby. You don't need a schedule if you don't sleep. True. I do. I need it. It's affecting my brain and my ability to do things. For me, a lot of it is just motivation. If my sleep isn't done well, I just don't have motivation to do activities, and I have a lot of activities I want to do, so if I want to do more things, I kind of have to sleep better.
The second sign floats just at the edge of the promontory. There must be a way out.
Failing to check spawn spell words that give trap bonus? Yeah, but what if I don't want the trap bonus? You brain rot fixes brain rot. Just break it until it fixes. It's like how it can't things cancel out. You just break it so bad that the second break fixes the first break, so they just cancel out.
The sign trembles and then is still.
Stuff that was free, Mr. Dispel Magic. I'm a rogue. I can disable anything I want. To quote past me, oh, I'm a rogue.
beyond the second sign,
What's this?
ruins keep
2?
to be seen.
2 DC?
A
So terrible.
dark
Hero
tribute
Discord.
to chaos,
Wait, is this using my character level?
and
No, it doesn't.
to Loth's will.
I don't have a stunning item on right now. I think I can get that DC up over 100.
Stands guard.
I don't know how far over 100, but over 100 for sure. God, that's a lot of damage. Arrow of Discord's a lot of damage, so I'm happy with this.
Power drains suddenly from the side in one violent jolt.
Just adding that all that extra hit with Pluck a String and Arrow of Discord, it's sick. This is a good ability.
For you by the planar door.
Finished a Plague Tale Innocence. Nice. Is that a good video game?
The Yugoloth agent calls into the first planar door.
There you go. It's always difficult. Like last night, I got home and I just didn't want to play any video games. I had no motivation to do anything. I was so tired. I spaced out at my computer for like an hour and then I was like, nope, I can't do this. And I went straight to bed. And then this morning, I had to be productive all morning. I was out and doing things. And then I got home and I kept being productive and I feel great.
The demon
It's the most annoying thing is that being productive and getting things done makes me feel really good. And then when I do a lot of things, I decide it's time for a break and I need to relax. Then I start relaxing, at which point I start slipping and I stop being as productive or working as hard. And then I start to feel bad and then I stop doing any hard work at all. And it's like this whole reversal where I'm like, my brain is like, yeah, I just like forget how good I feel when I'm actually doing what I'm supposed to be doing. It's the same thing with like drinking water or like taking care of yourself and getting physical exercise. You stop doing it and then you forget how good it made you feel. And then it's hard to get back into because your brain has already slid where you're like, yeah, I feel bad though. I can't do exercise because I feel bad. Someone's afraid of rats. Depends on what type of fear of rats. Like, I'm not afraid of rats as a general concept, like the idea of a rat, because I knew somebody who had a pet rat, and it was a very cool animal. Very cool rat. Very smart. Smart boy. But for me, the idea of swarms of rats, like plagues, I wouldn't say afraid, but like, it's not good. I wouldn't want to get like swarmed by a plague of rats. Although, given the fact that you called it Plague Tale Innocence, sounds like there's going to be a lot of rats. I would struggle taking time off work. Yeah, because you're like, I'm in the zone. I don't want to get out of the zone. Why would I ever want to get out of the zone? Yeah. It's the reason why, like, friends of mine and other people I know will be like, oh, I can't wait to, like, go on vacation and just, like, relax and, like, get away from my phone and get away from the computer. I'm like, but computer's so good! I love computer! Why do I want to be away from it? A beautiful machine. I don't want to be away from my computer. Oh, you want me to stand up and hydrate? You got it. Oh, stretch. Oh my god, that feels good. Oh, stretching feels good. Oh, yeah. Gotta stretch out those old ligaments and bones. Stretch out the old faceplate, you know what I'm saying? This guy's alive. Long. Die, please. Please die. Dude, my game is lagging to shit. I don't know what's going on. All the monsters are just standing still. Alright, I need a hireling. I think I got one. Who's here? Shield Guardian? Right, you're up, Shield Guardian. Shield Guardian. Somebody want to get there. True, it's not a phobia, yeah. It's a rational fear. It is a rational fear to think it would be bad to get swarmed by a bunch of infected rats. I agree. Yeah, that's a very rational fear. That's like one of those things that if you're not afraid of that, that's the irrational part. Good launcher option made the game run a lot better. Yeah, you were saying that. I should probably put that in my thing. You said you just put it in, I think I have to fight that, but anyway.
Another ambush.
You said you just put it, like, in Steam? Where do you put it in Steam? Steam, right-click in game, go into properties, and you just put it in there. Oh, because it affects the launcher, right? Or like the exe or whatever. General tab at the bottom. Okay. I might just do that now, honestly. And then it'll break my game live on stream. Let me actually do that right now. Before I forget, because I'm stupid, and I will forget. Skip launcher. So go to Steam. Right-click Baldur Gate. Right, go property. General. Launch options. And then go here. Cool. Skip launcher. Well, it's already in the game now. EA Sports in the game. What the hell? DDO, please. I'm stuck. Flying stuff. I've never touched that game. I mean, it's a video game, right? Like, it depends on what it is. I mean, I'm a squeamish guy, so I get, like, looking at something on the computer and then it making you nervous or uncomfortable. I get that. So I'm not saying that you can't have that be a thing. But, like, I am fortunately able to... I can compartmentalize a little bit, depending on what it is. I definitely don't do well with, like, horror games. Not because I think horror games are real, but because I literally am very, very, very prone to nightmares. Like, super prone to nightmares. So I have to be careful about how much horror I intake. If I play too many horror video games or watch too many horror movies or horror TV shows or whatever, it causes catastrophic problems to my brain's cells when I try to sleep. Because I don't.
Blocking access to the rift.
I experience my favorite form of sleep, stress.
Such folly. What do you hope to find?
I'm really good at stressing instead of sleeping.
Bleeding into the Spider Queen's domain. You cannot stop it. But since you are here,
Alright, I forgot. These are walls. You can't shoot over this gap because it technically doesn't exist. It's a big wall.
I will fight you myself.
Organizing rat swarms is fun. You know, I will say, I don't use a lot of swarms in my pen and paper. That's a mistake. I definitely don't use a lot of swarms, and that's something I can improve on.
It is far from stable.
God, so long to kill that one guy. The swarms are like cool monsters because they basically always hit you and they don't take a lot of damage. It's an interesting type of monster. I finished designing all my monsters for the for my final confrontation with the Dreaming Dark in my pen and paper game. I actually posted them in the Discord, so if you want to see it, it's in the new pen and paper section of the Discord. So you can go ahead and chat about your favorite pen and paper games or pen and paper experiences, or talk about pen and paper. In case anyone wanted to see it, I thought it was pretty cool. I don't know if anyone did see it because Horse immediately buried it with by posting random pictures. So. Maybe it's gone. I don't know. But we'll see. Anyway, if you did see it, hopefully you got the chance to enjoy it. If not, it's there. Just go dig. Because once my pen and paper game is over, I'll probably organize all my files and then put them into like a document that's easily accessible, like a Google Doc or something, or like a Google Drive folder, and then you can just download it if you want, like Eberron Maps, among other things. Hello, DDO. Oh, that guy's...
The Dragloff
my God.
Time for something bigger.
I gotta say, and, you know, this game is kind of laggy today. I mean, I know it's not just today. It's definitely like been laggy for a while, but still. To give people arachnophobia who didn't have it before. Also, I like that the Bebelith is like, nope, Shield Guardian. That's what I want today for dinner. Good.
And begins his summoning. The rift now appears to be partway stabilized. A little more effort should do the trick.
Speaking of things that are bad, I need to kill or get Death Ward on. Alive here. Kill this guy. We're all set. Okay, so that's dead. The Drow needs to die. I need my shield back. I gotta cast that spell more often. It only lasts 5 minutes, and because I only have 1 level, so I always gotta remember that I need to cast it all the time. Boss, never hit it. Oh, he got hit a bunch. Oh fuck, shit, fuck. Like my shit went off went on cooldown, but there's like a shitload of lag, so the game isn't really working right now, which kind of sucks. Fortunately, there's infinite revives in this section, but it's still annoying. And I just drank my Death Ward potion, so I don't have Death Ward anymore, so that's gonna be a problem. I could have used improvement candy dodge. Oh, the dispel magic! I forgot that they chain cast dispel magic on you. Oh shit. That is a problem. Oh, I'm in so much trouble. Oh, the double knockdown. Oh. Okay. The lag combined with the fact that no, fuck. I thought I was blocking. I pressed forward though, so I started tumbling and canceled my block. No! Okay, I might not be able to do this quest. Smash all these quests? Yeah, I get surrounded, and then there's not a whole lot I can do. And like I said, when the game is lagging, my attacks don't actually go off. It's one of the downsides of playing as a ranged character, is that you're way more susceptible to than any other class in the game to lag. And so, if the game starts lagging even a little bit, all your shots just start missing. Nothing happens. And so it's a bit of an uphill battle there. Probably gonna die again here, and then it'll be fine. Yeah, I will get through it eventually. It's not a big worry. It's one of the reasons why I don't really like playing ranged characters. It's because of the lag. You're just like so susceptible to lag because this game is super duper omega laggy. Oh, it is what it is. So, and yeah, I'm just doing this. Has it been like this all day or like all weekend? Because I feel like this is worse than Friday, but it was pretty laggy on Friday too. It's kind of rough. Word DDO lag. Say no. Playing Baldur's Gate 3. Well, that's also my problem. I play Baldur's Gate. I don't know if it's laggy. If it keeps up, if the lag keeps up like this, I might change game, but we'll see. It is still the weekend. Oh, my Shield Guardian died. That's actually a problem. I need him to the thing. That's fine. Is the lag with us in the room right now? Yeah, it is. It's real, you guys. I'm not making it up. I'm not the only person that's experiencing this. It's all around us. Everybody. Even you've experienced it. Can't you see it? Oh, actually, you know what? With that being dead, that's convenient. Okay, you're gonna do this. Congratulations, you're alive now. I'm gonna shrine. Just gonna rest. Screw it. I got time. That other thing didn't aggro. How many monsters do you have to kill in this? Oh, I got Conquest. Nice. I should probably Conquest check more often than I am doing. Alright. Wrong button. Oh, no. Left out completely and when casting haste moving forward, the game lags so bad I thought the client crashed. Yeah, that happens.
The grin turns to fury as he looks a moment early and sees you healing the rift.
Oh god, the Carnage Reaper. No, the lag. Oh god, he made it all the way down the stairs. None of my attacks went through. Oh, the lag, dude. The lag. No. Go away. Okay. Okay. It's only one Reaper. Just a couple Drow. Like you'll see like 6 hits come out all at the exact same time. That's the lag that I'm talking about.
The rift has been stabilized.
Oh.
Very clever.
Growls the Dracloff.
Fixing the rift like that. But you make yourself weak and need
That's the most dangerous thing in the room, the Planeswalker Drow. Everything else is not that dangerous, but the Planeswalker Drow is super mega dangerous. Okay, okay, we're good. And this. The Soul Herd Rider is dangerous. The other Planeswalker Drow is dangerous. There you go. The boss is nothing. Do improve precise shot? No. Instead, I'm opting for AoE with stuff like Canteen Hammer. Because, like, improve precise shot doesn't work in this quest. Like, a lot of quests. If there's any uneven terrain, improve precise shot basically doesn't function at all. So the problem is, let's say I want to shoot somebody, right? Well, here, if the monster is here and I'm here, I'm going to be shooting basically straight up because of the angles, right? So it's going to be shooting at this angle, which means the monster is not up here. The monster's down here. So it doesn't do anything in quests like this. It's one of the reasons why I don't take improve precise shot, because there's too many quests where it just doesn't really work at all. Also, if you group, unless you're in control of where the monsters are going, you also have issues with improved precise shot, which is one of the reasons why I went Tonki Thunderhammer instead, because it just hits more consistently.
More important, Eberron is safe for now.
Try and buff the exact same thing after haste. Weird. Is this the beginning? Oh, it is. Creatures. So, what do you think my chances are to get a legendary Moonbeam? Why do you want an epic Bone Crusher and a legendary Moonbeam? Music is gone and ranged characters get real AoE. That sounds like you're never playing a ranged character in DDO. That's what that sounds like. KB is insanely bad for a non-trade league. Good luck, Dex, stacking. I would not recommend Dex Stacker. Quarterstaff Monk? Yeah, but just get a Morning Lord's Quarterstaff. It's better than both of those staffs combined. Get the job done better. I could do another Vaughn 5 and 6. Then I can get more stuff. I don't hate that idea. Did I hand in the quest, though? Okay, I actually don't know this. I'm gonna go investigate. I don't know if I handed in the quest. Conrec Bank. Let's go. Those arrows really help range builds. They just stand still. The problem is you can't use paralyzing arrows with a crossbow. But if I could do that, then I'd figure that out. That'd be cool. But unfortunately, not an available option. I didn't hand it in. Okay, I was like, I don't have a cooldown. And that's because I didn't hand it in, so I can't do the raid anyway. All right, we're good. I was just wondering. Okay, are there any quests to do? High Road. That's the second quest. Stay at the inn. Friends in low places. Epic Reaper. Okay. Make believe. Feywild. That's a dead quest. I guess I'll join these guys and go do High Road. I'm just gonna do things out of order a little bit. Because I can come back. Hello. On my way. There we go. I don't have an auto sitting around. I don't want to delete your main with 100 Reaper points, so I'm not rerolling a ranged character. I'm not saying play a ranged character. I'm saying don't play a ranged character. Like, ever. If you want... oh, shit. Oh, shit. What feat was this supposed to take? I don't know. Uh-oh. I gotta look this up. Where's my build? I can't find it. I have so many nested folders. Why do I do this to myself? Up on 5. On timer. Eventually. Oh, this program takes so long to load. Oh, God. Lightning crossbow build. Okay. I'm supposed to take Quicken. I have Quicken. So what did I not take? Force of Personality? I didn't take Force of Personality. Inspiration, Melody, Excellence? That sounds kind of good. I will do that instead. Okay. Go. Just couldn't remember what I need to take. 2 weeks? Yeah. Baldur's Gate's very good. Very, very fun video game. I'd be playing it right now. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm not a Baldur's Gate live streamer. I'm a Dungeons & Dragons online live streamer. So I have to stream this game. Gotta make sure I keep people interested. Guess I'll get some content to make videos about. Also, I like playing this game, but yeah. It's the reason why I'm not just like streaming Baldur's Gate until I'm done with it. As cool as that would be, it's very bad for viewership, so yeah. Start DDO. Is that an option in Baldur's Gate? I didn't look at Sorcerer. Phone and chain are how range should be. Yeah. I didn't play Sorcerer yet. What does the Bear in Mind Sorcerer do in Baldur's Gate 3? Oh, it's not in there? Oh, then how would Baldur's Gate 3 help Aberrant Mind be added to DDO? Magic Draconic Blood and Storm Sorcerer? Yeah, I'm surprised. I feel like making a Draconic tree for Sorcerer is just like something that makes total sense, and I can see SSG doing as like an archetype. The problem is that it would probably have too much synergy with like Draconic Incarnation. I don't know how they do that. Yeah. Yeah, but DDO has so much, like, you'd have a whole tree, right? So they could make it more interesting. Aberrant Mind. Oh, this is homebrew? Or is this not homebrew? What's this from? I can't tell.
The Medusa raises a magic
oh, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. Okay. Got it. So you get level 1 spells. You get Hunger of Hadar. That spell is busted, by the way. Cool. So on your first level, you can form a telepathic connection between your mind and the mind of another creature. Bonus action, you can choose 30 feet. You can choose that creature can speak telepathically to each other for 1 mile, and it's a bonus action, so you can do all sorts of stuff. Nice, the number of minutes equal to your source level. Very neat. At 6th level, you can cast any level first spell or higher from your psionic spells feature. You can cast it by spending a slot as normal, or by spending a number of sorcery points equal to the spell's level. If you cast spells using sorcery points, it doesn't use any verbal or somatic components. Cool. You resist psychic damage. Revelation in Flesh. Beginning at 14th level, you can release the Aberrant Truth. As a bonus action, you can spend 1 or more sorcery points to magically transform your body. Each sorcery point you gain, you get one of the following benefits. So you get up to 4 of these things. You can see any invisible creature within 60 feet of you, provided it is in total cover. Your eyes also turn black or become writhing sensory tendrils. Yeah. You can fly. You can swim at twice your speed and breathe underwater. And you can become slimy and pliable and squish through spaces. Cool. So the issue with adding Aberrant Mind, which should be obvious on the surface of it, just reading through it, is that almost every feature here is non-combat. Which means it's a lot of roleplay features. And the problem is that roleplay features don't translate super well into DDO, because telepathic speech is non-combat. Psionic sorcery is barely combat. Psychic defenses is kind of combat, it gives you resistance. Revelation in Flesh is, again, non-combat. And then Warping Implosion. You can unleash your aberrant power in a space warping anomaly. As an action, you can teleport to an unoccupied space within 120 feet. Immediately after you disappear, each creature must make a strength save. If they fail, they take marginal force damage and are pulled towards the space you left, ending in an occupied space as close to the former space. And it's just a, like, literally the level 2 spell Thunderstep is level 18. So it's not bad from the perspective of like a gameplay thing in pen and paper, but I don't know how you would translate that into DDO. Again, I'm like thinking of I'm being pragmatic and thinking about like the damage and stuff. I'm like, how would you get that to fit? Oh, we don't have any melees in this party? It's just me? Oh, except Robotina, who is the Warforged Bard. Everyone TPing around? Yeah, it's not bad. So, like, this archetype looks really, really sick for Sorcerer. The Bloodline? That's an awesome Bloodline. I think it's really cool. It'll be very fun to play in an actual pen and paper game. But, like, in DDO, I have no idea how that would work. Oh, what am I doing? Waiting around. I don't have to do anything, dude. I joined this party and they're just doing everything. We have a sorcerer who's killing everything. We have a wizard who's killing everything. We got a person who's killing everything. This wizard's also a... Oh, they're an Eldritch Knight. Oh, I guess I could give them buffs. Where's the Eldritch Knight? Coming back. Here you go. And we got this guy. He's a melee. Here you go. Some buffs melee. Done. I don't have to do anything.
Netherese wizard brandishes his staff. You will not stop us from
Someone get tentacles? Yeah, poor lifestyle choices generally. You gotta make like a pact with an otherworldly entity that then like probably takes control of your body or assumes control over you.
As the wizard incants a summoning spell,
I'm very fortunate that I have not made that many bad choices that I have tentacles. I was talking to someone the other day, and I was describing how, like, you know, they like made a mistake, and they improperly stored something and it got destroyed. They were like, that's stupid, why would they ever do that? And I was like, yeah, well, I mean, everybody's allowed to make bad decisions. Which, don't forget, sometimes when you get confused by people's motivation, or why some people do certain things that might seem dumb or stupid to you, also remember that everyone is allowed to make bad decisions. Sometimes, you have an amount of information, and you make a decision with that information, and sometimes you make the wrong decision with that information, and that's okay. Depending on the severity, but like sometimes you just make a bad decision that ends up costing you. But it's like, everybody makes bad decisions. We're all allowed to do that. They just broke their oath? No! No! No, stop breaking the oath breaking back. I think I can make it to the end of the game without breaking my oath again. At least I hope so. I don't know if I have 3,000 gold. Also, I forgot what else was on that vendor. I made a mistake.
The bartender is nowhere to be seen.
So I killed the vendor that was in the Get Yankee hideout or whatever, the crash. And I'm like, oh man. I remember there was so much good stuff in Vital. Did I make it to Act 3 yet? No, I went back to Act 1 and kept doing more Act 1 stuff.
I wish to speak with these.
That I missed.
The wizards.
I'm doing a very clear and complete playthrough. I did not kill everyone in the crash. That's not the type of person that John DeVere Pipega is. He's not a kill everyone sort of guy. He's a self-defense expert. And let me tell you, he defended himself. Okay, that's all that happened. Self-defense. No, monsters are moving. I can't attack moving targets. I'm playing ranged in DDO. No. Fortunately, I still have this ability, Tonky and Thunderhammer. So good. So good. Hey, what's up, Gargoyle? Tonky and Thunderhammer! That's why we use that ability. Also, you lied to me. You were like, man, I gotta go to bed early. I got all this stuff to do. Got to do some PvP in the morning. I'll catch you guys later. Then I'm like, oh, cool.
I shall attend to
it. PvP in the morning. Then I go on Discord 50, and read, yeah, I'm not quite. PvPing. Also, Teg, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for 49 months. With a 49-month streak. That's a crazy long streak. I really appreciate the support. I'm glad you've enjoyed the content for 4 years and said, you know what? Let's go for 5. Thanks. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Damn, it's a long time.
promissory note on the wall.
That's it.
Like bats, those are nasty. True.
It was there all along.
One promised to pay 1 platinum
Whoa.
and 3 gold in return for beverages rendered. Yet when you
Can't
turn
count
the
that high?
stamp
Me neither.
over,
I run out of fingers,
arcane
so I'm
symbols
like
and ancient
kind of
writing.
limited on what I can do.
You have found a piece of the Nether Scroll.
I run out of the fingies. Oh, actually, I don't even care. I just realized it's just the sun coming through my window. You know what? I could be like a good live streamer and actually properly light my room by getting rid of the sun.
The once proud castle has fallen to. Adventurers stand around the campfire, telling tales of their. A dwarven merchant has a
Sun doesn't have
makeshift
as big of an impact on the lighting in this room.
It may be why this old fireplace.
I could also turn on more lights, but I'm not going to do that. I'm too lazy.
The flue collapsed and clogged beyond repair. Travelers must rely on their own campfires to stay.
I can do everything, I think.
The rear of the fireplace.
You can disable the traps.
Pulled open by some free spirit.
This guy have some extra attack, whatever.
Netherese ancients. They must be searching this
We're good.
part of the castle for the Nether Scroll. Frustrated.
I'm not going to murder this. I'm just going to hide it. I'm going to hide it from view. Then no one has to see it. I'm plus 90 on disable. Oh my god. There's staff. Place the bear trap under the staff. You don't know how to set traps. Shit. Strength. No strength. Whoopsie. Bit of a mistake on my part. Like I can do the strength one. Whoops. I was trying my best, man. I was trying my best. It wasn't good enough, but it is what it is. Because when you have Endless Fusillade as well, this character feels pretty good. There's lots of stuff to kill and lots of things to do. It's not too bad. When you don't have Endless Fusillade, that's when it starts to feel bad. Ooh. Okay. Alright. Energy. Wait, what? I am confused. I think the barbarian, in true barbarian fashion, didn't know what they're supposed to do and just broke the wrong staff. So they just broke they didn't know which staff is the strength staff, and they've never done this quest before. So they just went to the to a staff and snapped it over their knee and exploded it. Which is a very barbarian thing to do. So I guess that's what we're gonna do. We already failed the optional, so break it over your knee. There we go. It's okay. Not everybody has done every quest. You know what I mean? Like a lot of, or like knows how to do every quest. A lot of times, many people will just like follow along with adventures, which is also totally okay. I do that. Oh, I don't do that, but I run at a pace where I wouldn't be surprised if people just kind of followed me around and did quests. I like to do the quests as opposed to like knowing how the inner workings are all the time. You know, it's like when you do the pit, right? Some people will just like follow along where you're going because they don't want to learn how to do the pit, but they're happy to get it done. That's okay. From the Nautiloid? Yeah, I did not play Barbarian as my first character. In Baldur's Gate 3, I played Paladin. It was a mistake. I'm learning it was a mistake, but that's fine. It is what it is. Sometimes you make mistakes. Sometimes you play Paladin. Everybody makes bad decisions. To be fair, it is a very strong class, so it makes sense. Why am I updating? I didn't do the first quest. I don't care. Also, Cowbees, welcome back to the stream team for 8 months. Appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. Glad to have you here. Welcome back. Yeah, I like the fact that I have, like, an insane amount of healing. So I'm pretty happy about that. You have your aura yet? No, I don't know what level you get Paladin auras at. My character is level 7, I think. And I'm Paladin 5, Bard 2. 6? Oh, interesting. I was going to do Bard 4, Paladin 8. Because then I get all the feats. I don't give up on any feats. And then also I get like different powers from both the classes. Because the Song of Rest thing is pretty cool. Give me an extra short rest. I think the main issue that I have is that I don't have a lot of powers that come back on short rest. I don't have like a warlock in the party or anything like that. So you just don't get a lot of things back. So it's mostly just hit points. And then my characters are just attacking monsters. That being said, they're all very good with the attack button. So. No fighter? No, I don't have a fighter in my party.
As you enter the grounds of Grand
I currently have Lae'zel, who I turned into a rogue. I have a cleric.
the harbor was right.
And I have a paladin bard and a barbarian. Monks, warlocks, and druids? Yeah, I don't have any of those classes. What feats take for spellcaster? In Baldur's Gate 3 or Dungeons & Dragons Online? In Dungeons & Dragons Online, it's fairly straightforward. Quicken, maximize in power, and then spell focus of the spell type you cast, improve spell focus of the spell type you cast, and then you can go. Baldur's Gate 3, so for my first feat on Shadowheart, I took Warcaster, so that way she gets advantage on concentration checks, which is really good because I'm almost always concentrating on a spell on her. Usually the spell Bless, because Bless is very good. So I really like Warcaster. And then outside of that, I'm probably going to do the plus to a stat and see if I can get her some more wisdom and probably constitution or something. And then after that, I don't know. Yeah, it depends on if you concentrate or not, but Warcaster is really good for anybody that concentrates. And like I said, I'm always concentrating because Bless is like the best spell in the game. It just is. It's just one of the best spells in 5e. I'm a huge Bless fan. Oh, bears. Bears. Get him. Out of here. Yeah, you can also, like, not take feats as well, because you can just multi-class instead. Because you don't get feats for leveling up. You get feats every 4 levels of casters, or of classes. So if you, for example, if you take, like, 3 levels of 4 different classes, then you actually don't get any feats from the entire level up process, because you get feats at class level 4, not character level 4, which is unfortunate. It's one of the reasons why I've wanted... I might do it on, like, a second playthrough or something. I might just do the one of every single class run, where I make the main character have one of every class in the entire game, which means your character is going to be a little bit wacky. But on the upside, whenever you have a conversation with anybody, you can always pick a class option because there's always going to be like a million things for you to say to people, which sounds kind of funny. Yeah, because then every time you talk to somebody, there's going to be this like huge laundry list of what you can say to them. Speak every language, talk to everybody. The one downside is then you're still locked into a race unless you're very good at using disguise self. Yeah. Honestly, part of me would take like Gale or something, the wizard, and give him 1 level of fighter, and then with 1 level of fighter, he would get action boost, or action surge, so he could cast a second spell in a round, once per short rest. And also, I could just stick heavy armor and a shield on him, and he can still cast spells because there is no casting restriction in 5th edition, so you can just cast wherever you want. The only exception is for spells with somatic components, you need to have your hands free. But not in Baldur's Gate. In Baldur's Gate, you can cast with whatever you want. Action Surge is 2 fighter. I know that, what's it called? Second Wind is 2 fighter. Is Second Wind 1 fighter? I thought it was the other way around. Either way, I think that's what I'm probably going to do. Surge is 2 fighter? Okay. Why cast the armor spell when you can just wear like armor and plate and shield? Action Surge is 2? Okay, 2 fighters is probably fine. You're a hazard wary. Or am I? Is that what you think? You know what I think? It's time to go to the bathroom. Be right back. Get racial armor efficiency? Dwarves get racial armor efficiency? Thrill of the Hunt? Oh, they're doing Wayloon? Okay, sounds good. I don't have anything else to do. Okay. Yeah, there's no multi-class element in Baldur's Gate 3. Max is 12. Yeah, but there's 12 classes, dude. Yes, you can only have 12 levels, but there's also 12 classes. 12 levels equals 12 classes equals 12 options equals the number 12 equals 12. 12. Yeah, 12 classes. Not 13? What would the 13th class be? It's all the ones in 5th edition. So if you go to the player's handbook, it's the 12 classes. It's okay, I forgive you. Only this time, though. I forgive you for not knowing that. I also didn't know there were 12 classes until I saw the 4 rows of 3. And then I was like, oh, look at those classes. Yeah, Artie is not in the player's handbook. Artificer is in the Everon book. It might also have been printed in, like, Tasha's or something. But yeah. There's not strict PHB. No, but it is strict Forgotten Realms. Forgotten Realms does not have Artificers. Artificers does the Forgotten Realms not have. Because Artificer implies like a different type of magic inherently that is just not present in there. Okay, I want to buff this guy, but he's out of range for me. Again, all I'm good at is killing single targets. If I can be allowed to do that, I will. Already in Baldur's Gate 3. No spoilers. Stop spoilering the game, dude! Not all of us devoted 80 hours in like 7 days to beat the game without sleeping or eating. I swear to God. Anyway. They have a reason to change max level without a DLC first? I don't know. They probably will add DLCs to go up to like level 20, probably. I wouldn't be surprised. Charge like $30 for each DLC and keep making the game. But yeah.
Voice above yells, "Look out below!"
Debating whether I do my original gear set or wait for Vecna Unleashed gear to see if they give you a better gear set. I mean, it's 2 days, so it's not that long to wait. You can also just farm out resources or other intermediary bits until that comes out. To increase because higher level D&D is hard to balance. It is hard to balance, that's correct. That's why you don't balance it, you just make shit really hard. You just make shit super hard.
We thank you for protecting us, says the camp's elder.
That's what I do.
Take this crest in gratitude.
Have you guys seen my monster?
Oh, I'm saying no. The elder thanks you for protecting the camp. We will be safe now. Take this crest. It will help you gain entrance to Harvest Hall.
You gotta see my monster that I built and put together. It's awesome. Also, as if 2nd edition is balanced. You know how they balance 2nd edition? By making it so the final boss takes 4 actions per turn and ignores time stop. And casts time stop itself on with no limit. That's how they balance the final boss of Baldur's Gate 2.
The sick and wounded are now safe from the lizard folk.
D&D is just hard to balance.
Shouts come from both ends of the camp. It's a 2-pronged assault. More criminals drop down.
As I said before, I posted my version of the Devourer of Dreams in the Discord. So if you are at all interested in that, it's a level 25 monster that is definitely designed for the end game. Bring me a choice, get her. Do this, I'm not going to hit anymore. Get out of here, Aremia Choice. Main time versus domestic campaign finishes. Oh, and stop doing like 5e. I can see that. I don't know if, like I said, 5e is not my favorite system. There are a lot of issues I have with it, which is one of the reasons why basically every 5e I run, I like homebrew away a lot of the problems that the things I have issues with. Heroic fantasy. Oh, and just move on to like, you know, your pen and paper campaigns will be like more cyberpunk, dystopian, and all that nonsense. So get away from the fantasy and move into like more sci-fi. There's probably too much content, but Baldur's Gate 3 mods will be very cool if people can do it. Oh, I got it. I'm bad. I'm bad. But I meant like yeah, but we're talking about the same thing. You just want to get away from like the, you know, swords and armor sort of fantasy. Having played the whole story, 12 is a good cap for the game, and any higher would get nutty. Like I said, you just make stuff harder.
The leader of these thugs calls out to you. You pumpkins won't stop us! Where's my brother and sister?
Good. Oh, right, I forgot you can't damage her because she's immune to damage.
Go from down the hall as more criminals join Athea.
Adding all the non-included spells from 1 to 6. Oh, really? Oh, that's cool. Oh man, that'd be fun to play some of the modded games. Maybe people, like I said, Tabaxi will probably be added to the game as an option, among other things. There's probably going to be like a whole bunch of different races added through mods, where the game will just like give you text only as responses for stuff like that.
She gasps. You've routed the criminals and ended their scheme.
Oh, you don't want your characters to become gods? Yeah, that's why in my next campaign I'm going to be doing, I will be doing 2nd edition level rules, which are awesome in my opinion. I really like the 2nd edition level rules. So what I mean by that is in Baldur's Gate 2, once you get past level 10, you only gain 2 health per level instead of the whole amount that you would normally gain. And I'm like, that's so smart. Because it means you can now make the combat challenge in a more interesting way by making it so that your characters, they gain different powers and the monsters have different abilities instead of just numbers go up, which is great. I really like that. I mean, numbers still go up, but in much smaller quantities. So it's basically like numbers go up as your character gain in just raw strength, where they're clearly above the regular person. In terms of like, you know, they can take a hit better than somebody else, but they're not like borderline immune to damage because they stand there. They still have to do stuff to do things, like to be able, or like they still have to act to be able to be powerful in a fight. Which I think it's a kind of cool idea.
Then a mysterious voice calls out. What kind of fools do you
Big funny jump. Yeah, I picked Bear, and I'm very happy with Bear Barb. Taking half damage from literally everything is fantastic. I guess technically not psychic damage, but I don't even know what does psychic damage.
A voice calls to
Yeah.
you from a nearby rooftop.
This isn't over.
Yep, I got Karlak, my Bear Barbarian who wears who wears a shield and no armor and has an armor class of 22 or 23.
They fight each other.
I'll take 23 damage. Mind Flayers do that. Yeah, but I haven't found Mind Flayers. Try the Eagle Jump. Then I have to respec. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do what's good and nothing else. Nothing else. Get you the happy chemicals? No, I probably wouldn't. I already have this jump spell and feather falling. I'm just saying I haven't encountered anything.
Blocks your path.
Not that way.
It's a very rare damage type.
We have something.
Look, guys, Psychic is new to me, okay? I'm used to Psychic damage being in Pokemon. They added Psychic damage in 5. Actually, Psychic damage may have existed in 4. I don't know.
The only way forward appears to be
I do like how they broke down extra damage types, which kind of makes more sense in over 3.5. It's one of the ways in which they made the game actually more complicated than 3.5, where 3.5 had like the four elements and then just damage, which is a little bit different than 5e, which has like all these different types of damage and resistances and stuff, which is cool. So like, I'm running a pen and paper campaign in the future, and part of it is breaking down the weapon types into different damage types. And so I said that a weapon will have a prefix that will affect its damage. So in a campaign I'm going to be running in the future, weapons don't add damage, they are damage. So for example, a flaming sword doesn't add fire damage, it is fire damage. So for example, if you're playing with like a fire sword, it's not like add a slashing damage with a d6 fire, it is just d8 fire damage because it's a fire sword. And so with that, I then broke down all of the damage types, and there's so many in 5. So slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning are standard, and then a poisonous weapon does poison damage, a caustic weapon does acid damage, a flaming weapon does fire damage, a freezing weapon does cold damage, a solar weapon does radiant damage, a draining weapon does necrotic damage, a shocking weapon does lightning damage, a resounding weapon does thunder damage, a impellent weapon does force damage, and a telepathic weapon does psychic damage. So the weapon itself won't actually deal the base damage type. And the reason why I want to do this is it means that I can have monsters that are resistant or immune to the base damage type, slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning. That makes sense thematically, without it being like, oh, yeah, like the problem, because the problem with ghosts is like, oh, ghosts are immune to slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning from non-magical weapons. But like, if you level up a little bit, you always have a magical weapon at some point. Like, you know, if you're playing a campaign where there is no magical items, then sure. But at some point, you're gonna get like even the most bare bones magical weapon is gonna be in the game. Like, you'll find a magic weapon at some point, and some people have it, and then they can hit the ghost. And then at that point, that whole line of text stops needing to exist. You know, you can even cast the spell magic weapon, like there's ways around it. And so my solution is by just breaking down the weapons into their damage types. So saying, okay, every weapon can do every damage type. This lag. What's up, dude? Anyway, they can break it down by the damage type. Means I can make a ghost be immune to slashing, piercing, and bludgeoning. And it's not like melee characters can't do anything. It means that someone goes, oh shit, and then they have to pull out their, you know, psychic warhammer that hits them right in the feel bads.
Alive and well. Now, to help yourself to the mad priest's hoard of treasure.
Is Moonbeam a spell in DDO? No, it's a spell in 5e. Anyways, that's an idea that I'm gonna be doing in a future campaign. I'll let you know if it works or if it's like a bad idea. Probably a bad idea, but yeah. Are you still in part 2? I'm still in part 2, yeah. I went back to the Githyanki Kresh. Ghost damage to fight the Might players? Yeah, ghost damage. Get ghost types or dark types? We're heading to Army of Shadow? Oh, whoops. That only deals force damage, no piercing. That's cool. But yeah, so as I said, I wanna try that and see if that'll work. But oh god, the lag. The lag, dude. Oh shit. Oh god. Oh, I'm teleporting. Help. Call the ambulance. Oh. God, I'm in the Shadowfell. I can't. Oh no. Wayloon. Wayloon. It's the curse. Dude, am I even going the right way? I'm like so lost right now. Warehouse District? Criminal hideout? Oh, dude, I went the wrong way. I'm like straight up lost. I don't know where I'm going right now. Oh, I gotta go north. Okay. Yeah, I know where I'm going again. Oh, fuck. That was tough. Alright, give me a sec. There's so many monsters in this map, and they're just like shooting them. And like the problem is taking time to shoot them doesn't matter because the more you shoot, the more there are. Like I feel like you can never kill the monsters in this adventure zone. There's just an infinite quantity of monsters. The more monsters you attack, the more monsters appear. I can't even attack right now. The game is like bugging out. Okay. Let's go this way. I should run Wayloon? Yeah. Look, I joined this party, okay? That's all I did is I joined the party. I don't know why I'm like getting really lost in Wayloon right now. I don't know if it's because I'm tired, but I am like really lost. I'm feeling spacey. My music's too loud. Affecting my focus. Turn the music down. Okay, that's not how you get over this. How do you get over here? Man, I'm like crazy lost. Okay. No Man's Sky, last time I did that I covered 70 hours later. Yeah, and they've only made No Man's Sky better, right? So... Okay. Either I'm having, like, a stroke. I'm so lost. What is happening? Where am I? I, like, don't recognize any of this area. What's going on? Where am I?
You have gotten lost in every adventure zone today, you okay, man?
I don't know. I'm, like, actually lost. Like, I don't know where I am in this quest. Where does this door go? That's not right. That's not right. Oh, there's the purple worm. Okay, it's over here. What the fuck is happening? Sorry, I'm like... Actually, I was very lost. I couldn't figure out where I was going. It doesn't happen to me very often. I'm usually pretty good at navigating, not just DDO, but like maps in general in video games. I don't usually get lost. So, that's just a little concerning. Give me a second.
They are touched with shadow as we are. We who have been blessed by Shah must stand together against the light.
Just gonna reset. Do a little factory reset here. Yeah, it's really weird. I don't get lost in video games. So it's very out of character for me. I hope I'm okay right now. I'm not sure why. Needs more sleep? Yeah, I mean, I did get up a little early, so maybe I'm a little loopy, but... So, very weird. But yeah, actually, I'm very confused. That was weird. I just got lost on my entire way through. Maybe I do need a nap. Maybe I need more sleep. I don't know, dude. I got up early and I felt really good. I got so many things done this morning. I guess maybe it was all for naught. It's the true cost of getting up early. Your brain just falls out of your ear. Or out of your ears. Well, I navigated to the end, so it's fine.
Out of a dark and foreboding mirror. This must lead. The Shade General turns to greet you.
Marijuana? No.
You are braver than the usual sword fighter.
And it's just very weird.
Alas, Senor Justice.
I always try to monitor and be careful about those things. Like, you want to be mindful of behavioral changes in your friends and family. Because if somebody has a major behavioral change, that could be a sign of a whole bunch of different things. So you just want to pay attention to what they're doing. You don't need to overanalyze, or like, you know, be super critical of somebody just because they might be making new decisions. But you want to be aware that there's like a change in their pattern of behavior in case that happens. And then it's like, well, who's going to monitor you? Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a good answer to that question. But yeah, it was just a weird pattern of behavior. It's a big change for me not to be able to navigate through Wayloon. I like couldn't navigate. It's like everything looked the same and I couldn't see anything. So it's a little upsetting. I just want to make sure. Smelled toast. I'm not going to make peanut butter toast. Yeah, maybe. I'm not hungry, so good fade. Build monster into your body? Yeah, maybe. I had caffeine though. I already had a cup of coffee.
Did you think that Wayloon was our only front?
Because maybe my blood pressure is low for some reason. My brain is falling out. It's rough and now you're exhausted. I have the haste in on my paladin. I didn't realize that haste is a concentration spell, which kind of makes sense. I will say that concentration is a mechanic I don't like because it doesn't make sense in world. It's kind of just a balancing effect where if something isn't that strong, it doesn't require concentration. If something is strong, it requires concentration without really regard for what the actual effect is. today? Yeah, I did.
Fresh corpses line the walls. All of them Waylu.
What is switch now? Still isn't the same person 3 years later? Yeah. But because some people will have like a personality switch, and then if nobody notices, they'll just get worse. And it turns out, oh yeah, they have like had like a brain bleed or something, but no one noticed.
Even for a Shadar-kai. We cannot
It wears off. Yep.
excesses endanger our mission. Your kind will never understand.
Responds the Shadar-kai.
S
The
words.
shadow curse is strong with Karnath. He does this because he must. Did you hear that?
So badly when it gets dispelled. Yeah, I accidentally dispelled the concentration on my own haste spell without realizing that it was a concentration spell because it only works on one person. So I was like, oh yeah, it just has a duration. No. Again, I don't personally like 5th edition's interpretation of concentration,
Searching the clutter
but
reveals nothing of interest.
it is what it is.
Searching the clutter. This door is locked. One of the new. You discover a key while searching the desk.
Love to spell magic on like every enemy caster. I could see that. Like I said, when I try to make my game feel fun. So I try to avoid the spells like counterspell and dispel magic on monsters because they just don't feel good when they happen to you. Like if you're trying to cast a spell on a spellcaster and then you're getting counterspelled constantly, it's not going to feel as fun. Because it feels like you can't do anything, like the Dungeon Master is specifically targeting you. Concentrate on level 1 Bless. Well, that's the thing, like, Bless is a concentration spell, but it's also, like, crazy powerful and it affects multiple targets, which, like, definitely makes sense in terms of, like, why it's a concentration spell. But then you'll be like, oh, but Longstrider is not a concentration spell. But it's, like, powerful. It's not maybe as powerful in the same way, but it's still good. Wait, you can't twin disintegrate with twin spell on a sorcerer? Does twin sorcerer have twin spell? Better bless? No, because they stack. They're different. You can have both bardic inspiration and bless.
Karleth calls to you from behind the safety of a grate.
You must be the one who killed my pet. Now, perhaps, you think you can kill more? Good.
Boss cast word con save every single one. Of course. Evasion total trash. Just evade those con saves, man. Flesh to stone, I use evasion. No, it's a con save. I use evasion. I dodge out of the way of your flesh to stone. Shield evasion is pretty good, honestly. Yeah, I was thinking about shield evasion as well.
You thought you saw
I think I will probably do that if I get a 3rd feat on like Shadowheart or something, and do like shield evasion as a feat. Decided I'm the GM. I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Yeah, maybe whoever was running it just didn't want to run it anymore, and they got you to run it out of spite. Now they get to play in a game, and you're the one who has to do all the work.
The door is locked. One of the
Like a trick.
Shadar-kai who guard this area must have the key. Karleth stands before another prisoner trapped in a cage.
So now I'm going to sit back here, and I'm just going to shoot Karleth,
Says
and
the
do nothing else.
Shadar-kai.
I can't bear to think of what
Wasn't
will
out of
happen
spite.
to you.
He could have been.
My despair will be exquisite.
Is it? I sold mine.
Karleth
makes it
moves
cool.
to attack, his face a twisted mixture of rage and joy.
The Bard Sword? Oh, what does it do?
Lashes out with his spiked chain, tripping a lever. He's killing the prisoner.
Shit, I can't do anything. Oh.
Will no longer inflict his cruel whims on Wayloon's inhabitants.
They don't require concentration.
Has ended.
Oh, in the campaign that I just ran, I just made it so that you can that my players don't have to concentrate on spells, and it hasn't really caused any problems. I was just like, I don't like the concentration rules. You guys can concentrate on whatever you want. They were like, okay.
You've saved the captive from
I haven't really had an
deadly
issue.
Devices.
Like, you can still fail. Like, concentration applies in the sense that if you get hit, you can lose concentration. But you can concentrate on, like, 3 spells at the same time if you want. I don't care. But it means that if you lose concentration, you lose all the spells you were concentrating on. Is the way that I set it up. And then, yeah, so far it hasn't had any problems. Because, again, what happens is basically if somebody has, like, 3 spells going and then they lose their spell, I mean, they're the ones who are upset about it. Oh, I'm bleeding. I can't recall. Shit. Well, I guess I'm just going to let someone else turn in. Just all con saves. Yeah. It just happens like that. Like I said, I'm not a huge fan of doing things specifically to screw over specific players in pen and paper. Especially because, like, the people in your game are playing to have fun. And so you want people to have fun. You want to add challenge. And you want to make things complicated or interesting, but it is not super complicated and super interesting if, you know, somebody is going out of their way to make sure you have a bad time at the table. If everyone's having a bad time at the table, because the Dungeon Master's trying to make everyone have a bad time, but have a bad time in the sense that it becomes a challenge and everyone's in with the challenge and we're all on the same page, then it's fine. But, you know, just being like, oh, I don't like this one ability that this one character has, so I'm going to pick on them, is like, fine, you can do better than that. Purple alerted your quest? Oh, hell yeah, dude. I've purple alerted a couple times. Not intentionally, but it has happened. Well, I haven't purple alerted, but I've had people zerg really hard in purple alert quests that I've been doing. It's the step after red alert. If you have red alert for 30 seconds, you enter purple alert, where the monsters gain omega speed, and they do even more damage, and they basically are immune to critical hits and a whole bunch of other stuff. And it makes the end boss basically unkillable.
The aura of magic emanates from the light orb. You should gather any more you find.
I really got to get the components so I can cast displacement. That'd be a good idea. Why every enemy had counterspell? Yeah, that makes sense. Well, counterspell is also not guaranteed to go off because it's still like a caster level check or whatever. If they don't have, you know, if it's a high level spell. So if you're trying to counterspell like a 6th level spell, you still have to make a check for it. Do Oblivion. Yeah, that Dragon Breath is no joke. It's the reason why I don't do that one on hardcore. Other than the fact that that area is like a laggy nightmare that doesn't function. But also because that thing is super deadly. I was supposed to see it on the higher level? I mean, yeah, but who's doing that? Just gamble, dude. If you have lots of uses of the spell, just gamble. It's way easier. Your NPC's Mage Slayer feat? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I like providing challenges that are interesting, but I don't like specifically screwing individual players. So, like, I'll give you an example. So, one of my party members does a lot of fire damage, and there happens to be a video game called Dungeons & Dragons Online, in which a lot of monsters resist that type of damage. Because it's very common. You know, devils, demons, all sorts of things. They all have, like, some type of resistance to fire. And so the solution I had is I gave them options in the game to bypass fire resistance somehow. Because there's obviously feats that can do that, but then there's also, like, I gave them, like, 2 different items that allow them to convert their damage from, like, one type to another in different ways. And so when I would put the monsters in front of them and say, hey, this guy is fire resistant, it's fine because they had the tools and the options. So they There was no punish. They didn't use the tools, so they ran into constant problems, but that's not my problem. How does Counterspell work in DDO when you have Quicken? There is no Counterspell in DDO. So Counterspell doesn't work because it's not in the game. Because Counterspell in 3.5 is a wizard feature, I'm pretty sure. So it's like a wizard exclusive. So it's not just like NPC's Counterspell, because I'm pretty sure you need to be a wizard in 3.5 to Counterspell, and you have to make like a spellcraft check. And honestly, I don't even actually know the rules of Counterspell in 3.5. I'm probably getting some of that wrong. Yeah, Spell Absorb is a good Counterspell for sure. Everything hurts. So much damage. Blood.
Now that you have all of the shadow orbs,
we have all the shadow orbs? Oh. Well, we might as well just like fight our way past this beholder real quick.
Glowing eyes darts in the darkness, betraying a shadow beholder's hiding spot.
The Counterspell because it forces the caster to use spell slots. Well, not in DDO though. Monsters don't have counter spell slots, so you just can't do anything.
Back into the darkness.
This one? Oh, it's Shadow. Shadow. I have a Shadow.
Take a quick glimpse into your mirror.
Here.
A bridge of solid darkness has formed.
Cast every combat? Oh, jeez.
Dormant, but still
Again, I'm not saying don't use Counterspell. Counterspell isn't fun. I'm saying I don't always use Counterspell. I think it's different.
Light disappears, allowing you to proceed.
You can counter it by expending the check. Ah, got it. Yeah, makes sense.
Well played. The shade applauds.
And I really mean that I said if you take Counterspell from then on, every single enemy will have it as an uncounterable innate spell cast. My players probably decided not to take Counterspell. I don't have an issue with Counterspell from a conceptual perspective. Until, yeah, sort of a situation like that happened where one of my players used Counterspell to counter every spell that one of my monsters was casting. And then they were using all of their spell slots for basically just Counterspell, and were only Counterspelling. And I was like, well, that doesn't feel very satisfying. And I was like, well, I can do that too. So then the next session, I was like, they're like, I do this. I'm like, oh, Counterspell. I was like, what? What did you just say? Counterspell? I thought only I could do that. Can't Counterspell once you know what the spell is. Something when the monster casts something. Yep. Is that true? How it works? Genuine question. I actually don't know. The problem is that's not how people play the game, because they say, I'm going to cast whatever. Well, it doesn't say that you can't know what it is. It says you interrupt the process of casting a spell. Counterspells, player counterspells, monster counterspells, monster 2, counterspells, player 2, counterspell. Amazing. Monster casts a spell. Yeah, but what if you don't hit that part of, like, okay, so again, this is like a procedural thing, right? So, like, if I am Dungeon Master, and I don't have a habit of saying a monster is casting a spell, and that spell is Fireball. Maybe it's because I'm not a Magic the Gathering player, where in Magic the Gathering it's very common where people have, you like on your turn, you go, I'm going to do this. Do you react? I'm going to do this. Do you react? Are you going to do this? Do you react? Am I going to do this? Or do you react? Because you can do things on your opponent's turn. So as a result, you have to like take these procedural steps where you have to wait for your opponent to confirm or deny that they're going to react to your plays and actually do something, which like is just something I'm not used to. So it's like I can't make a change, obviously. Everybody's capable of change. Well, maybe not everybody's capable of change, but it's in theory something everybody should be capable of doing. Yeah, it's just not generally the way in which I go about playing pen and paper. Is like waiting for all of that stuff. So I just let them counterspell my spells after they know what it is, because I just say, hey, I'm casting, this character is going to be casting Fireball right here. And they're like, well, I want to counterspell that Fireball. And I'm like, oh, well, that actually makes a lot of sense. You should. Because I just don't like the way it interrupts the flow of the actual game that we're all sitting down to play together. We're all like sitting in the same room getting ready to do something, and then there's just this weird like rule hanging overhead. I don't like it as much. Is it meant to go above 10th level in any edition? Probably. They're sure. It's one of the reasons why I just don't like Counterspell, because it's just like really strong. I think that if Counterspell, I think a better way to manifest Counterspell as an ability to make it, you know, something that has a little bit more risk to reward. If I was to do it, like if I have my keys behind how the entire game functions, I would make it so that Counterspell cannot be used for monsters, so it's a player-only ability. However, if a player wishes to use Counterspell, then the spell slot the player uses must be their highest available spell slot, with a minimum of 3, as opposed to being a level 3 spell. So it's like a level 3 spell, minimum level 3, but if you want to use Counterspell on a monster to dispel an effect, and you have an available 7th slot, it has to use your 7th slot. So you have to think about it as opposed to just automatically counterspelling everything you see. Which means it's the risk reward. You have to choose, do I want to do this or do I want to wait? Or do I want my spell more? Concentration to maintain it until it fires. That's also an interesting way to do it. Your turns to a counter spell if the caster casts a spell or not. And I also think that's a bad way to go about it. I think there just needs to be a cost. I think the cost just needs to be greater, because the payoff is whatever spell is being cast, you get to counter it, but the cost is you have to pay a spell slot that you might not know which one it is at the time, and it might be a high cost. Like, I don't hate making it so that they would have to use, like, their highest spell level. Because you'd actually have to make the decision. It's not like, oh, I counterspell. It's, okay, the first spell is coming out, and it's kind of dangerous. If I don't counter it, it could do this. But if I do counter it, I lose my 7th level slot. And you have to think about what you want to do. I actually like that. But yeah, like Dispel Magic, Counterspell is fine in a small quantity, and I actually don't hate them in small instances. The issue with Counterspell and Dispel Magic in a game like Dungeons & Dragons Online is that Dungeons & Dragons Online has no limit on the number of spells you can cast. And so, since there's no limit on how many spells you can cast for monsters, you just get Chain Dispel Magic and counters, and you would get Chain Counterspelled as well. And I think a lot of people would not find that very fun. Myself included, in terms of the number of people who would not find that very fun. Every spell countered and dispelled. Yep, like I said, I don't like it happening every single time. But I do think that the answer is just variable cost. That's a good way to balance that spell. That's a good rule. I really like what I just said. That's a great house rule. I'm gonna write that down real quick, actually. I really like that. Okay, hold on. Notepad. Counter spell house rule. Counter spell is a 3rd level spell. However, when you counter something, it costs the highest level spell slot you have available, no matter what, with a minimum of level 3. I actually kind of like that. Making new D&D rules? Yeah, it's a weird day. I don't know. Like I said, it's the right amount of cost. It's not so costly that you feel like your character just has to be, I am counterspelling right now, and it's like an action to counterspell, and you have to wait till a spell is cast for something to happen. And then your character feels like you're not doing anything because every turn is taking no actions and waiting for the spell. But it's not so inexpensive, like you can just use all your 3, 4, 5, 6 spell slots you're not even using on counterspell and counterspell everything somebody does. Instead, it has a high cost because the cost is your most powerful abilities, but then the reward could be great or maybe not, and it's variable depending on the specific circumstance of the counterspell. I don't know. I like that a lot more. Let players cast a big monster spell absorb like ability that recharges like Dragon Breath. That's not a terrible idea. I mean, you can just make the thing about players versus monsters is you can just make monsters do whatever you want, right? So if I want a monster that absorbs spells, I'm just gonna throw a monster that absorbs spells at them. Call it this is the spell leech. When you hit it with spells, it absorbs spells. It's like, uh-oh. I can't fight the spell leech. So I wouldn't do that to every monster. You would just, because you can just make your own tailor-made monsters or adjust things. There's like anti-magic monsters all over the place. Yeah. Alchemist supposed to have Fireball, and now you can't counterspell it? Yeah, exactly. So spellcasting feature, and you... Same way. Now every monster has innate spellcasting instead of spellcasting. Wait, really? So if a monster has innate spellcasting, it's not technically spellcasting, so therefore you can't use counterspell against their abilities? There's no way that's how that works. Because if that is how that works, then that means that all the monsters I'm using tonight against my players all have, because they all have innate spellcasting, can't be counterspelled. Because like literally all of them are innate spellcasters, because that's just what the text says from the book. Read a book? No. I copied it. I copied it from. I traced it. I just put like put it on like a window and I traced it as the light was coming through. Feature doesn't require sonic verbal. It can't be perceived and thus can't be counterspelled. Interesting. That's weird. Oh well. I think it's also because 5e doesn't really have a lot of differentiation between like spell-like abilities either, or like they have different wording for it. There are some things I wish that were different in 5th edition. So one of the which is another house rule I'm going to be bringing back, which is touch armor class. I really like touch armor class conceptually. That some effects just need to make contact with you, not make breaching contact. And the fact that they don't have it in 5 is upsetting, so I'm putting it back into my 5 games. Because I just like touch armor class. I think it's a good mechanic.
roadblock. The launch isn't down that way. Just take care of our attack.
Yeah, this rocket launcher grazed you? Yeah, exactly. Oh, God. So what I did, basically, is... Oh! Oh! No! No! No, the Famine Reaper, no! Fuck! Where's the shrine? Okay, he's gonna stay there for a while. So I can make this, I think. I got this. The cottage? There's one before the cottage. There's one at the wolf den. Yeah, I know there's one at the end of the road, but there's one before that. I'm pretty sure there's one right here. So all I have to do is get there, shrine, and then come back. At armored dex classes too? Yeah, it does. Because it means that, like, having lots... Because in 5th edition, having lots of armor is pretty much the solution to every problem. And it also means that monsters that have a lot of armor become basically unkillable. So everything needs to have kind of low armor class, or else things become immune to stuff. And I'm not saying you need to buff spellcasters to make them even stronger, because the touch armor class does inherently buff spellcasters, but, like, there's a lot of things that don't make sense with that armor class, and I hate that monster armor can't go high, and player armor can't go high. No, they keep their sentient XP. In fact, if you feed one sentient gem to another, all the XP will transfer into your new sentient gem. Just be aware that destroys your original sentient gem. So, let's say you have, like, you got a new sentient gem and you like the voice better. You can take your old gem, put it into your new gem, and then all the XP transfers. But you just won't have your old gem anymore. So I would not recommend getting rid of, like, the Covetous, which is a very rare gem that comes from the Curse of Strahd raid. But if you have, like, the Hopeful, which is the one you get for free in Ravenloft, you can just get a new one if you don't like your new voice. Weapon to itself? You can feed a sentient weapon to itself, so just be careful about that. You can also feed an artifact to itself. So unless you lock it. If you just lock your weapon, you can't feed it. So if you have a sentient weapon, just click, lock. That's it. Now you can't feed it to itself. A whole plethora of issues everywhere, especially balance and CR, which is exactly the reason why I'm just doing it myself. Like, it's also like the fact that in 5, monsters are in CR gives you experience for defeating a creature, not comparative experience. So we were talking about experience points earlier, and Ludacris, like, posted the video of the guy being like, yeah, you know, if you have experience in your game, then the characters are going to, like, fight things and be like 100 levels over the campaign. And it's like, yeah, in 5, if that's the only edition you've ever read, but in older editions you get less experience for fighting lower level monsters because you get experience based on the difference between your monster, your level, and their level, which means if you fight level 5s, so let's say you're like level 16 players or like characters, and you fight a bunch of level 5 monsters because you like defend a village from some orcs, you don't even get experience for killing CR5s. Because you're too high level. Like, it's not relevant to what you're doing. So it might be relevant to do in the story, and your characters might have actual motivations to want to do this, but you wouldn't gain experience for doing it. So it prevents people from getting too over leveled because you need higher level things to fight against. And there aren't that many higher level things. So yeah, trash farming. Yeah, exactly. So that's why I'm going to be having experience in my new campaign, but I'm doing it comparatively, so it's not like monsters just give XP. The amount of XP they give is going to be compared to their CR, and I'm going to basically just use the 3.5 table. I've previously done Milestone, but I kind of want to try XP, and I'm going to see how it works. Because I'm going to be doing one of the campaigns I'm going to be running is basically on an island that is filled with exclusively Apex Predators. And so the idea is on the island, every single creature is an Apex Predator. And so as a result, and you might be like, that's unsustainable. It is unsustainable, but there's reasons as to why it is like that. They're basically all these creatures from... Oh, I'm teleporting. Oh, I'm dying to lag. Let's fucking go, dude. Monster Hunter D&D? Not quite.
It looks like they sent an elite assassin to clean up in case we made it.
It's not quite Monster Hunter. Like, the game is not going to be a monster hunt in the sense that they will be like there will be like a story and characters and motivations and all and secrets and all sorts of stuff to figure out and do. But because everything on the island is dangerous, as they're going along and the random encounters happen, they're gonna have to choose whether they want to fight monsters to maybe gain some more XP if they're close to the level, or if they want to avoid that fight because the monster looks very, very dangerous, or if they have to avoid the fight because the monster will kill all of them.
On the island, how did your players get on?
They took a boat.
Should be downstairs. Follow me.
And I'm excited for this possibility because the randomly generated characters are all level 10. The lowest level monsters are level 10, and the highest level monsters will go all the way up to CR 30. So if they find something random that's like a CR 30, and then they decide, okay, let's fight it, and then they decide, oh, time to bail, this is not working. Well, they might be a little late to bail, so they gotta figure out what they want to do. Out of ammo. Get him, Benson. Tank him for me. So I had to make more monster encounters so they level up faster, which is stupid. Oh. Just, yeah. I mean, again, this is one of the reasons why, like, for me, I don't stress about it too much. Because if I want my players to level up faster, I'll just make the players level up faster. It's not a big deal. They'll do an adventure, and they'll help someone in a town, and that person's gonna be like, that's amazing. It's like, for doing all this, you gained X amount of XP, and they go, wow, that's cool.
The nether fragment should no longer be a threat to
A little late to bail? Yeah.
it's safely ordered inside the artifact container. Feel free to take anything else you
Again,
find
it's going to be made very clear to them that the island only features apex predators. So every animal that's on that island is from the top of the food chain of wherever it came from. Because basically it's an island where monsters from other dimensions are going into. And so they might see, like, an example, like a cluster of kind of like Wolverine sort of monsters. And they're like, oh, they're like Wolverines. They're not too bad. There's only a few of them. But what they fail to realize is that the Wolverines are very fast and very efficient, and their teeth can bite through steel, and they get swarmed instantly. Or you think you're fighting 2 or 3 because you can see them, but the rest of them are hidden underground. You don't know. No wolves at all. Wolves are too fragile. Wolves are way too fragile. Like sharks? Land sharks. That hunt in packs until eventually they grow too large and they no longer need to hunt in packs, at which point they stop hunting in packs and they exclusively hunt and they become solitary predators. So the small ones will be like groups of 3, but the bigger ones, their skin color gets like darker and their eyes change color, and they can run at like 240 feet per round. I have a lot of very cool monsters I'm very excited to put on. Apex plants like assassin vines? There's not a lot of plants. Just want to get some free XP by joining a Salt Marsh R1. Yeah, I do. Anaconda going into your game? No. I already have a lot of them listed. I think so. Where's my sheets? Sheets. Where's my Google Sheets? Oh, do I have a link to Sheets? No, I don't. Oh, there it is. I don't want a new spreadsheet. God damn it. Monsters. Let's see. Undercover? Oh, not undercover. Okay, hold on. Do I have this quest? Oh, fuck. I don't think I have the quest. Undercover of Darkness. No, I gotta go get the quest. Shit. Okay. Anyway. You just reminded me of Underwater Ninja Tigers? No, definitely not Underwater Ninja Tigers. But no Piranhacondas, but like there'll be elementals, but they'll be more powerful. Like I said, basically like not even like Wolverines, kind of like hamsters. So they look cute and they're small, and you're like, oh cool, there's like these cute little hamsters. Except they're not cute little hamsters because they attack in packs and they tear through you very, very quickly. They're very voracious. What else is there? Plenty of dragons? No dragons, actually. No dragons. Or beholders. So I'm not using any conventional monsters because the players will understand the conventional monsters and understand how dangerous they are. What they won't understand is how dangerous these monsters are. So they're sailing from an island of traditional D&D to a new island. This is actually a continuation of a campaign I ran several years ago. And basically, due to the events of that campaign, the entire planet that they were on got smushed together with another one. And there's a new island that shows up. An island that, or like a planet that was abandoned because it was too dangerous, basically. I think the closest things to dragons will be sort of dragon-esque creatures. They're like, imagine a dragon, but without the wings. So unlike a wyvern, which is like a like it's just like a wyvern with no wings is a good way to put it. So just 2 legs and a head. And you would think that that would be very fragile because you're like, oh yeah, well, you know, dragons are really powerful and strong. But again, these things come in the similar thing in like different varieties. But they are just faster and stronger, and they can rip a dragon apart, no problem. Yeah, kind of like Komodo dragons. It's a good way to put it. They're like Komodo dragons, yeah, as opposed to regular dragons. That's a good description. Monster Hunter World verbatim. I've never played Monster Hunter, so I apologize. If I am doing Monster Hunter, then I guess I'm doing Monster Hunter, but I've literally never played Monster Hunter, so I don't know anything about it. Drop bears? No. Murderhorn Rhino? Yep. But yeah, what do we got here? We got, so we got all the elementals, except they're going to be different from the elementals that the players are used to, because they're going to be used to, like, the elements, and they'll be like, oh yeah, it's like an elemental that, like, speaks this language and it does this thing. No. You don't. They don't understand how scary the elementals are. This world, they're not good. Not okay. Crystals, which are like these, like, just literally living magic. What we got here? People. You got to deal with all the people who live on the island, who are like the natives who live there. You have flying nautiloids, so like kind of like the nautiloids from Baldur's Gate 3, but slightly smaller. But they can fly, so they don't need to be in water. They breed in water, but they don't need to be in water. They fly. You have people who aren't people, who are actually what's the best way to put it? They're like not so much mind controlled. They're copies. So you find somebody who is a complete copy of someone else. They like have been remade, and they're like they have been taken. I don't know. Dangerous wasps that shoot magic. You can think of them like the wasps from Metroid. Excited.
This is a lot of weapons. This isn't about ordinary smuggler tax evasion anymore.
For those of you that are unfamiliar,
Someone is preparing for
who've been listening to me, and you're like, this sounds interesting, but like, you know, where are these monsters coming from? What's all this? All of the ideas and the monsters are actually going to be based off of something that does exist. It's like kind of a campaign. I thought it would be fun to run a... It's going to be heavily modified because the story is going to have to be different, but it is a campaignized version of a different video game called Asheron's Call, which is a very old video game. I'm a huge fan. And in that world, there are portals from pretty much every other dimension in existence, which is where monsters pour through, and the only ones that survive are the strongest ones, which makes sense, which is why there's dangerous monsters everywhere. But you also can't leave because no one can control the magic that makes the portals happen. And then I just get to like write my own fun little story, and I get to include all of these monsters. So I'm just mostly using the monsters, if I'm being honest. But there's just some really cool monsters out there. What do you got? Like you got the Shreth, which are like giant. Oh, I can buff this guy. They're like basically giant carnivorous sort of apes, kind of. They're like ape adjacent, and they bite real hard. And they basically, one of their things is they never stop growing, so they just get bigger and stronger eternally.
You're able to make out half as you ascend
which is kind of cool.
the stairs. You hear an angry voice, judging by the cracked
Oh, we got this. Let's go.
once a fine master bedroom.
I forgot that auto searches. I don't really want to do this by myself, so I'm not going to. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what's happening here? I don't know where the team is or what we're doing. One issue with my idea. What's the issue? To make all the stat blocks? You think I don't know that? Oh yeah, dude. All the stat blocks. So I got my armadillos. 11 to 20. I got all the monsters, their bonus in numbers and stats. And I got all the monsters. Got them all, dude. You think I'm not ready to make all those stat blocks? Ho ho ho, yeah, I'm ready.
The kitchen is dirty and damp. The stairs up are
I've been working on it for months.
and smell of decay. The door on the eastern wall is locked.
Here's the worst part. Yeah. We didn't actually get the key. But yeah. Like I said, I'm a huge nerd, man. I like writing these stories and putting... I love the math. I like the math behind a lot of these games. I really enjoy that, so being able to just kind of sit down and make a bunch of stat blocks is something I enjoy doing. Calculate the CR? Oh yeah, yeah, I did. I calculated out all the CRs for everything, all the monsters. I am using CR. I am. I'm just doing it myself. Just doing it by hand. So for example, the armadillos. Armadillos are armadillos, except their shells are very durable and have armor plates on them. They also have spikes on their shells as well. And so the way in which they commonly attack you is they either bite with a bite that is so strong they can eat their way through mountains. And so if you have like armor, it doesn't matter. They just bite and they just crunch the metal all into you. So it's like, that's not good. And then also, because they eat a lot of metal, they also, their spikes, or their backs are covered with spikes, so when they want to attack, they just spin. They can slice you with all their blades. And they're also really fast. They don't run at you, they roll after you. They just roll up into a ball and chase you down. We're doing, like, the full clear of these quests, which is kind of cool. I haven't done this in a while. And so, for those, I just literally started out by setting the armor class, or not the armor class, the CR. I started with CR11, and I started designing it, and then I made the CR12, and then I made the CR13, and then I made the CR14. And the first thing I did is I named them all, each type, because it's gonna be using a mega gigantic table that will organize all of the different CRs into different groups. So each area that they go to will have a probability for different creatures to spawn of different types, and I'm basically going to put them all into a table, and then I'm going to roll on the table every time they see the different monsters. So it's a lot of work to set up. But then once it's done, they'll be able to, you know, have their experience where they go around and then they encounter something. But the reason why the naming is important is so I can place them in the world. Not all the armadillos are they're going to be the same. Some of them live in the mountains. Some of them are like waterborne armadillos. So I gotta have them both be in different places and also have different, you know, requirements based on where they physically come from. So yeah. So that's gonna be the idea. Anyway, down here. Okay. Whoa! My character's not ready for R1. It is what it is. What's up, Cozy Bean? How are you doing? How's it hanging? I'm also enjoying the drab. Raise me, please. Thank you. It's like an infinite amount of work. Yeah, but I'm a sociopath. I like lots of work. I actually think that's probably true. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't really need any decoration. I don't even notice whether there is or isn't decoration. I can eat the same food every single day of the week. Like every single meal, every single day. I have no issue sitting down and just filling out gigantic spreadsheets of like data like that because I find it enjoyable. I wouldn't be surprised. Got trigger point injections in your lumbar area. Oh, you got injections near your spinal cord? Sick. That's awesome. We do. Oh no, I'm locked out. No, I was trying to do damage. Oh god, we do love a good lumbar puncture. Have fun, Cozy. Thanks for tuning in. What's up? Enjoy yourself. I heard it's. I don't know what it feels like, but I've seen people do it on TV shows and the medical dramas, and it looks painful. So just like try not to think about it, and then you're good. Easy solution to most problems. Yeah, slipping a needle into your spine. Yeah, as it turns out, that really hurts. Tier system after 5 years, so I don't even want to interact with it much. Yeah, like I said, in terms of CR like challenge rating, I get to decide myself the challenge rating. And because I'm making all the monsters and putting all the CRs together, if something is wrong with my CR, then I'll just adjust it and make it and be like, whoops, I was actually one off here, and then like readjust it for the future. I can be flexible with that circumstance. Also, the cool thing about CR, and why I think it's going to be more complicated, is because CR is very not representative of how these monsters are going to work, because all of the monsters, they're my monsters, but they're also fighting against my players. So, you know, as an example, so where's my armadillo? Where are you, armadillo? So armadillos are completely immune to force damage and resist bludgeoning and cold. It's a general rule. So if you happen to have people in your party, if somebody was to take my monsters, and then they have people in their party, and they have characters that do a fair amount of force damage, like let's say Warlock or something, like you have like 3 players playing Warlock, well that monster is going to be impossible. Because Eldritch Blast deals force damage. So that's why I'm also not worried about like spellcasters becoming too powerful, thanks to the addition of like the DCs or not DCs, the touch armor class, where it's like, oh well, now they can hit way better, you know. I'm not really worried about that because the monsters, every monster in my campaign is going to have at least 1 immunity and 2 resistances to damage. Which means that spellcasters need to be really picky and choosy about what spells they're casting and how they're handling each monster. Whereas if you're like a weapon user or a martial user, you can just be like, oh shit, this is an ice monster. I pull out the flaming sword. And it kind of makes it so the marshals have a bit of an advantage because they have the possibility to be more flexible with their spell list, whereas the other characters can't really as well. Because it's like the fighter's spell list is, do I use this sword or this sword? And also, because the damage type of the weapon is inherent, and this is one of the things I think is impactful to the way I like a lot of things designed, is that if you add numbers, like a weapon that says damage number go up, then people are going to use that weapon because every other weapon doesn't have the damage number go up. So why would you, what decision would you even have at that point to use the weapon? And why I think that trying to balance a game where you have to choose between more damage or doing some other like unique effect is a huge waste of time, because people are going to choose more damage every time, because more damage is more often than not the right answer. Right? So what I'm doing, and what I'm going to see if it works, is balancing instead of off of do more damage, instead of balancing around do different effects, and none of them are do more damage.
As the third lever is pulled, the barrier sealing the large chamber.
Transmute meta magic. We do not have a sorcerer in the campaign. The sorcerer died. The sorcerer died in the last campaign. And like perma omega dead. And I don't know what an Order of the Scribe Wizard is, but we don't have one either. Get this guy. What monsters will be immune to cutting words? Thunder damage? Good question. How am I doing top damage in this party? Someone save me. I'm dying. Yay. I'm not dead. Lived. Most flexible wizard subclass. Is this a Tasha's one? These threat reduce? I definitely have 0 threat reduce. Currently. I'm gonna get threat reduction later, but it's right here. I just didn't take it yet because I was like, meh, let me take other stuff first. Okay, that makes sense. No, what does my wizard have?
A long abandoned
Wizard
tower stands crumbling on the hillside. The upper floors have long since collapsed. Stairs lead down into the dark.
My wizard can convert any damage, the damage type of any spell with a description of fire, cold, lightning, or acid to another damage type, fire, cold, lightning, or acid. For example, you may cast Melting Ray, an acid damage version of Scorching Ray.
Officially, anyway. Rumor has it that
So it's a limited amount of conversion, but not any damage type. That's one part of it. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention all of the subclasses that all the characters are using are also homebrew subclasses, and I already wrote all of them out. So again, I'm a maniac and I like doing a lot of work. Okay, I cannot stress enough how much of a maniac I am. So I just like doing a lot of work, and it's fun. I took input from people and then I wrote some stuff down. You know what's the best part? Is I'm working on a second campaign where I want to write out from scratch all of the classes for people to use. So the next campaign I'm going to be running, probably sooner, is going to be an in-person campaign. Before we start, not only am I writing, it's like a complete custom world, so no influences from video games or anything like that. It's just all 100% custom, characters, stories, places, people's things, ideas, ideologies, religions, and all that. Which I'm very excited for. And who knows, maybe I'll sell it to Wizards, publish it. Probably not. Amazing. Anyways, but I might publish it here. But for that one, the way I'm going to do it is I'm still working on basically my story reference document of the entire campaign. I'm expecting it to be like 60 to 80 pages, somewhere in there, that range. It's like 40 now, but I have a few weeks to work on it. Anyway, when that's done, I'm going to be giving it to all my players and giving them like a month to read over it and think and ask questions. And then we're going to sit down and have like a 1v1 conversation where, you know, we're talking and they talk about their character and who their character is in the world. and then I'm going to design them a class based on who their character is. But they're going to tell me who their character is, what they do, what their desires are, their hopes and dreams, why do they do things. Maybe they have a magic power, I don't know what it is. And we'll go from there. Which I'm very excited about. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I like those types of challenges, you know? Because it's challenging because you want to meet somebody's expectations with what they want, but then also make something that works well, and then the contrasting challenge of, okay, now I need to be able to make a game that can run with all these conflicting ideas. Oh, it's cool. They have insanely good players? No, not really. Just people that are willing to take a chance. And also people that trust me to not fuck it up and do a bad job. First two pages and quit. Oh, yeah. Well, these are friends of mine. These are the people that played in my campaign that is ending tomorrow. It's opt-in, so it's only if people wanted to join. So I asked around for people that knew what they were getting into ahead of time. And I was like, by the way, I'm going to give you like a huge document and I want you to read it and get a feel for like who your player character is. And I wanted it to be more like, you know, individual stories and following up on people's characters and their motivations and what they do. And I picked a lot of people's interest. So yeah. I show up and the others ask others what was there. Oh yeah. Also, but you're right. I wouldn't do it unless it was something that unless I got the go-ahead from people, you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't do it unless I already had the go-ahead from the people that are in my campaign to be like, oh, yes, this is actually something that I am interested in. And I would like to be there. And I gave them, like, the rundown. Like, I was already working on it, but I wouldn't have continued doing that unless I talked to people. That they said yes? I don't know. A lot of people want to go on, like, an adventure. Besides, look, when it comes to writing, like, a whole campaign or a story of ideas, I mean, I'm not doing, like, Eberron or something, which is way bigger and has too much to write and read. It's complicated. Is this on Reaper 3? I have no idea. Start small? Yep. Yeah, it'll be small. I just want it to be, like, very clear. You know what I mean? I just want it, I do want it to be small, but I want it to also be, like, very clear. And I'm also going to be taking the approach of Baldur's Gate 2, 1 and 2, after playing it, which is giving every item that I give the players really robust flavor text, even, like, for basic items, because it can really help fill out the story of, like, what exists out there and what the type of people are like around. So even if they maybe didn't fully pick up on it, they can get more to it. I don't know. I'm putting a lot of pressure, not so much pressure, but yeah, it's a big project, but I'm excited to work on it. I feel like it's something I've been building up to for a long time. Is like, you know, I've DM'd like 10 campaigns, and I've played in more, and I'm stoked to try to do something big. And I'm okay with that. And if I fail, I'm also okay with that too. It's not an emergency. Out of ammo, right? 100 bolt. 100 bolt. 100 bolt. 100 bolt. 100 bolt. Okay. Hopefully less out of ammo happening.
The chanting halts.
But yeah, no. I'm just starting with the basics. Based on Ravenloft, the ME of horror. Oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, I don't know much about like the horror stuff. It's definitely not going to be horror. I'm not going to be going that route. There will probably be like some elements of like cosmic horror of like, you know, you have the known knowns and the known unknowns. Then you have the unknown unknowns, and those are the scariest. But not in like the sense of some weird, I don't know. horrific, malformed monsters lurking around, but something a little bit more grounded.
That there must have been a good reason for the things we found inside its coffin.
Oh, trust me. As somebody who has been doing a lot of, has ran many campaigns before, I know a lot about failing at storytelling. Because it's really easy to write something and think it makes total sense because you wrote it and you read it, and then you give it to another person, and they're like, what the hell are you talking about? I don't understand this at all. In the last session of my campaign that we had before the current one that I'm about to do, which is, like I said, going to be our actual last session, apparently I did not telegraph my thoughts about what was going on well enough that some of the players misunderstood what I was saying, which then ended with the deaths of like an entire tribe because they just misunderstood. Balance failing can and will be an extremely unfun process. I disagree. I think it's fun. I like it. Catastrophe yet? True. Just pull a cataclysm. I don't think anyone knows where we're going because the leader isn't telling us, so I'm just running in circles. The players? I don't think so. I think it's going to land just where I want. Plus, also, there's there's multiple knobs you can twist to balance a game. So in this case, the way I think about it is 4 layers of balance. So, because I'm like, for the campaign that I want to run, where I'm designing everything, so classes, the world, everything else, I have 4 levels of balance. So the first level of balance is that there's like the world itself. So the world itself will determine, where's our leader? Fearless leader. This way? Okay. The first level of balance is the world itself, in the sense that, like, you know, only certain things will happen in the world, and so I can kind of control a little bit of that. Because the places will already exist and have preconceived notions about how things are supposed to be, and the players' characters are supposed to know that, and so I can kind of give them a lot of nudges along the way, especially at the beginning, before they get really established and understand what's happening. The second layer of balance is the actual characters' like skills and stuff. What do the characters do? You know, what are their powers? That might be difficult to balance. Maybe some characters like more powerful than another. Maybe one player gets a better understanding of their character than another, and it becomes very different. Then there's the third layer of balance, which is the monsters, in my opinion, which is like, you know, okay, so I didn't realize my players had access to certain abilities in a combination I didn't imagine. I don't think that's going to be the case, but let's imagine that that is the case. Then I can design monsters that fit within that realm of challenge, because that feel like they're the right level of challenge. Because, again, it just goes to counterbalance what I've already got going. And then the third layer, I need something targeted. I need something very specific. Because let's say 4 out of 5 players have very strong feeling characters that make a lot of sense, but the 5th player doesn't. They're just like, their character doesn't get it done, you know? They come to session, we have fun, but it's just not the same. Then I have the layer of balance 5, which is called, I'm gonna call it, I wouldn't say bullshit, but like, kind of like you've got like basically magical items as balance, where I can just design a magical item that's kind of specific enough that it fixes the issue, so it's not really a problem. No. Oh, this bard song, this is an amulet that makes your bardic inspiration affect 2 people instead of 1 person. Oh, cool. Well, only the bard can use that, so I guess it goes to the bard. Well, there you go. Problem solved. There's OP. Yeah. Yep. That's also why you need to like talk about stuff. And also one of the things I'm going to tell the players, like what they all already know, is that because I'm doing a lot of the work myself, like doing it all by hand, that there may be some like a very small amount of growing pains in the first couple of sessions. But once that, it should be fine. You get inspiration yourself? Yeah. When you inspire others, you launch a fireball out of your mouth. That's how you inspire people. You just go on board with nerfs. Like I said, I don't think it's going to be that big of a problem because I'm going to start small.
You agreed to help her defeat High Shaman Kefin, leader of the rebels.
So that's currently the goal. But like I said, I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And I'm curious to see exactly how things go. It's funny because they gave my players like a little bit of an understanding about the world and how it's going to work. Like how the actual world is going to line up and how the world looks and what the world looks like. And a couple of my players are like, oh, I have character ideas. Not like class ideas, but like character ideas. Like I know how my character would fit into this world as you've described it already. Are they religious or not? What do they believe? Are they family-oriented? You know, what type of country do they hail from? Stuff like that. And I'm like, so that to me, because I want the focus to be on the storytelling element, but it's also I want to make the moment-to-moment combat a little bit more engaging. Unless you hit monster and monster hits you, and a little bit more things are going on. So, I don't know. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It might not be a lot of fun. I don't know. But we're going to find out. Iconoclast is the opposite of small. Yeah. Again, I'm aware that I can fail, if that makes sense. And I'm also okay with the idea that I might fail. You got to be accepting of that. You got to take chances. You got to take risks. Also, it's been something I've been working on for like 6 months, so. Not that I think I am bulletproof, but that I feel like I can make some of these decisions at this point because I've been working on it for a long time. Going into this room? Oh, there's a treasure chest. Nice.
Buried deep in the bowl of fruit on the table.
New world, new monsters, new items. I'm actually keeping the same monsters. So we're going to be using the same monsters, probably, for the most part. But new world, new characters. Again, as I mentioned, the world, the Fundle D&D part, I don't know if I've talked about this before on stream, but a lot of people might not know it. The reason why my campaign world is interesting to me is something actually we talked about offhand last year. It was like, how do you kind of change up the formula about your world and how you build a fantasy world? Because a lot of fantasy worlds will end up like being the same, or you could argue they're kind of the same. Like, and so the answer is you have to change up the building blocks. You know, you have to change up people's predisposition to what's happening. And so in my world, the disruptive element that I'm using to make it feel different is the world. The first magic ever invented is resurrection magic, and therefore, because it's the first magic ever invented, it's perfected, basically. And since it's perfected, it's so easy that Raise Dead is a cantrip. And so, from that one idea came all of the other ideas. Because it's like, how would a fantasy world be different if death had a completely different consequence? You know? Where you can die, but like you can fix dying. But can you fix dying? Like, what happens if you die? Does it screw up your brain? Do you get like, you know, does all of you always come back? Like, how exactly does that work? Are there limits to resurrecting somebody? What are those limits? How do they come to play? If people die constantly and can get resurrected, that means people can take a peek at the afterlife. Usually, deciphering the afterlife is one of the goals of like organized religion. Is people try to, you know, understand what goes on beyond the senses. But if you can die, see the beyond, and come back and be like, yeah, it's just just you know, just a big pillow factory. That's all it is. Just a big warehouse full of pillows. That's what death is like. Then obviously, it's not going to be as exciting or interesting. But then how do you, again, continue to organize that? So I kind of like had to start with this whole different supposition about the entirety of how society would function if there was a cost and what that cost would be. Yeah. They're gonna, now I want to start a one-shot where the players need to kite Godzilla in the 1900 movies since they don't have super breath weapon away from settlements and see where that lands. That's a great idea. Yeah, you can give me like, here you go, you got some tanks, you got some other stuff. You gotta get Godzilla away from the people. I love that idea. That's awesome. Yeah, so like I said, so that's the idea behind the world. That's my disruptive element. I kind of decided on like a couple things. Not kind of decided. I've been already like writing about several different things to make the world more complex is like the wrong word, but kind of make it different. So I've decided that my world is called the Gray. It's going to have another name that's like in a language, like basically an ancient language, but that the common people call the land, or call the world that they all inhabit the Gray. And they call it the Gray because the world exists as a series of layers. So kind of like how there's like, you know, the different like layers of hell or layers of different places. The entire universe is in layers. And they are on what they believe to be the middle layer. And that when you die, you either go up to the white layers or down to the black layers. And that's like, so, you know, if you die, you take one step away on a layer. And so if somebody's one layer away, they can be resurrected, which is basically time. So you can, if somebody dies, you can resurrect them within X amount of minutes, and then you can pull them back a layer. But then there has to be, you know, so that's like part A. And there are consequences if you try to resurrect somebody who's gone beyond the layers, because now you have to reach deeper with the magic. You either need more powerful magic, or you just can't do it. It's been, you know, a day, you can't resurrect somebody anymore. They are too far gone in the layers, and their soul is gone. And so the idea behind that is, one, it bases the idea of religions. You can easily have religions that follow either the white layer is good, the black layer is good, or whatever it is. So you can have like things that believe that this is what's meant to be and you're supposed to go to these places. You know, angels and demons and all that can fit well into this sort of framework because you can say that they exist in terms of like coming from these different layers. But then you have the second part of it, which is that you can't come back from the distant layers. You can come back from the first one, but then the second you get further away, you can't come back. And so because you can't come back, not a lot is actually known about those more distant layers. People have ideas, and they make assumptions about what those places are like, which is where, again, where the concept of, you know, different religions and stuff, and or maybe even different scholarly sources are trying to determine, but they don't actually know the answer. And that, to me, is interesting, because something that the players aren't going to know, and the people of the world don't know, or at least the majority of the people don't know. And there's going to be like this general thought. Like the general thought is when you die, if you're a good person, you transition through the white layers, and if you're a bad person, you go down into like the black layers, and your soul goes to void, heaven and hell sort of thing. Except what their people aren't going to know is that it's always bad all the time. And the further you go from the base layer, the more, not even like nightmarish. It's like things are bad, but it's like conceptual. So it's not even like there's like a demon. The demon is more or less an idea, and it just gets worse the further you go away. And so it's not like, oh, if I go to the white layers, there'll be angels and they'll hail me with whatever. It's still horrible, like nonsense that the layers keep distance from, basically. There's like distance in terms of like these creatures can't or not even creatures. These like, I'm going to use the term entity as opposed to a creature, so it's something that's not like you can't understand it. And the entities that exist in these layers can't get to the Gray because it's too far away. Unless they do. And so an example would be if you try to resurrect somebody who's been dead for way too long, or you use you use really powerful magic to try to bring them back, or maybe something has happened to them. Maybe their spirit just got lost in the layers and they're gone now. Maybe you do resurrect them, but you don't. You resurrect somebody, and they open their eyes, and they are the person you resurrected, but they're not the person you resurrected. They're somebody from one of these. They're like a entity from one of these deep, distant layers that is now infiltrating the world, and they've taken their spot. But again, this is something that the players are not going to know, and because it's not going to fit into the world. It's going to fit into the world building, but it's not going to be in the document, because again, that's going to be like something that they're unaware of, and that the general populace is also unaware of. It's not something that anybody even knows is physically possible. There is no such thing as angels or demons. It's literally nightmares up and nightmares down, and it's all bad. And then, but again, everything just kind of trickles down from this concept where you have like, several different religions. You have, a religion that is completely against the idea of death and rebirth, where like they don't believe in resurrection. So, resurrection is unholy. It goes against, it's a sin. It goes against what you were supposed to die. You must, stand against this type of magic. All the followers don't get resurrected when they die. They believe it. They believe death is final. And if they kill someone, or say they're in some form of war or conflict, they burn the bodies to prevent resurrection, because resurrection is wrong. When you die, you're supposed to die. Little do they know that the leaders of said organized religion, they themselves, in fact, if they die, they know their ass is going to get resurrected. But they preach it to everybody that you shouldn't do it, or for whatever reason, whatever their nefarious purpose is, because they have power. It's okay for me, but they don't tell anybody. It's all hush hush. You know what I mean? Or like another religion, which is more of like a more religion / government, so more like theocracy sort of basis. And the idea is that I had are like the bringers, or not the bringers of peace, the like either peace livers, peacekeepers. I'm still coming up with the right name, but basically they are people that believe in no conflict. Conflict is absolutely bad, and that's because you can die, but there's like trauma in death, so no conflict. Everybody is happy if there is no conflict, so people don't argue, they don't fight, and they definitely have no physical conflict. So if there's any type of like, you get into a fight with someone, none of that. It's just you're not allowed to do that. It's completely against the rules. And this theocracy imposes enforcers, which are basically extremely heavily armored and very, very dangerous individuals. And if anyone breaks the rule of, no violence, no fighting, they are on the spot executed and taken away. So you have these happy little villages and happy little hamlets where everyone's happy all the time and no one gets hurt because no one hurts each other. Because if you hurt anyone, you're dead. Permanently dead, because they take your body. And then what the players don't know, and the people don't know, is the enforcers are basically like husks, zombies that have been resurrected, of these people that get taken and are there to enforce the will of the theocracy. But again, no one knows that. To kill someone, you actually have to hide the fact that they're dead for 24 hours, or destroy the body. It also means you have to like weigh the pros and cons of like, let's say you kill some goblins, right? And then one goblin is like, no, please let me go. I don't want to hurt anybody. Please show mercy. Well, that goblin can just come back with his buddies and resurrect everybody from the dead. So what do you do that? No high level, no body resurrection. So that's going to play into basically the higher level stuff is going to play more into the layers as a general concept. In terms of like, if you do resurrect somebody without a body, it's probably because their body's been destroyed or it's been a long time. So they have already started moving beyond the layers. And so if you do resurrect somebody with no body, then are you even bringing them back? Like, I kind of think of it where, like, people say they, like, pray to, like, the angels of the white layer and that they're going to bring them, whatever. But then you get, like, the classical biblical angels that are, like, thousands of eyes and weird shapes and things that you can't understand. Pacifistes? Yeah, it's not going to be play on words, but yeah. You die or merely shades into the resurrected. If they die, they become 50 shades of gray. Yeah. It's also going to be like traditional fantasy. So in the sense of like, there's not going to be a lot of like magical technology. The only exception to this is prosthetics. Because if you die and then somebody resurrects you, they need to have the whole body. So say you and your buddies get into a fight in the street and, you know, you got to like get out of there. So you grab your friend's corpse and you run. But your friend had like their hand cut off. Well, when you resurrect them, they don't got no hand. So they come back to life, but they ain't got no hand anymore. And so as a result, because resurrection is usually the preferred answer to healing for a lot of people.
Easy solution. Become monk. Reincarnate as a frog. Clap 2 dance.
Is reincarnation even a thing? I don't know. Yeah, because that's like the, you know, for some, instead of healing, resurrection is a simple solution to a lot of these problems. If you come back and you're missing, you know, a hand, that's going to be an issue. So the solution is prosthetics. So that is the one technologically more advanced area. It's not so much technology, but like people have more advanced prosthetics. And so which means if you encounter an individual who's got like a fake hand and a fake eye or something like that, you know that they've already seen some shit, because not just because of some other problem, but you know they've gotten into fights, they've been resurrected, and now they have to have these like, you know, replacement parts in their body.
This is the lizard folks' new lair.
Looking for a head as a prosthetic? Maybe. I don't think you can use the whole head, but maybe not. Kind of like in Cyberpunk, how like people replace their body parts with technology, but as opposed to people just upgrading their body, it's more like a requirement of living. So it's like, you know, you don't want to not have a hand, so you're gonna go get a new one, but you can't get your hand. You have to get a mechanical hand of some kind. So it's not like people are just replacing, and it's going to be inferior and not work as well. And there's going to be consequences to having, you know, prosthetics. It's going to be harder on the mind and the body. So it's not just like, oh, you have a prosthetic, therefore you're like, it's like you're Superman now because you're like made of metal. It definitely, like, it's indicative of a lower quality of life, as an example. So yeah, anyway, I have a lot of these ideas. I could probably talk about this for hours because I find it very, very interesting. I like, coming up with these ideas and writing things down and trying to make things parsable and intelligible. I have a friend of mine who's going to be doing some proofreading for me because, as I just talked about, one of the biggest problems is thinking that what you're saying makes sense and writing down something that makes sense to you, and then you actually say it, and or you actually read, somebody else reads it, and they're like, what the hell are you talking about?
You can see a cave leading down into the depths of the water.
Why was I following these guys? The hand on the penalty before the resurrection? Does that bypass the penalty? Yeah, if they have the hand. Yeah. I'm saying if somebody doesn't have it, you get caught in a scuffle. You know what I mean? So yeah, if you have all the body parts, you resurrect somebody, they come back with all the body parts. But if they didn't. And then, because of the consequences of this, and this is why I think that the idea is really interesting, because you have obviously stuff like that where you're like, oh, maybe there's like some type of psychological issue with getting resurrected or whatever. Well, let's make it from a psychological issue into I don't want to think about that sort of issue. So a lot of times when you deal with alchemy in Dungeons & Dragons, an alchemical ingredient happens to be blood. So you need like an animal blood or something of some kind because you want to make like a healing potion. So you need like, or like a potion that cures somebody who's been turned to stone. So you need like basilisk blood to cure the stone issue. To like to prevent somebody from being, or to reverse them and turn them back to flesh. Right? This is like pretty common in like fantasy alchemy. So if blood is a commodity and you resurrect someone from the dead, you get blood from them. What if alchemists pay people to exsanguinate them, where they pay you X amount of gold, and then they drain all the blood out of your body and you die, and then they just cast Resurrect on you, they give you some cash, and you go on your way. Which is such a horrible, awful idea that makes me uncomfortable even thinking about. Just somebody who has like a bunch of people on meat hooks hanging in the basement, drained in their blood, and then they resurrect them and they'll go home to their kids and their family because that's the best job they can get. Horrible, disgusting, perverse, but also works by the rules. So I need to like flesh out, you know, the base level, how society functions, the top level of, you know, how do governments and things work, and then the bottom level, what are the worst implications of what I just wrote? Yeah, you don't want to do that. Underground blood trade is wild and profitable? Exactly. Figure out a good way to get recipes for potions and magic crafting items. I want to do the entire thing where people craft everything they want from other in other parts. The problem with that is I have no idea how to implement a system like that. Like a crafting system. As somebody who doesn't like any type of crafting video game, I don't know. I like crafting in games, not crafting games. Vampires be normal in the world? No, probably not.
Years whir into action, and the ground shakes as a massive
Undead would probably be even more legal. Because if you take a body and the body becomes undead, the body can no longer be resurrected. Like you can't, if somebody dies and then you turn resurrect their body as like a zombie, then they're done. They're donezilla. It's all over. So undead would probably be even more taboo, if anything. In all classes part, do a combat playtest very early, long before the start date. Oh no, I'll be fine. It'll be fine. Heal if you die, you can get revived, right? So that's why. So actually, I'm doing a full workup of what happens when you get resurrected, in the sense of like the specifics as to what happened, as in exactly how much you get back when you get resurrected, and I'm passing it by a friend of mine who's a doctor who's going to review and tell me what a person with basically those types of vital stats would be able to sustain or do. And I'm going to break down the resurrection on a very scientific level. It should be good. Hospitals utilize that blood for transfusions and things. How would organ donations work? Well, there wouldn't be any hospitals because it's fantasy. But yeah. Yeah. DDO Shed, Reborn, Dampier, etc. I could see that. Cure petrification, no die, get revived. But if somebody's petrified, how do you kill them? Use blood, but yeah. And then organ donation, also a great question. Will not be fine. 99.99% sure of that. You'll be fine. I gotta get up here. God damn it. Mr. Alchemist, brew you a new organ whenever you want. There you go. Cracking the old organ jar. Because usually in fantasy, it's the temple that you go to. So you go to the temple of X god or deity, and that's where the clerics are, where they have the healing. So it wouldn't necessarily, because from a utility perspective of storytelling, usually your religious figures will have your healing, and so as opposed to hospital, you'll have that. People can't get out of debts by dying? Correct. So yeah, like I said, the implications are wide. Did I make it fail because of no combat playtest? I think you're worried more than I am. I'm surprised by your lack of faith in my ability. I will say that. The thing is, I've already done a skill test in that I did a 3.5 campaign, but for the 3.5 campaign that I ran, the way I did it is I didn't let the players pick classes. I wrote custom versions of each class, so I did like you know, Barbarian X, so basically like a subclass sort of thing, which did not exist in 3.5. And I did like a certain sort of thing. And then what I did is, instead of getting the characters to have the subclass on their own, or like to choose their character, instead I gave them all a story. So each character, or each player, was given us all the stories, and the story was a legend. So it was a legend of some heroic figure or villain from the past. And after they read the stories, everyone picked which one they thought was the most interesting, and then that's the character, that's the class that they got, which was the custom version, because they all played reincarnations of these heroes or villains. So the idea is that they are actually the reincarnation of that figure from the past. And I learned a lot about the balancing of games and how people feel about when you make adjustments to their characters and a lot of things. And so I'm using that information to do this. This is not the first time I've tried to do something like this. I just think this will work out better, which I have experienced. How would inheritance work? Like when your parents die and you get money, or what? Yeah, I've already done something like that because I tested it out, and I learned a lot about player behavior and what people like and dislike. And you might be like, okay, well, so they didn't, and I did have to make adjustments mid-campaign, and I learned what things are okay to adjust and what things are not okay to adjust. And if you're wondering if that campaign went well, in the other campaign I'm running, they said we're the one with the giant monsters. That's the continuation of that first campaign, of the one where I did all the custom stuff. So I'm continuing that one. However, I had to convert it all to 5e. So everything I wrote had to be converted to 5e. And again, because I'm a maniac, I did convert it to 5e. So here it is. Here's like the wizard, the custom wizard that I wrote for 3.5 converted into 5th edition. And so it's a whole subclass. And I had to do that for all the players. And I've already done all of that. Again, total and complete maniac. Were developed as a result, that would sure include organs. Probably. It would probably include organs. I'm not sure how I'm going to work that. That's the hard part. The visible versus the invisible.
I'll head to the lower level and try to distract a couple of Sahuagin patrols.
Another complexity from level 5e from some class. Yep. I think it depends on the class. I think it very heavily depends on the class. Some classes are definitely get more benefit from the subclass than their base class, or like it feels more impactful, the differences. Yep. Where like each monk feels very different. Should be a button to simultaneously cast all your buffs, like the ship buff. People have wanted that forever. Like a meta magic feat where you tag certain spells into the meta magic, and then when you click, so the button itself, you can't click the meta magic button. When you right click a spell, you could get it to like add to a list, and then when you click the button, it casts all the spells that are on the list. Which is an interesting idea.
This looks and smells like it's the place
Limit on
where the
normal?
Sahuagin
Oh yeah. Like I said, there's a lot of flexibility to the way in which you can use that type of storage selling device. Need that, work your magic stream. I don't know why people think I have like some like huge impact on game design or like the balance of this video game. But you got it, boss. I'm right on it. I'll work that chain. Okay. Heads will roll. Is Sonic Blast true? I did make the best change ever in the game's history. That is true. I did do that. Who kills Vogue? How does reviving that work? Unfortunately, once a joke is dead, it's gone. Yeah. Anyway, I'm excited. If you guys want, for those of you that are interested, I can probably post the link to my campaign notes when I'm done it. This whole death thing. I can probably just throw it in the Discord somewhere if people want to read it when it's over about how the world works and everything else, just as like an extra thing. Obviously, it's like an amazing waste of your time if you don't care, and or you know, it's gonna be just dense text. But yeah. Back as a dad joke? Oh, Jesus. It's back!
It's true, Strim has such a big impact on this game's design that SSG is adding a character to DDO that rips your eye out with an ice pick. The new Vecna expansion is gonna be Poggies.
No, that's not, that doesn't happen. No, just because that happened in Baldur's Gate 3 to me. That's not... No. Oh, the ice pick. Did make their life a joke? True. Yeah. As I said, I think the implication should be good. Do you do Roll20 campaigns? If yes, how to join? So, I do have a Roll20 campaign. My Roll20 campaign is... I'm going to do this from this side. My Roll20 campaign is with my friends that I have been friends with since elementary school. So, if you've known me since elementary school and we're friends, you can probably join my Roll20 campaign. Which I don't think is a huge requirement. Although, to be fair, the last session is happening tomorrow because everyone's in the same city. Because, you know, since that time when we were younger, people spread their wings and moved. You know, the circumstances of life brought people to different places. But we're all in the same city tomorrow, so everybody's coming over, and I'm going to have the final session here, which is good. On board? Yeah. Here, does that count? I mean, you say watch, but I see subscriber 5 months. Are we friends with 5 months of subscribes? I don't know, dude. I don't think you're parasocial enough. That's the issue. I need people who are more parasocial. Yeah. The stream table? Yeah, I'm using the stream table. Can I show that off? Stream table. So that right there, that's actually a tabletop that's behind me. That's this. That's a tabletop that my friends made for me because I ran the campaign for years. And so we're going to be using that tomorrow. It's cool. But it's parasocial enough? It is pretty parasocial, yeah.
The ground trembles, and the water rises once again. The Sahuagin must be using magic.
What's parasocial enough?
The entire fortress.
I think the limit of the parasocial limit would be if I said, hey, I'm traveling to your city or something, like to some user. So I was like, hey, Kentos, I'm gonna be actually coming to Poland at some point for like a thing. And then you were like, oh, that's cool. Do you have a place to stay? If you don't have a place to stay, you could stay at my place. That's the highest level of parasocial. Of like, you don't know who I am, but you just offered that I could stay in your house. That's crazy. Thanks. I'm gonna get a hotel, but thanks. Like my Arizona. Yo, man, you know what? I just realized I could definitely use some Arnold Palmer. I don't have any right now. Big mistake. This wood, I thought it was a banner. No, this is solid wood. This thing's heavy as fuck. It's actually a tabletop. So I have a table in the corner you can't see. And then this table goes on top of that other table to make it wider. And then this is wide enough that I can put my D&D mat in the center, and then people still have things on all the edges to put their dice. You can put a drink. You can put a whole bunch of stuff. It's been treated, so you can like you don't have to worry about like anything spilling on the table or whatever. I'm very happy with it as a result. It means I can host D&D all the time, and just generally like game nights and stuff. Now, I gotta say this, and maybe this is a strong opinion. I like board games, kind of. I don't host board game nights because I kind of like board games. Board games are kind of fun. And I know so many people that are like big board game people, and they're like, yeah, let's do board game nights. Everybody have people over for board games? And I'm like, kinda. I maybe go once in every 4 for D&D. Yeah. This is actually sick. This is one of the coolest things I've ever owned. When my friend showed it to me, so they spooked me with this one. This was for my birthday. So, it was my birthday, and there was a Axu event going on in Pokemon Go. So my friends come over, and the whole plan is, because I invited people over, was we're going to go play Pokemon Go at the park and catch Axu, because Axu is a super rare dragon type, and they had this like event going on, so everyone could get their super rare dragon types. And then I'm dead, and then everyone's going to come over, and we were just going to like hang out and have some drinks. And I think one of my friends like wrote a one-shot for like the event, so we would all have like a fun D&D campaign to run, and it was going to be pretty cool. And I was like really excited about this. I was like, oh man, this is going to be like a really good day. So we went out, and it was my brother and one of my other friends, and we went to the park. We caught a bunch of Axu. I think I have like 3,000 Axu candy. I caught so many. And then we came back to my place. And when we got to the house, the door was unlocked. And I heard voices. And I'm like, that's weird. There's already people in the house. Why are people here so early? Because I was stressing. Because my original plan was to get home around like 4 o'clock, because people were coming over from 5, because I wanted to tidy up. I had a couple of things I wanted to tidy up that I wasn't really ready for, and I wanted to tidy up some stuff. Well, as I'm getting stuff ready and tidying things up, or like when I get home, people are already in the house. I don't have time to tidy. So I get like kind of stressed, because in those situations I'm like, well, I didn't get things ready. I'm really worried. I don't want my house to look like garbage. I want to tidy things up. Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. But they had already set the table up in the living room. And I didn't notice. It was just in the living room. So I'm just like walking through the house trying to de-stress, and I'm like tapping on the table. And then slowly it like burns into my mind that I'm like, what is this thing in the living room? And it has my logo on it. And I was like, what? Wait, what? And I just couldn't really understand what I was actually staring at. Anyway, I then came back down to reality. And it was, of course, the realization that they had made this table for me. And apparently also, not just a secret, they brought it in. So when we left to go catch Pokemon, literally they were like on the phone, SEAL Team 6. And the second we left and got around the corner, the rest of them snuck in around the side through the side door with the help of my roommate and brought the table in and set everything up while we were gone. So it was like a big secret. And I was like, I was shocked and stunned. It was very, very cool. It was something I was not expecting, but I was very, very happy to receive. It was cool. And so I'm very grateful to my friends. They're wonderful people. They did me a great kindness. They built me a forking table, man. That's awesome.
The catch of the day is large,
and so now I have this thing.
And filled with teeth as sharp as spears.
You've been solid for over 2 years. You're welcome. Anyway, to buy a table for my living room. Having definitely D&D in mind. I just bought the biggest one. Yeah. Tabletop sim kind of guy. Yeah. Get my friends a board game nights and social nights. Get another hook there, like a bottle of brandy or something like that. Yeah, I can work. Also, what's up, guacamole? Sorry, I didn't say hello. I was in the middle of telling a story. But anyways, yeah. So that's the story of the table. As I said, I'm very grateful. I have like the coolest friends ever, and I mean, there's definitely obviously some level of like self-interest in terms of giving me this table, because now it means that they can come over and play D&D because I now have it. Oh my god, I'm gonna cross this place eventually. But yeah, man, it was the coolest shit ever. I like couldn't believe it. It blew my mind. So then I came home with like all these Axu, and I was like, this is awesome. Look at all these Pokemon. Yeah. And then the table was there, and I was like, yeah, no, I had this huge table. So I'm excited to use it and probably kill everyone. Purple incoming? Probably. Yeah, people are all over the place. Like, we didn't have a good discussion about where we were going. I might kill everyone. God. Which, I don't know if they'll be mad if I kill them all tomorrow. Maybe. Or if it happens in the wild. I have no idea. Do I have it? I can probably show it to you guys.
You find yourself falling into a large and deep cavern. It may be a challenge to find.
Wait, I think I have the stat block of monster. Of my antagonist. I do. I have the stat block of my antagonist. So check. Good. Okay. So just making sure none of my players are actually in the chat right now. So I have the stat block for the Devourer of Dreams, which is my huge evil outsider Core Eye. He's got 28 armor class because he's really hard to hit. He's got 1,000 hit points because he's got a lot of health. He has a really high saving throws. He resists like 1,000,000 damage types. Immune to everything. It's gonna be tough. He also regenerates 50 health per round. And the healing is negated if he takes radiant damage. But if he doesn't take radiant damage, he gets 50 health at the start of his turn. He has advantage in all things that have all spells that have saving throws. You can choose to succeed on a save. He takes 2 turns per round. He's got double turn. He gets 2 turns per round. He can cast, because this is from the base game, Waves of Exhaustion, Greater Shout, and Wail of the Banshee, which are all spells I had to write because they don't exist in 5. And he can take 2 actions per turn. So he can cast, like, his Smash, where he just hits you, Shockwave of Force, where he slams the ground and does force damage, Psionic Wave, where he slams the ground, does psychic damage, and causes a stun on a failed save, Mind Thrust for range damage, Ego Whip, which causes charisma damage, and then his different spells. And he gets 2 actions, so he can do, like, a Slam plus Waves of Exhaustion. The next turn he can do Shockwave Force plus Ego Whip, plus next turn he can just go Slam. And he has 1,000 hit points. The best part is that's phase 1. God, I can't wait for them all to die. Oh, it's going to be great. No, you can't just, you have to understand that's phase 1. I had to be careful because that's phase 1. Yeah. Do you use D&D Beyond? No, actually, that's actually in Roll20. If you go to print, that's the print layout, and it's really good. I actually was shocked by how good the print layout is on Roll20. If you actually fill in all the character sheets and then you hit print, it makes some of the best monster cards, which are really, really, really nice. I kind of wish there was an easy way to take all of my stats from my big giant spreadsheet that I made and turn them into monster cards without having to do all the work to format it. Because, man, it would be nice to have all these monster cards. Because if I had that, then I could actually print out all of my monsters and put them in like a gigantic binder. And then just bring binders to the table, and then boom, and I have all the monsters like there. And then I could share that like with the players and stuff. Because my plan is in the game where all the monsters are custom, in that one, the players will have ways to research the different monsters and learn about them from people, from talking about them. So they can, because there's going to be like over 300, probably over 300 custom monsters. So as a result, and they all have different abilities, immunities, resistances, and stuff. So the goal is to have ways for them to be able to do research and learn about these things. Maybe CR 2000s? Oh, no, he's a CR 25. Use the Viper King from XCOM 2. I haven't played XCOM 2. I gotta. The young Howie Doin really wants me to play XCOM and stream it. Yeah, that's not even including stuff like the Living Nightmares, which are like the little oozes that float around that cause you to become immune to healing. That's also going to be part of the fight. And I can't. Cast a spell. Yeah. The thing is, he only has a certain number of spells, and I'd rather it be like a little bit more flexible. But basically, it just means they have 4 incoming attacks per turn. So that's to me, getting 2 turns and then also 2 actions per turn. It means that the boss can be flexible and also can't just be stifled by like a couple, like one person doing something that like locks him down.
As the wheel aligns to the correct symbol, one of the geysers spouting from the pillars slows.
To be fair, in the first phase, it's 6 versus 1. So he needs 2 turns and 2 actions per turn, or else he's gonna lose. And then phase 2 starts. What happens in phase 2? Oh, nothing much. No, I fell! I haven't fallen in so long. Oh no. Is this because when I got lost in Wayloon, is it just coming back? Oh god. Phase 2 is he's going to like laugh at them and be like, you can't defeat me. And it's like, I am your nightmare, but I'm not your only nightmare. At which point, for phase 2, he's gonna bring back all of the toughest monsters as nightmarish versions of themselves for them to fight at the same time. So they're gonna go to another place, and they have to fight at the same time. So the Devour Dreams is gonna go away, and they're gonna be teleported to a new area. And they gotta fight Erandus Vol, the Lord of Blades, the Truthful One, and then also I needed a 4th character and I couldn't think of anybody, so they fought Malicio once, so I'm like, you can also fight Malicio, sure. All at the same time. They fought them all before. It should be no problem. And then when they finish that, the Stormreaver's not a bad guy. And then once they finish that, then they have to fight phase 3, which is they have to fight him again, but he has more abilities than are shown on that list. So excited.
You've escaped at last.
I don't know if they're going to win. They might. I don't know if they will. It's kind of easy to soft block if you play bad. Are you saying I'm going to play bad?
A large hole leads down beneath the earth. Strange sounds and a stranger smell.
What kind of shot is that? If you play bad, you're going to soft lock the game. So just so you know, Strim, you can soft lock the game if you play bad. Like, I'm not saying you play bad, you know, but just saying you can soft lock the game if you play bad. You play bad. Soft lock. Thanks for the vote of confidence. Anyways, I'm just joking. But, yeah, I'm excited. It's going to be good. I'm very excited for tomorrow. I hope things are going to go well. I hope my players have a lot of fun. I've kind of, like, tried to make sure I didn't understate tomorrow's adventure and that it was going to be a big deal and that people were prepared for it. So they know it's going to be, like, one of the final adventures. Hopefully we will get it done in one go. It's going to be a long combat. And it should be the end of the... It should be the end of the road. So I'm looking forward to it. I think it's going to be quite a lot of fun. Wait, how do I do this? J? Oh, J is moving this? That's weird. How to avoid softlock? Don't play the game. I straight up loathe XCOM 2. Okay, well. I don't think about it. Copium truck? Yeah, it's the copium truck. Also, I want to point out that I did not add this emote. Cruiser added this emote. And when I brought it up to Cruiser about the copium truck, he told me that the copium truck was cringe. And here it is added by somebody that isn't me.
There are definitely some unpleasant things.
And he's the only one that can add it. I'm just saying.
To avoid a swim.
Maybe I'm not the only one who's cringe. Also, I'm not moving from this spot because I'm a ranged character. I want to range and stuff.
Hisses the Sahuagin. They meddle with the pattern.
Can't horse head stuff? No, he has to ask Cruiser.
I will
I'm
commune with
pretty sure I asked him if he wanted to have the power to add stuff, and I'm fairly certain he said, no, I'd rather bother Cruiser. Which, like, fair. Absolute destruction. Look at this. I need to hit chance.
That's pretty copium truck of you to assume you didn't do it in your sleep.
Yeah, exactly. It is pretty copium truck. Anyway, let's just say this. I'm excited. I think D&D is awesome. I do apologize. I know that obviously some people hear me talk about D&D and they're like, man, so are you going to like stream the games that you do? I don't stream it for two reasons. The main reason is that streaming D&D means that basically I don't have any hobbies that are not work. And I really don't want that. I don't want all of my hobbies to suddenly be work. I need to have some separation. And two, it's not just like streaming D&D. All of the people that I'm playing with would be a part of the stream, which means, one, they have to be careful about revealing personal details, telling personal anecdotes, because remember, we're all friends in real life. So they have to refrain about talking about places they've went or places they've been, because they can't do that. It has to be entirely focused on the game. Talking about anything that isn't focused on the game, again, it's like they could basically dox themselves by accident, so they'd have to be 100% focused on the game, which then adds this like level of pressure. Two, if I streamed it on the main channel, I'm getting paid, and I would feel bad about not like the fact that other people are not getting paid. And so if I was going to say you have to be here at this time at this week and doing whatever thing, and so I would want to pay them, which would then make it a more structured thing, because now it's like a part of the stream. At which point, if I'm paying people, now we're going to talk about things, scripting and performance expectations and a whole bunch of other stuff that go along with it. And then it's like, well, now it's like a whole bunch of extra work that I don't really want to deal with. So for all of those reasons, I'm out. No deal, Howie. I am not streaming my D&D.
the Sahuagin's barrier.
Whether or not stuff is cringe or not cringe? Yeah, it is. It's like the coolest thing you can do is not care about being cool. Bye, dinosaur. I didn't do too terrible. I got 5 kills. I'm second on the kill chart. All I did is stand here and shoot. As glass bot? What? Isn't that's the bot made by Glass Jaws that does something, right? No, I don't have that. How's the Bard Shooter feel? Very good. It's powerful. It's fun to play because it does a lot of damage. The only issue with it is just the standard range issues. For ranged weapons, like 60% of the time, don't do anything. Just your shots, like they go like into the monsters, but the hits don't register, and so you don't get any hits or misses, and the dice don't roll. That's really the only problem that this thing has, is the fact that it doesn't work at all. But if you can get over the fact that this character cannot actually attack monsters because nothing actually works against it, then you're fine. Does that make sense?
It looks as though many travelers have used this
Ooh, yawn. Not supposed to yawn. Stop being tired, Shrimp Tom. Still feeling tired. Okay, that's good. That was a good amount. I had to hit the right threshold. In. Anyway, what was I talking about? Something, some function, some purpose. Anyways. Yeah. So I'll probably post some of my stuff about like I said, the D&D world write-up that I'm putting together in case people are interested and they want to read it. Because if you guys find it interesting, if people in here are gripped enough to actually listen to what I'm talking about, maybe someone else will care. But outside of that, that's pretty much it. I don't really plan on streaming any D&D. I'd like talking about it though, which is why I do have like the DM section here on the Discord of like, oh yeah, the DM advice, because I like play a lot of D&D and I like talking about the game, but that's about it. That's all you're gonna get out of me. Slap into face. I do have an emote for that.
Just to the southwest, across a small ridge.
Is this it? Oh, that's not it? I don't even know my own emote names? Oh shit, what a slap in the face. It's lowercase strim. I should know that. That's stupid of me. Ugh. So bad at this game. I'm mad. It's hard to know who you are and the things that you do. I mean, do you guys remember all the things that you do that are specific to you? Ugh. Uh-oh. No. Yes, there we go. It has occurred to me I don't want to be here, so I'm gonna go over here. Perfect. So by standing all the way over here, it means the monsters don't see me when they spawn in, so I can just shoot them with impunity. I'm just gonna hit tab and then kill the next one. Tab and kill the next one. Isn't that cool? Isn't that neat? I just stand on the outside, just let everything fight instead of me. Oh god, no, this is the wrong place to be. Oh god, oh, it's a skirmisher. Okay, I can dodge. Okay, so stay all the way back here and do the exact same thing. I like how if they're a stone guard, it doesn't matter because of how much lightning damage I deal. So get him anyway. Oh, warrior sucks. Warrior really sucks. Warrior crazy sucks. Okay, we're good. Woo! I roll the 20, they get knocked down for like 2 seconds, and 2 seconds is enough. 2 seconds is very, very good. Stay out here. Stay safe. Beat our champion. Get this guy dead. I switched my projectiles went a little faster, but that's okay. Again, the thing about this character is I'm just, you know, I'm not really worried about the amount of damage I'm going to be dealing because I think the damage should be pretty good here. For me, it's mostly just about like the level of safety is maybe the right way I put it. I'm not good at staying alive or being defensive on a ranged character. What are your banking ult? Do you have any? I do. I use names. So I have I just name them after the thing that they hold. And I have them based on the expansions. So I have like the Ravenloft character, I have the Feywild character, I have the Dread character for each expansion. And then I have one character for holding low-level gear, and then the rest of it goes in the shared storage. I also have a cosmetics holding character called Cosmotics. Which I actually need to replace because I need a character that has more inventory space. So probably on a future. I have to clean out Hardcore League. When does the party end? Oh, I gotta do that. HC8 FAQ. Oh God. Shut up, Mr. Lift. I need you not.
Sahuagin reinforcements, perhaps. At the same time, you spot another.
Is it tomorrow? Oh shit. Okay. If it's tomorrow, then we're good. Oh. Whew. Because I can just like clean it out. Oh my God, I just completely forgot.
Now, to destroy
So I didn't. Any organization whatsoever. For clean stream? Yeah, I'll probably do that later today then. I don't need everything, but there's enough there that I want. Oh my God. I'm just like not killing this thing. I couldn't hit him at all. And... raise your blood pressure a bit? No, I'm good. It was just the shocker where I completely spaced on it. I didn't do that for Hardcore 7. I just let everything die. I didn't take anything off the server for Hardcore 7, so... I don't want to do that like 2 seasons in a row. So we'll see. Wait till I get 30, because then I can get inexorable advance and feel powerful.
Hear angry shouts to the north. Powerful Sahuagin.
I'm up to 183 range power just standing around. It's not amazing, but it's good enough for me. All the issues and moving on to Destiny. Oh, yeah, true. I still haven't played Season of the Deep, huh? I don't know how long it would take me to get to 100 on the Season Pass. I mean, I have all of the seasonal challenges available to me right now. The new season isn't coming out for like a few weeks. But then there's Path of Exile, Guild Wars 2, new DDO expansion. 8 days. I could probably do it.
It looks as though many travelers have used this campsite to pass the night over the years.
If HG sold more bank space, but doubled in cost for each new tier. Well, one, you'd have an exponential problem there, and two, bank space is useless. Shared bank space is cool, but actual bank space is valueless because your TR cash, or all your bank goes into your TR cash. And since your bank drains directly into the TR cash, it means that anything I put in my bank goes into my TR cash, and I TR all the time, so organizing my bank is a waste of time, so it means nothing to me. It means nothing. Good day. You lose. I got a lot of sentient XP from that one. Really good in the seasonal end? Yeah, I should probably do it. I mean, I always thought Sloane was kind of cool. She like lost her powers, but her and the other Titans were just like, or not the other Titans, but the other Guardians were just fighting it out on Titan anyway. Like, yeah, we ain't got no powers, but we got rocket launchers. Like, hell yeah. Alright, let's get the food away. Put away the food. That's food. Smugglers camp. They recast Zavala. I didn't see that. I saw you post the thing in the Discord, and then I didn't look at it, because I was like, oh, I'll look at that later. That sounds interesting. And then I didn't look at it later. Classic Strimtom move. So I did not see that they recast Zavala. Makes sense, though, because, you know, he's probably really important to the core story, so they probably can't just, like, write him off. So it would make sense that they recast him, as opposed to just, like, killing the character. Considering every second season, Zavala gets, like, a whole storyline. So, you know, that's a thing. Oh, God. No, stop clicking the wrong buttons. All right. Star Fragments or XP? XP. I probably should take the Star Fragments, but I want the XP. Thank you. All right, so now we take everyone's favorite feat. Watchful Eye. Now, you take Watchful Eye because it grants 5% double strike because I have Pierce Deception. And that's it. It's just 5% double strike. And for a feat, that's pretty good. So I need to go up here. So what do I take? I already have this. I don't need mana. I guess I take Good Luck. I don't really like Pin and Whistler. A lot of people like them. They're not bad abilities. I just don't generally like it. I think I'm going to take Track to reduce enemy armor class, because that's pretty good every time I shoot somebody. Prism is great. I like Prism, or Fey Form. Yeah. Or until season 23 before Lightfall. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. It would make sense that they got them all. They're not going to change the main story. The main issue is with the crossbow. I don't like how it, like, changes your animations. Okay, so what does this do? A Blade of Armor now blocks 20 damage per cash level with no cap. I have this spell, do I not? $80 armor blocked with a minute cooldown. That's not the worst thing ever. Anyway. It's actually not terrible. Armor and Augmentation. This ability is really good if you actually have a Blade of Armor. It's not good if you don't have a Blade of Armor, but I do, fortunately. Also, the extra fortification from these cores is kind of sick. My character's got 144 fortification with the proper type. That's actually really nice. What does this do? Your cash levels, random shots, now factor in from epic and legendary knowledge. Oh, okay, yeah, I don't care about that. Exceptional armor class is actually not that bad. Fey Countenance sucks. Audience of the Queen. Get some tea. When you shrine, you pop off an extra effect. I never use this. I already have vision. And this is, oh, +1 all ability scores. That one's good. Yeah, this one's really good. Yeah. I'm just thinking. Okay, I have to go clean off hardcore. I also have to go to the bathroom. So I'm going to go to the bathroom, be right back, do some hardcore cleaning. And, yeah, because I completely spaced. I didn't even realize that was a thing. I, like, made a mistake. I made a mistake! I spaced. Alright, I'll be right back. Go use the bathroom. I'm back. I was looking at my phone. And I have had in Pokemon Go, you fight for gyms. And I've had my Haxorus in a gym for 9 days. Nine days. Absolutely shocking. Days. And the problem is, my Pokemon is stuck there. I didn't think it was going to be a problem. Fortunately, I put the bad Haxorus in, but still very annoying. Now it's just gone. It's just stuck away. And I can't use it. I did that when I traveled. We were at an airport. And I put a Pokemon at like a connecting place. I thought, oh, good idea. And it'll get knocked out. Nope, stayed there for like 2 weeks. Terrible decision. Terrible, terrible decision. Oh, I'm higher level. Reaper Defense. Oh, yes. I forgot. Reaper Point. Yes, of course. Reaper Point. I want this stuff, right? I want the Dread Adversary. Because double shot stacks indefinitely or infinitely. Let's do hit damage. I need more stats. I want to get up to here. So maybe I'll take some points out of Dire Thaumaturge. And then take like the extra range power. Because this gives me 6 extra range power in Reaper mode. And then an extra +2 to hit and damage, which is pretty good. An extra 100 health. Man, Reaper points are good. You do get a lot of stats from them. I don't love Reaper points as a general concept, but you do get a lot of stats. I have a lot of charisma. Damn. Okay. Alright, cool. Let's go take a look at Hardcore League. Something I have not done in a while. Because I kind of forget about it. Like, I straight up, like, when I'm... Like, the second it's over, I'm like, oh yeah, Hardcore. All the stuff that I have. Whoops. Okay. Let's log into Hardcore League. Alright. Hardcore. 3 weeks ago. Wait, 3 weeks ago? Did Hardcore end 3 weeks ago? It was that short? Or like that's not that far away. Man, dude, I can't remember anything. I'm so happy that phones exist. And like people take pictures when I go to events and stuff. Because thanks to other people taking pictures of things, it means that there's actually a history of the things that I do, which is nice. Okay, so I have Strim and I have Solo Guided Caster Ranger. Now, both of these characters are fully geared, so I kind of don't want to just straight up trash them. But I'm probably going to have to. So we'll see. Okay, Solo Guided Caster Ranger. Ugh. I think I'm transferring them to Caneth because I want to have a character on Caneth. Make Strim a new bank. I think Strim will just become a bank. That is correct, yeah. Yeah. Because what I'm thinking is oh, except Sentience. Oh, my Sentient Jewel is here. Is I can take the Sentient Jewel. Well, either that or I bring the Sentient Jewel back with me. But my thought process is since this character is fully geared, the Caster Ranger, I can shove this over on Caneth. And then, because again, it's literally fully geared, which is stupid and dumb, and I'm stupid and dumb, but whatever, it doesn't matter. And then I can liquidate everything else on Strim and bring Strim over, which doesn't sound terrible. I think I will do that. What else? Is there anything I need out of here? It says Reaper on it, but none of these items have Reaper bonuses, so I don't know why this is called Reaper. Literally none of them have Reaper bonuses, so that's weird. And I have so much stuff. Okay, dude, I don't even know what's in here. Whoa! I'm glad I didn't forget that. That's good to find. Oh, could you imagine if I just forgot that I bought 8 or 10 sovereign pots, apparently? That would have been funny. Yeah, they're cheap. Yep. Okay. Look at all the sentient XP. Alright. Okay, so I think I'm just going to straight up transfer this character, and I don't need to do anything with this. So I think this is fine. So I'm going to just transfer this character. I think Solo Guided Caster Ranger is just as is. Going to transfer. So we're going to quit the guild. You will get kicked. You will get quit. See ya. Do you wish to leave on bad terms? Hell yes. Screw you, guild. Lost 21,000 renown. Nice. So this character is just going to go. So that's fine. The algorithm going for you, not watching, but leaving Twitch on my computer while I watch your BG3 song on my YouTube premium. Some in the kitchen where they make spinach and mushroom lasagna. Lasagna? Hell yeah, dude. Huge fan. Okay. I'll be right back. I gotta get something. Somebody's at my door. I'll be back in a moment. So just look at the screen. I have something. Unfortunately, not pizza. Better than pizza. Text. I have in my hand a little folder from a commercial and residential real estate company filled with papers. And what's on these papers? D&D notes. I needed D&D notes, and I wanted them to be printed, and I don't have a printer, so a friend of mine printed out my notes I needed for D&D, because I did it all on the computer. So I have all this. So I have all my dangerous monsters. Beautiful. Look at my dangerous monsters. I'm so excited. Oh, baby. See, this is exciting for me. Because I wanted to, like, really dial in. So I wanted to not use the computer since I have people coming over tomorrow. And we've done online the entire time. So I really wanted to, like, as I said, just dial in with each of the different moments. So now that I have this, I'm all set. So now I can just, like, actually be very present, which is cool. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh, yeah. Consolidating items. That's right. Better than pizza. Okay, so how does this work? Here's what we do here. I'm going to use my Sentience Destroyers, because I don't think any of these filigrees are worth keeping. But I'll double check. I'll take the autos rares, because those are kind of sick. And that's it. So I'm going to grab the autos rares, and the rest are going to get Sentience Destroyed. How many slots do I have here? 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I'm going to have to use the Onslaughters as well. I think I have some toolkits. That's the idea here. So then I go here, because I need to remove the jewel. So to destroy these filigrees. I have a kit. I have 2 Sentience toolkits. I need 3. So if I have to buy one, I have to buy one. But I'm hoping I don't have to buy one. Do I have a kit here? No. Do I have another kit here? I'd be surprised if I only found 2 kits. In the entirety of Hardcore. Okay, good. I found 7. Which, again, is less than I would like, but, you know, it's enough. Okay. So, basically, the idea is... I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I wanted to feed everything into the jewel. And then just feed the jewel. I have to put this back in. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. So dumb. I have to feed everything. Okay. I have to feed all the items. I don't think I'm keeping any of this unless I have something crazy rare. But let's see what we got. Wisdom item. Sapphire of Heavy Fortification. I don't care about that. In you go. Sapphire of Dodge 12. Don't care. I got lots of those. In you go. Green Augment slot. In you go. This is garbage. In you go. All this gear. I'm just feeding it. Isn't that good? Diamond of Insightful Wisdom 5. Sapphire Defense 32. That's a nice one to have. Undying Sapphire. In you go. I'm just feeding everything. Check AH. I don't think people will be selling stuff on the auction house. They might. And that means since I use the word kit, I have no jeweler's toolkits. So I actually can't get these augments out. Well, in you go. I have paid my sins. They are gone. I can't believe I had no Mythic or Reaper gear. That's not true. I can believe that. I just don't like to think about it. Anyway, I'm just going to feed all my items and take the time to organize all of this. Fusible Scepter of Impulse. Masthead. Willow. And then this jewel is going to come with me. And I'm going to just feed it into another item on the main server. So that way some of my characters that have like less sentience can have just get closer to their caps. Auto wins. I'm going to keep the Weathered Targe because it took me a while to upgrade that. What's in here? Nothing crazy. Conjured Power, Striding, Resistance 10. I don't care too much about this, so I'll feed this. So in you go, get feeded. Can't undo it now, because I already did it. I have a locked Crown of Snow, which is Topaz of Evocation Power. 2 Defender's Cloaks. Damn, look at all this stuff I'm feeding. I might actually have to go get a socket thing. So I don't run out of space on here. Empty Dino Bone Ring. It feels weird to just dust a character, to be like, yep, I'm done with all of this, and just kind of delete everything. But, I mean, I don't really need any of this stuff, and it's, I guess, the benefit of having all of this excess currency that I don't need is I can do that, so. Okay. In hindsight, I should have kept a strength item. So I'm going to see if I can find a strength item somewhere. Because I need something that adds strength so my character can carry all the equipment I'm going to put onto it. I don't know what I'm going to do with this character exactly, but I need a strength item. I don't need potions. I don't need demonic elixirs, so I'm just going to sell these out of the game. I don't need a jeweled cloak. I'm going to turn that into things. Just be slow? No. I don't need a Frogo. I don't need a Harper Pin. I only got the Harper Pin lesser? Damn, I'm lazy. I don't need a teleporting item. This character's turning into a bank mule, so that's why I'm just trying to grab everything I can. Okay. There's the gold. There's the food. I don't know if I need any of this. Alright, so bank account, start level 1. Let's go. I don't need portable holes. Omni Spell Dust is sick. I don't need an extra dust card. I don't need this. I'll just take the XP because there's no downside to XP. I'll feed all the sentient XP into my jewel. I like XP elixirs. A tome. A city's beacon I don't need. A second Nick scimitar would be kind of cool. And I could dual wield them, but you don't really need two. You only need one. Another Illyri would be nice. A lot of leveling gear. Leveling gear is okay, but nothing here is super rare, so I don't really care too much about that. Shard of Volan, Phase Cloak, Dynastic Falcatas. I never did anything with these, so I'm going to keep them. I don't know what for, but I'm going to keep them. Nothing here. Going through the actual main bank is super easy, because like I don't want any of these things. A Forcer's Brush Hook is kind of cool. Maybe I'll keep that for something. Or another weird comma build, because I make bad decisions when I play comma builds. An Epic Forcer's Brush Hook. Keep that as well. Fair Crystal Comma. Okay. Now, all of this spare legendary gear is all just going to go right in the weapon. So, I'm just going to put this here so I have empty bank. And I'm just going to have to start filling. All of this is going in the weapon. I'm going to go need a spark somewhere. I think I can get one from somewhere else. Even their base D6. Is the Nick Scimitar a D8? Really? Is that true? You said it, so I assume it's true, but I don't know. Okay. I have more sentient XP. Silver Flame Blade. Cool. Okay, so that's a lot of items to feed. That's good. Really? Hot diggity dog. It is a D8. Why is that? That's a bug. Well, it's coming along now, ain't it? Damn. I didn't know that's how that worked. Very cool. Good catch. I had never noticed that. It was just something I never saw. Hello, Garth Almore. I would like to claim something. I would like a spark of logic. Thanks. Spark. I have more space. Okay, any of these strength gear? What do we got in here? We got Swept Buckler. We got a bunch of shit. Teresa's Sight is not strength. Record of the Drowned Rat is not strength. Dino Bone crap. I was kind of hoping for something strength adjacent, but I don't think I have anything strength in my backpack. I got lots of dex gear. I got a Hammer Fist, which is not strength. I don't think I have any strength gear. Oh, yeah, I do. Bracers. Nice. Cool. There we go. Now I've got lots of space. And now we do the fun activity of dumping it all in.
My knowledge grows.
Feeding the weapon.
My power.
And then I'm going to go through the filigrees and the crafting storage. Fortunately, for me, with the crafting storage, it's actually really easy to go through because you can set it alphabetically, and things being set alphabetically makes them way easier to organize. Get out all the money. And so this is basically how I do like sentient XP as well. I don't really do sentient XP farming on the main server. Instead, I just do this. And then I bring a gem to the regular server, and then I just feed that gem. So I'm going to feed this gem to one of my other characters, and then all of a sudden they're going to have an extra 74,000 sentient XP on their item. And then next Hardcore League, I'll do the same thing. Okay, so next, we go into the crafting storage. So the regular storage is done. We're going to withdraw the money. Give me the 500,000. 500k. And then I'm going to dump all my bags into the storage. And then once they're all dumped in, then I'm going to just sort it from in here, which makes it easier for me because I don't know what's in my bags already. So if I just put it all into one big bin, and then I can take things out as I go, because then I can just organize it. Because you also can't organize your augment bags or anything by alphabetical or alphanumerical or whatever. Okay. Item name, A to Z. Let's go. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to type in the word rare, which is all the filigrees that I want to keep. So, Angelic Wings, I don't think I need any, but I'll take Universal Spell Power Rare just in case. Crackshot Negotiator, Range Power Rare is good. All the Dreadbringer rares are just amazing. I'm just going to keep all of these. What else is good rare? Elemental Avatar PRR is good. Electric Spell Power is good. Eye of the Beholder Will is fine. Curse Keeper Charisma rare? Damn, I didn't know I had that. Embraced by Light, is that good? I don't think so, but I'll take it. Lunar Wisdom is good. Next Fall Dex rare. Nystul's rares are never bad. Good God, Summer Heat warnings suck. Yeah, it's not hot here, so I feel very lucky that it's not hot here. Strength rare. Reverberation, Universal Spell Power, and PRR. What other rares do we got? Sucker Punch, attack and damage. Sick. Spines of the Manticore, ranged power rare. Oh my god. Beast Mantle, ranged power rare. Look at the Long Shadow rares. What happened? These are great. Hell and Back is not a good filigree set, but it's okay. Wreath of Flame, melee power is good. Unbreakable is not even a good set, but I'll take it. Ultimate Fury Rage is just strictly bad. I'm not even taking that. Yeah, but it's Rage, though. 2 extra Rage uses. Is that good? I don't think that's good. I mean, I can take it. Wild Hunter is good. But I think I'm leaving the rest of this. I don't know what these are for. Okay, so that's good. So that's 15, 21. It's not that many filigrees. It's only a few. All right, now we grab things that I actually need. None of this. No text. Bronze tokens? Yes, please. Oh, I almost missed that. I was about to go to the next page. 1 bone picker. I only found 1 bone picker. Black pearls. That's good. Caneth essences. Caustic compound. Ferrocrystal chunks. Codex runes. All my comms. Nice. Yeah, I don't care too much about Ultimate Fury. Yeah, you can fill up your bank pretty easily and get a lot of stuff if you just play enough. I don't need crystallized spiderwebs. I have millions of those. Deathworm rooms. Oh yeah, I forgot we raided. Deathworm, Defiler. I don't need sand crystals. Diamonds of Balance 20. Concentration 20. Insightful Con 5. Strength 14. Wisdom 14. I'll take the listen actually as well. That's pretty good. Damn, those are some good augments. I feel very lucky. A horseshoe, epic ingots. I'm gonna grab epic arcane ingots just because I feel like I can always use more of these. Actually, I'm gonna grab all these epic ingots because I don't really run epic keep in the Borderlands, but I do buy stuff from there all the time. I don't need soul vessels because I have a million zillion. I don't need dragon scales, but I will take the dragon scales because they're kind of cool. Flint knives. Oh, these use the same icon as the bone pickers. Isn't that fun? Tokens of the 12. Tokens of the 12. Fragments of Reaper power. Nice. Oh, my bones. I didn't even look at the dinosaur bones that was in front of my face. I didn't even see this. I was looking at the bottom of the text and not actually what was in front of my face. Apparently 300 and something heart seeds. Yo, what's up, Hero Quest? Hardcore closes tomorrow. So if you want to get yourself off of hardcore and you didn't, like me, you should go do that now before you forget and lose everything. Because you're stupid. Not that you are stupid, but I'm stupid and I forgot and I'm trying to fix it. Icon of Kyber? Why would I want icons of Kyber? You don't need bones? I need dino bones. I definitely need dino bones. Ooh, 10,000 remnants. Nice, I'll take it. Slave Lords. Icon of Kyber is the harbor material you get from the picking up bags from kobolds. And you trade them in for reptile bane weapons from Gold Scuttle, the collector. Yep. Ornate charms. I mean, these are kind of rare. Wall feather tokens. Apparently I have feather tokens. You know what? If in case I want to have a horse, why don't I take these? There's no downside. Romantic sonnets. Okay, augments. Calm 153, Devotion 153 is pretty good. 96 is the top, right? Or is it 10d6? I think it's 96. That sounds right. Grab these. Sanctified Fervor, Runic Parchment, Salt Meadow 800. Ugh. Oh, Acid Blast? Yeah, this is heroic, though, so I don't really care about that. Sapphire Resistance 11. Cool. Shatter 19. Cool. Or 16. Sentient Destroyer Sentience Toolkits. Bunch of filigrees I don't care about. Oh, so many shards. Silver Ingot, Signet of the Devourer. Again, so for me, I just like going through all of this and making sure I pick up everything. Ooh, Star Fragments, I'll take those. A Stabilizing Compound. Anything important? Tempest Runes. It's not really good, but I'll take them. Thunder Peaks Runes. Thunder Forged Ingots. Threads of Fate. Token of the Spider. Look at all these filigrees. 17 tokens of the 12. Okay, I don't need any of these. Because of Spell Pen 9 sounds good. I think I'm going to leave the rest of these. I don't need any of these. The DC Augs? I have them all in the regular server. I run tons of Isla Dread. I don't need the DC Augs. What would it cost to buy all that shared bank space? Because my 250 really hurts. Oh, each space is, I think, like $5.95. And you get 250 or something per buy. This is all of it. I own all of it. It's not that bad, actually. And it was a very worthwhile investment. Vault keys, Wild Hunter stuff, Wraithborn Emerald, Zorian runes. Okay, I think I'm good. I think that's everything that I want. So I'm happy with this, I think. I'm also surprised. Oh, adamantine ore, I'll take that. That I didn't even fill all my bags, which is kind of cool. I got space. Now, I thought I had small dragon. I really thought I had like dragon shard fragments, like Eberron dragon shard fragments, because I picked up so many collectibles, but I guess I didn't get any. That's weird. Okay, so I'm almost done. That's pretty much everything I wanted off of hardcore. It doesn't take that long to organize. I just need to go deconstruct my tomes and turn them into tome juice. And then we're all set. I wonder if anybody logged in. They're like me. They're on the 11th hour sorting stuff out. Somebody was on an hour ago. A couple of people were on a couple days ago. Assuming they're letting them stay. We have people that logged in at the beginning and never came back. But most people have transferred at this point or deleted their characters. It's not fun to delete stuff that you actually want. Where are you? Hello, Janice. Put this in here. The dragon shards. This tome, put this in here. Okay, I think that's good. I think I'm happy with what I'm taking. Yeah, so now I have to disband. I don't know if I want to disband, but I can leave, I think. I think if I resign, somebody else will become leader. So I can click resign, right? And then I could disband. Just disband the guild. It's the day before. I've actually never clicked this button. Never. You will get kicked. All right. Goodbye, you will get kicked. See you next time. Oh, right, the guild ship. I bet you there was probably somebody who's going to send me a message and be like, dude, I was going to go and raid the guild storage on the last day and go through all the chests and take everything. All those items are now deleted. So that entire guild ship's deleted. Disband guild is very destructive because it deletes the guild ship. So if you happen to have several thousand or astral shards in your guild ship already, don't delete the guild. Maybe just transfer it to another character or something. Okay, I have melee meta. I'm trying to see if there's anything I want to keep from melee meta or if I'm just straight up deleting melee meta. Melee meta has 5 bag slots. And do you have K rep? It's another bank alt, dude. Sick. Melee meta gives me a second bank alt. This is great. So now I just have to get rid of every single item in his inventory. And because melee meta got the gold cloak, we're of course going to wear the gold cloak. And I guess to delete everything. So I'm just going to straight delete. I'm not going to actually look at what's in here because I don't really care. So add all, sell, sell. I got a bunch of crap. You got to get rid of this, bud. I mean, he can still dual wield, I guess. Dual wielding's cool. So I'll leave the items in his inventory, but everything else just gets deleted. Double checking. Nothing good here. Vault keys. I have some tokens, but whatever. Okay, destroy the bag, destroy this, destroy. I'll keep the teleporty item because that might be convenient eventually. Delete all these items. Delete. Delete. It's so satisfying to delete stuff. You guys like deleting stuff? I like deleting stuff. Okay, since it's cosmetic character, I can leave all the gear on it, I guess. And I'll just have it to hold my cosmetics. Melee meta. That. Okay, we're all set. Everything deleted. I'm going to go get the house K-Rep before I transfer, so I have the extra space. And then this character is going to also be a bank alt. Oh, I get 2 bank alts! Disband is a good name for a guild. It is. That's exciting. I didn't realize I was going to get 2 bank alts out of Hardcore League. Alright. Okay. This is the wrong way. I don't know what I'm doing. How do I play this game? How do I play? What's this video game called? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go buy the bank space so I have it, and then I should be ready to transfer the character. Okay. Buy. Gold. Oh, I'm glad I can make myself laugh. Oh, that's perfect. And then we have Healing Paladin. Strimtom, the Sacred Fist, the Healing Sacred Fist. Now, I actually really like this character. I thought it was cool. This was a cool character. Unfortunately for me, it died. So is there anything important on this? It has 5 bank slots. Does this have House K rep? If this has House K rep, that's a 3rd bank alt. Oh, 3 bank alts. Let's go, dude. Let's go. 3 bank alts. Character name called Melee Meta on Argo, so you get the name change. I thought you always get a name change after transfer. Do you not always get a name change? Oh. That's how that works. Okay. Okay.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
So it turns out I've spent 5 hours working, when I could have been watching Stream Tom. I've wasted my day. Time to rectify.
Fact. Huge waste. What's up, Kaiju Carrot? Welcome back for 28 months. That's a long-ass time. What's up? Whipped Cream didn't get a name change? Oh, you were the first person named Whipped Cream? Amazing. No. I want the bank. Oh, shit, where's my bank? It's back here. Upgrade. Nice. Okay, I'm actually happy about this. I know this is boring stuff, like character maintenance and moving inventory, but like, hey man, this is MMORPGs. We gotta do this shit. This is what we do in MMORPGs. We do boring stuff like character maintenance. This character was fun. I'll have to revisit this at some point. It was cool to have the Radiant Servant, have the aura going, healing people. It was fun. Not high damage. Yeah, you get the name change token as well. All right. Add all. Sell. Nice. Do all this. Just get rid of all of this. I'm going to keep my items on because it's cool. I don't need the teleport item. It's fine. I don't know what this bank alt is going to do. It's going to do something. Is this a 5,000? That's coming with me. What's in here? Got Heart of Wood and a Tome of Destiny. Don't even care. Okay, good. Character's empty now, so we're all set. XP goes here, so I don't forget. Confirm if I'm being efficient during account character maintenance. True, yeah. Well, I mean, also, like, it's actually funny. People have asked me to make videos about, like, key binding, organizing your bank. And I'm like, man, that sounds so boring. Like, yeah, it probably is a good idea to have, like, a video about how to efficiently keybind for the game. But also... hey guys, so this is how I bind my keys for the game. I use this setting, and I also use these keys. Now, I use the U key for interact, because it allows me to control and interact with objects by pressing U. And because U is near the middle of the keyboard, it means I can hammer fist my keyboard and probably use something. Anyways, this has been your Stream Tom How to Keybind guide. Okay, bye. You know, classic move. Okay, that's it. Okay, so I need to make sure I have character names. So my character names that I need, I'm just going to notepad this before I forget. So I need Strim, Melee, Meta. I already have Stream Tom, so that's fine. And I think I can just delete only Reaper. So you're just going to get deleted. Okay, so we're good. So I gotta duplicate the characters so they have the names. Monster will roll an at 20 on your ass. Yep, true. Big fact. Oh, transferring is gonna take a second. Oh, but I'm not transferring. I'm just moving I have to make characters first. So back to Arganessen. So I have to make the characters Strim and a Melee meta. What a good character name. That was such a good character. Ah, so fun. The old RNG Warforged. The classic move. I'm excited for next Hardcore League to make even better use of the new randomizer. Maybe for a season, I might have everyone randomly roll their characters. Okay, so I have space. So now I'm going to create a new character. God, why did I pick intelligence? I'm so dumb. I'm stupid. My brain is stupid. And I picked human fighter, the most feats in the world. Oh, Strim. Create. That's already taken? Perfect. Thanks for copying my name, guys. Honestly, it might have been me, but I don't remember doing that. Did I have a character named Strim? Nope, it's not me. Oh well. Alright. It's the magic of being a content creator, is that people will go out of their way to take your name. I mean, the odds that somebody might have named their character Strim is not zero. It's possible that there's somebody out there with the character named Strim because they think that that is an interesting name, and that's perfectly fine, actually. Strim Tom is a bit harder to justify, but yeah. So I need Strim Tom, and Melee Meta are going to Arganesson. Confirm. Yes. And then I have to wait. Really go good. Is somebody taking my name? Yeah, I ban people for taking my name. His name is a nonsense word. What, Strim Tom? No, not entirely. Kind of. It was definitely a nonsense word. I was hungover and I was just thinking of names. Strim Tom Selleck, great name. That's the name of my burglar in Lord of the Rings Online. He's got the big stash and everything. He does. The problem with the stash is it kind of looks like Tom Selleck, but he looks like a used car salesman. It's a fine line. It's because he doesn't have the chin. A juice brand called Strim? Interesting. Loser. I mean, I already have a character named Strim Tom Selleck, so I'm actually fine with this. Solo guided. Congratulations, you're being promoted to Kenneth. All right. And I just have to wait till I get the email that says your server transfer has completed. So I'm just going to wait for a minute here and check my email. Oh, that's garbage. I didn't check my email today yet, which is a bad habit. I should check my email like every day. Not every day, but like earlier in the day. I check my email every day, but I should check my email earlier in the day. Okay. Let's see. Hey, I got a new tracking package for my package that's coming back to me that the government is sending back to my house. Nice. Thanks, government. Transfer to Kenneth complete. Nice. So I should be able to log in. Build review? Yep, I have time for a build review. I just want to make sure my characters are loading in properly. Okay. Oh, I have to select the characters that have 26, right. Okay, so the character that I don't need is Melee Meta. I need Melee Meta 1. And Melee Meta is going to get deleted. So I accept. And I have the one character I don't have access to, Melee Meta, who gets deleted. Melee Meta, dead. And then what I'm going to be doing is converting characters over. So I'm probably going to replace Cosmetics with a character with a bigger inventory space, because this character has the base inventory space of 100 slots. But these characters have, or not 100 slots. Yeah, 100. Whereas these characters have 180. So I'll probably use these ones instead. No, that can't be right. No, 80 slots versus 180 slots. No, for 160 slots. 80 versus 160. I'm going to get the extra slots so I can take some stuff. So that's the plan. So we're gonna do that, and then I'll have the spots. But I don't have to do that now. I'll do that off stream. This is boring. I can do that while I'm watching TV. Organize everything. But I haven't logged into Kenneth in a year. A year. So let's see what we got. 1 whole year. There's a lot of reasons for this. All right, we got lots of people. We got.
Welcome back.
For a test. Strimtom, the monk. Warforged monk. Rarbar Char. Hi, my name's Jeff. Two-handed. Health test. Solo guided caster ranger. Amazing. This is two-handed the cleric ranger. So I don't know what this is for. I'm going to delete it. TWSO handed. Health test. Health test. Let's delete that. Let's delete this. JJ, DD, SR, JG, DGH. I didn't think about the name in the moment. ACV, SOIU, Wafu. Aura test. Sounds like that can get deleted. And Rar Barkar. There we go. So I have these characters. I have Solo Guided, Hi, my name's Jeff, and Shrimtom. I don't know why this is a Barbarian 5, Bard 7. This is level 12, which means I actually had to level it, or it's a Tiefling Scoundrel. Oh, it's starting to lift up. This is definitely a Tiefling Scoundrel. I must have been testing something tier 5, and I don't know why, but anyway. So there we go. So now I'm going to log into Kenneth. It's been a very long time since I logged into Kenneth. Let's see how long. Should actually get like server bonuses or something. Oh, it looks like I'm good. And now that I'm here, /join channel cat chat /2. Yeah. Can I not see cat chat? Wait, what? Did I type it wrong? It's not showing my channel. I have no idea what's up with that. Weird. Anyway. Server stinks all of a sudden. Damn, that stinks. I'm not witty, okay? Give me a break. Anyway, that's all we got. Character's gone. Will I ever play on Kenneth? Probably not. Now, in hindsight, should I have transferred over the endgame geared druid over to Kenneth? I don't know. But you got Caster Ranger, so deal with it. Okay. But now I have a character for doing endgame on Kenneth, so there you go. Just despite, yeah. Solo Guided is now in your friends list. Nice. I got a friend, dude. You got a friend in me. I'm excited. So excited. Oh, dude, you know what's annoying? All of the I'm just looking at like Path of Exile. And in Path of Exile, all of the things are updating. The patch notes are out. Path of Building is up to date. So many things are up to date and changed. And yet, for whatever reason, I still can't make the private league yet. Let me make it so I can get people to sign up. Why's it gotta be day of Granny Gear games? Anyway, what are we doing? Maybe we're small. Not if you looked up the word ruthless. Wait, channel time and accurate DPS for Divine Ire? Yo, Divine Ire DPS is actually calculated better? Monsters League? No. It's just so I don't, like, go insane doing Trade League. That's the whole point. Okay. Build review, said A. Okay, I did this. Float, did you send me anything? Because you said in here it just says, how's your day going? Did you sleep okay last night? For build review requests. So I'd love to do your build review, but it just says, how's your day going? Did you sleep okay? So I don't know what to do with that. And then after that, yes, you are next up on the list, Ludacris. So if you're here right now, I can do your build review if you want. That actually does sound like a very good idea. Nice low impact activity, and we get to talk about DDO. Question mark? What? What's up? I have your build. I just got your build afterwards. I have them all in the order of when I got them. I go down the list and I start top to bottom. So if you're upset, take it up with management.
Hey Strim, it's me Louder Crisp. I am not here right now. Ignore my fake previous messages.
Like, do you want me to do your build review after Ludacris? I can do that if that's what you're asking. I don't know. What were you saying there, Ludacris? I was ignoring all your messages. I was explicitly told to by you. Remember, I was distracted doing R10s? Oh, no. I'm just doing build review and I'm just going down the list. To be fair, if I ever say Wrath, the hard part about that is that Wrath is a word in the English language, but it's not terribly common. So it comes out of nowhere. It's like when you're at the grocery store and then you hear somebody yell out your name and you're like, wait, why is this like woman in her 30s yelling out my name? And it's like, oh no, she's yelling at her child. Got it. It's not me at all. I got it. Okay, well, either there's some bugs or we got some things to look at, but let's go to build review. Second here. Twitch chat. Move you guys over here. Wow, look at this. Make me nice and big. Big. Oh, huge now. Again, I should probably zoom in like a little more. Because I'm just like, I can be zoomed in. You know what I mean? Just zoom it. Just zoom in so I'm a little bigger. You can see my eye sockets, dude. That's crazy. All right, so build review. This is submitted by Loud A. Crisp. And he says, take advantage of Bleed the Weak imbue from Dark Hunter, as well as extra sneak attack and the very cool Deepwood Sniper tree. It's Deepwood Stalker. It was Deepwood Sniper on initial release. They changed it to Deepwood Stalker, so it could be hybrid, but it used to be Deepwood Sniper, which is cool. This is probably better if you ignore the imbue and focus on sad dice. But why not get free DM Dungeon Master's Guide? This needs 14 racial points to get the racial. Needs 14 racial points, huh? Wood Elf, maybe some other elf would be good. And Repeater? Feats. I've left some feat slots open because I don't have a good idea of what to slot. Took Watchful Eye for the extra double shot. Took Nimble Fingers for the extra Saw dice. And I don't think Dark Hunters have access to improved sneak attack, but if they do, grab that. I don't think they do either. I think people wanted that, and they didn't do it. Let's go 13 to Mockery Tech for the Imbue. I gotcha. And Stay Tuned only gives dodge and first spell bar. I do not think that's valuable enough. Probably not. Okay, so the real question is ranged. So obviously, if I look at your character, you're going to be Capstone, Horizon Walker, or Horizon Shot for Deepwood Stalker. You got Arcane Archer here. I'm assuming you're a bow build who's stacking damage and Bleed the Weak. Now, Bleed the Weak is actually very, very good. I don't know if this works with ranged because it says melee power. Does this scale off of ranged power in-game? Because Bleed the Weak is one of the better imbues at the moment because it does scale. So if it does scale on range power, then this one's also pretty good. The two imbues you look at being the best are this imbue and the Paladin imbue because they scale really, really hard. So that's actually not a terrible idea. Now, Dark Hunter here, you get Primal Energy, and you spend a lot of points getting the Arcane Archer. But I'm pretty sure you can save a lot of points by taking less garbage and then just putting more points into Primal Energy. Because this is 6 extra points. And can you save 6 points out of Arcane Archer? Like, probably. Like, 1, 2. Oh, I guess if you want aligned arrows. But this ability is just bad anyway. Just use an augment. 3. So that's 5. 6. That's not good. 7, 8, 9 points. You just save 9 of the points right away. And just do this, which is better. So then now you have 5 points to spend wherever you want. So already this is like an improvement. It's the same thing. Technically you're missing 1 point of dexterity, but you can get that point somewhere else. Also, the best action boost in the game is right here on the table. And you don't have it. Action boost haste is disgusting for these types of builds. So you really want to have action boost haste on a build like this. So if we could get that, that would be great. Also, Opportune Moment is turned invisible for 20 sneak attack dice for 10 seconds, and you can use this all the time, which is very good as well. All you have to do is have a way to consistently turn invisible. Smoke Bomb is in the tree. That's expensive. Alternatively, you can just use invisibility scrolls. But yeah, you turn invisible, then you come out and you get 20 d6s of sneak attack dice for 10 seconds, which is a sick amount of extra burst. Very, very good. You also go 43 on the tree, and I see why, because this is good, that is good, that is good, that is good, and that is good. So you kind of want to take all of these things, which I agree. You also take all this stuff, which is good. So I agree. But I like all this. I like Aim Shot. I like Headshot. Now, of course, you're missing out on the big things. No Horizon Walker. Because Horizon Walker gives you not just the marked target, you get the Hunter's Focus, so you get the better stacks. You get 2 places at once. You get the Capstone. So you have to justify going Deepwood Stalker. Now, Deepwood gives you Fortification Bypass here. I believe it gives you Fortification Bypass here as well. And then, of course, Mark of the Hunted, which gives even more Fortification Bypass, and is actually quite good. I like Mark of the Hunted a lot. I think it's a very powerful effect that gets not a lot of use, but very good for like raid bosses and final bosses with some of the newer quests. Probably going to be useful in Vecna, so I do like that. So that's not a bad idea here. But I want to get Haste Boost. I want to get Opportune Moment, but the more I look at this, the more it's tough. This is good, and this is good, and you want to take this, and you want to take that, and you can't really scrape points out anywhere because everything's really expensive, and everything's pretty good. Because you can't go less than 16. Yes, you can. 11, 12. Oh, yeah, you can take 1 point out of here, so you can take like 1 point out of this. And you can't take anything out of here. Can you? Double shot is good. Probably do this. Get some extra points. Grab a haste boost. Oh, these are just racial points to spend? No. Better ignore the imbue and focus on the sneak attack dice. But the imbue is really strong. It also double scales with Shirati. Like, the imbue is basically almost as good as the sneak attack dice. So it's not that bad either. I don't hate it. really like Opportune Moment, though. And I really want to get Visani Haste Boost in here. But you need one more point, and there's no point to scrape. I scraped, and I scraped, and I scraped. Because the closest thing you're going to get to a better scrape is cut the decks, put the point in here, but then you're still not at Opportune Moment, which I love. And then you're also cutting decks, which is bad. I mean, you got extra points here, so you can just do this. Alternatively, instead of that, you can just go point here, because it's +1 to hit and damage, which is slightly better. You can do that instead, because you have 16 racial points. But again, you're just, like, stuck. Because you could, in theory, dump Arcane Archer entirely, and then instead just go Dark Hunter and pick up the sneak attack dice here, and grab Opportune Moment and sneak attack dice. But hypothetically, you might be able to even out, sort of. So the Wood Elf accuracy doesn't matter, right? Because you don't need the extra range, right? We understand that. We established that, and you want Dexterity because Dexterity good, Dexterity powerful. Well, Horizon Shot gives you, you're always considered to be in point blank range of sneak attack shot. And you want the Imbue dice. So what if instead of going Elf, you went Drow? Because Drow not only gets Imbue dice, but also gets Dexterity, other stats. So instead of getting 4 Imbue dice, you get 2 Imbue dice out of your tree, and you save 15 points. So you still get some Imbue dice. Then you can spend those points picking up Opportune Moment out of Dark Hunter, so you can get the invisibility. You can also get the convenience of Smoke Bomb for invisibility as well, which is nice. You can also get extra damage if you want from Slayer in the Dark, which is actually pretty good, because the morale bonus to double shot is not always going to be active. You could get just straight up double shot out of Vistani Quick Reflexes. You have a lot of flexibility here and a lot of places to go around it. You can still go Horizon Walker and pick up Conjure Arrows. So you don't have to be missing this unless you happen to have a Void, at which point you're just going to use Void to conjure arrows. The more I'm looking at this, I feel like that's a good opportunity. The downside is you have to be a Drow Elf, but I don't see that as a Drow Elf. I like it. Do you know I'm Hasher Dasher? I just didn't get any. You have to kill 10 monsters. So that's what we're gonna do. So we're gonna drop 2 Imbue dice. Reset these 2 trees. Congratulations, you're not a Welf. You're a Drelf. I don't think that breaks anything. Anyway, so now you see you can pick up the Vermin Lore to get the extra damage versus Vermin. It's pretty good. We get the Dexterity here, right? We get the Dex. Look at that. We've got all the Dex. Very snazzy. Imbue dice, which is pretty good. Dodge is pretty bad. That's not good. That's pretty bad. This is ooh. You know. 3 dodge isn't terrible. You don't get any dodge inherent in Ranger. That's probably fine. And then you basically save all those points, and you get 2 Imbue die. But you still get the Dex. You still get the Imbue die. You get a lot of damage against Vermin, which are very common. You need to redo stats. It's only 32. I mean, it looks pretty good. Oh, minus 4 points. What are your skills? You didn't do skills. Congratulations. You have 10 intelligence. Problem solved. Anyway, so that works. And now you have 15 points left to spend wherever you want. So now I don't have to pick and choose. Obviously, you lost some Imbue dice, but it's fine. So we go Haste Boost, Knife, Juggler. Get another point in Acrobatic because I don't like double pointing. And then you have Double Strike. Then you can grab the extra Sneak Attack and grab the extra Sneak Attack and grab extra Sneak Attack. And then if you want for the convenience, grab Smoke Bomb, which leaves you with 4 points. And then with 4 points, you can go into Horizon Walker, grab the Mark Target, and Conjure Arrow. Conjure Arrow. And then you still got pretty much everything. So, like I said, you traded 2 Imbue dice, but now in exchange, you gained 2 Sneak Attack dice all the time. So that's basically, it comes out even anyway. And you have Opportune Moment, so when you turn invisible, you get the Sneak Attack dice for 10 seconds. Again, this is... it doesn't double your Sneak Attack dice. If it did, that would be disgusting. Instead, it gives you 20, which is still disgusting. It's very easy to be invisible. You just press this after you finish a fight. You literally just, after you finish a fight, Smoke Bomb every time. Because there's a 25-second cooldown. And again, you just do it while you're out of combat. And then you're all set. It's really not that big of a deal. And the maintenance on this is very low. And the burst is crazy. On top of that, you can control it. So imagine you're doing a raid boss fight like the Lord of Blades, where you want to do high burst damage to the Lord of Blades, what you can do is you can, you're shooting pillars, and then, okay, guys, it's time to turn to kill Lord of Blades, invisibility, and then start unloading into the guy and doing millions of damage, which is very cool. Also, Brian Rasmussen, you gaped out 2 subs. Thanks, dude. That's very kind of you. Welcome to Stream Team Crazy Trickster and Toddy Brown. I hope both of you are having a great day, and thank you, Brian. I really appreciate it. And then at this point, now you can just take whatever you want. Slayer in the Dark is not terrible, because Slayer in the Dark gives you access to the extra bonus melee range power. Lupine Instincts is plus 20 to search and spot if you could shave a point somewhere, which I don't want to do. I forgot your character is a trapper. So, oh, your character's a rogue, dude. I'm stupid as hell. Do you take, yeah, this is perfectly fine. Do you take, Keen Eye? Yeah, you take Watchful Eye. Okay, it's fine. But anyway, you still get the listen, search, and spot, so you're all set. It's the same thing you were taking the other tree. Very convenient. Also, you got Hunter Awareness, so that's good. Anyway, this is all fine. Everything's good. I like this. Yeah, I like this. You can even put that point back into Thrill of the Hunt for extra damage. Seems good. I don't really have any complaints here. I don't really think I would change. Cool. So you lost 2 Imbue dice, but you gained 2 Sneak Attack dice, and then situationally 20. Which is, like, really good. And Action Boost Haste, and 5 Double Shot. Again, I think it's worth it. So we'll change that. Also, I didn't look at your feats. What's wrong with your feats? QF Lafitte. Quicken, Empower Healing. I don't really like Empower Healing. Did you not know what feat you wanted to take for this? It's Holy Strike is the feat you want to take. No, the Shadow Dance Epic Strike. Shadow Dancer Epic Strike has an internal cooldown. Son of Arborea, more like Sign of the Ethereal Plane. Sneak Attack dice. Actually, Sneak Attack dice is really good. Arborea could be good because it's like 20 range power, but you already have a lot of range power. The Imbue dice is nice though, but 6 Sneak Attack dice is really hard to give up on. Yeah, this is overwhelmingly critical. It's right here. Well, this feat's better. I like precision. Precision's pretty good. Would recommend. You're not raging. Yeah, overwhelming critical. Oh, yeah. And then your Epic Destiny feat. You've already got Harbinger of Chaos. Not a lot of crazy options here. I like Legendary Aim because it's just plus 10 to hit. And then also got the Dodge Bypass. Your character has 15% Dodge Bypass, which is so good because it means that you can easily hit like pretty much every champion in the game, which is nice. And your Fortification penetration is also gigantic. Because remember, you bypass 10, 20 Fortification. Mark of the Hunted is 25, so it's 45% Fort Bypass. Then you have... where's the Fort Bypass? 45 Fort Bypass plus Precision is 70% Fort Bypass. And we haven't even factored in, like, debuffing monsters or items. So you'll be able to critically hit, like, Hero Souls and stuff, which is kind of cool. Okay, and now we go to the Epic Destinies. So the reason why you want to use Hunt's End and not this is because bow attacks are inherently slow. And so you want a Hunt's End. Basically, every Hunt's End you want to pair with this. You want a Hunt's End Sniper Shot basically every time for the +2 multi. There's no real attack that's better than this. Aim Shot is +1 multi. In a pinch, it will work. But you pretty much want a Hunt's End Sniper Shot every single time. Now, granted, Sniper Shot is a 6-second cooldown. This is a 8-second cooldown. So it takes a little bit of time to get used to. But it's good, man. Because +2 multi is really nice. So the reason why you don't use the Epic Strike here is because even if you get Paranoia or Dark Imbuement or whatever, the main issue is that the extra doubling of the Sneak Attack dice that it applies only applies once per second, And since it only applies once per second, it's not as valuable as you would think it would be. Anyways, so Charade champion makes sense. You take all the good stuff in Charade. Everything in here is good. I like all of this. Great. No problem. Oh, Feywild Attunement. Yeah, you didn't take Feywild Attunement, which makes sense. You don't need it. The base attack bonus equal to your character level. Oh, do you already have that from somewhere else? Where it... Not Headshot? No, Headshot's an auto crit. This already crits. Grants Headstrike. Yeah. So you don't use it with Headshot because Headshot already crits. What this does, Hunt's End, is it makes it so you auto crit and do 75% more damage. Well, 75 plus 75 plus 75. And so since this auto crits, you don't want to use auto crit with the auto crit because then you're kind of wasting the auto crit. Headshot is just to do free big damage. So they're similar abilities. But yeah, so the problem with this, so the base stack bonus, getting it equal to your character level means, I think, does base stack bonus have a cap of 25? I think, did they change base stack bonus or something? I feel like they changed base stack bonus so it caps at 25. It's capped at 25. So I believe you will already have base stack bonus. Yeah, you're already at cap, so you're fine. So you actually don't need that. You're right. Okay. Shadow Dancer, you've got this, you got that. You got this, you got this. You've got Grim Precision. You do not need Grim Precision. You already have lots of bypass, and you're all set there, so that's not necessary. You do go with Stay Good. Generally, a lot of people like to use the Sonic damage, because then you can get the Sonic damage scaling with Fatesinger for the extra harmony, or the harmonic resonance there. Another option, instead of Legendary Dreadnought, is to go Macro Tech instead, because Macro Tech can give you both double shot as well as imbue dice, which is pretty good. But Dreadnought just gives you more damage and defense. I don't think you... What do you need tactics for? I guess Headshot uses that. Honestly, you're not using this for the blind. You're using it for the instant kill. Because you want monsters to just die from that. Do something like Thick Skinned. And then probably do like Strike Twice for the extra double shot, which is a pretty good thing to do. Get the double shot here, everything else. You get the extra action boost, so you can action boost haste all the time. Macro Tech is pretty cool because it's getting you nothing on the first core or first section area, and actually nothing here either. It's imbuement and this. I think the fact that you can't wear Rune Armor with this tree hampers how good it could possibly be. So I probably wouldn't use Macro Tech on a bow build. But I like Dreadnought here because, again, the extra action boost is good. Double shot is good. Double shot is good. Double shot is good. Double shot is good. Yeah. So that's pretty good. Don't Rangers get full base stack bonus? Maximum base stack bonus is 25. So Rangers get 20. And then you get an extra for 10 epic levels, an extra 5, which brings you to 25. I just forgot that epic levels gave you the base attack bonus. Can you make your armor shots apply sneak attack damage to Shadow Dancer shenanigans? Yes, but it still has the problem of an internal cooldown of 1 second. So you can only do it once every second. So even if you have a multi-shot rune arm, it doesn't work. Like, it will apply the sneak attack damage to the rune arm, but that's about it. I don't really have any changes here for this. I do want to look at the stance, though. So let's assume that we have everything going. So we go to the spells list, Dark Hunter spells. So obviously you're going to be grabbing Ram's Might, which is good. I mean, Jump is just great. Long Strider is just great. Wild Instincts is not a level 1 spell, but it is what it is. I'll just put all these spells here, because there's no Wild Instincts. Just put all the spells on, just because I want to make sure they're being programmed into here. Sure, that. Spike Growth. Okay, so that's all this stuff is here. And then we go to the stances. So you have 25 stacks of Archer's Focus if you're attacking stuff. You'd probably be using Morphic arrows most of the time, or Metaline arrows. Actually, if you have the Quiver, you just use Metaline arrows, so you don't even worry about it. You leave Heavy Draw on, because it's really good. You grab Precision. You grab the Sharadi Mantle because it's powerful, using Dark Hunter Imbue. And then you have Archer's Focus turned on, so all that's good. And again, you're going to have archers focus attacks, not all the time, but like a good amount of the time, because you can just like not be the first person in the room and just kind of spam it on people. I'm assuming you have some gear in here already, which is interesting. Using Isle of Dread 5, Dreadstalker 3, which is not terrible. And then we're going to go to the breakdowns. So, offensive breakdown. Character is at 126 double shot, which, you know, it's complicated to get lots of double shot. I don't know the exact sources. Range power 346, which is a little low, but I think you have no filigrees, and a lot of range power comes from filigrees. But most importantly, look at the static things. 34 d6 of sneak attack dice, which can pop up to 54 on command, and then 10 d6 of imbue dice. I'd love to see you with more imbue dice here. The trick the way you're gonna get this is by doing some filigree sets. You know, pretty much the filigree set that pretty much anybody who uses imbue and charisma is gonna be using, or not imbue and charisma. Is there anything that gives easy access to filigrees or imbue dice from filigrees that ranged characters use? Not Wreath of Flame, because there is the raid filigree for Wreath of Flame and Spines of the Manticore range power. And the reason why this one is pretty good is that Wreath of Flame gives imbue dice for 4-piece set, and Wreath of Flame also happens to have range power on it. So if you wanted, you could grab the Wreath of Flame here. Is it the Wreath of Flame? Oh, the Wreath of Flame. And grab range power, and then Wreath of Flame range power. Another one that people also like to use, and I'm just gonna put this in here so you know, if you don't play a lot of range characters, this is one of the few things that I do know. So one of the best filigree sets you would think would be, I believe it's the Miststalker. Oh yeah, so you would think that the Deadly Rain set would be quite good, because Deadly Rain gives you, when you use an action boost, you gain 20 range power, which sounds good. But the problem is only while you're action boosting, is lots of times where you're not action boosting. Turns out, what's actually better than this is just getting range power sets. So doing range power, Deadly Rain, plus range power, Deadly Rain, is 15 range power for 2 filigrees. That's like way better. You know what else is really good? The Crackshot Negotiator range power, plus a Crackshot Negotiator range power, plus like a Crackshot Negotiator attack and damage. Now you have the 3-piece set, which is 15 range power, and then 5 range power for the rare, 5 range power for the res, 25 range power right there. So you're going to notice that from filigrees, your range power's gone up 70 points, and I haven't even put any rares in. And it's because some filigrees are really crazy when it comes to the range power on here. So you gotta pay attention to this. But the range power set that people are actually using for ranged characters is one of 2. Wild Hunter is quite good, because the Wild Hunter set not only grants range power, but also grants you an extra many shot charge, which is very, very nice to have. So something to keep in mind. And then the other set that people are using is the Shadow Strike. Because the Shadow Strike set grants sneak attack dice as well, so it's also something to think about using is Shadow Strike. But again, it's just something you want to think about. But yeah, Wild Hunter is pretty good. So if I was building this together, I would probably do like, imagine you have 8 filigrees, which is not really crazy to get. I would probably do like something like this, and then just do Wild Hunter and then fill it in. So Wild Hunter, attack and damage. Wild Hunter, dexterity. Wild Hunter, deception, and then Wild Hunter range power, something like that. And then you've got 5-piece Wild Hunter, 4 Wreath of Flame. The Wreath of Flame is actually not that bad because it gives you Fire Shield, so it's pretty good. 2-piece Spines of the Manticore, and then Trash on Negotiator. If you wanted to go slightly more damage-oriented, you could also replace the 2 Wreath of Flame here with 2 Spines of the Manticore instead, and it gives you 10 more range power versus the Imbue dice. I think the Imbue dice is better, but it is what it is. Anyways, that's filigrees. I don't know what the rest of your set's doing. It's wacky. What I want to test later is Magic Missile Wizard with Macro Tech and Shrouded for all the spell triggers. I don't think it would be very good, but you could try. Yeah, so your fort bypass is 78, but remember that this is betraying like the impact of your abilities that you have on your items. You have improved destruction on the bow, so every time you shoot, it's -1 fortification. You have track, which every time you shoot, that's -2 fortification. So 20 fortification here, 15 here, it's an extra 35 on top of this 78. Plus the Mark of the Hunter is an extra 60, so 60 plus 78. So you're at 138 fort bypass all by yourself. So that's why I dropped the Shadow Strike, or the Grim Precision. It's just not important. Anyways, that's the build. So cool idea. I don't hate it. Leveling this is going to be a pain. So if you are leveling this character, my recommendation is just take these feats and stuff, but just level as a Tempest. So just put your points into the Tempest tree. You know, Tempest all the way up, bing, bang, boom, sword people. And then when you get to like level 29 and have some of this gear, then you can start to put your points in like this. But I would just level as a Tempest Ranger straight up. Because you already get all the 2-weapon fighting feats. If anything, if you are going to level as a Tempest Ranger, I would also put Precision earlier, because it's the only thing in here this list that's going to help you out. That's it. Dark Snipes. So thank you for submitting the build review. Appreciate that, Ludacrisp. It's a cool build, and I hope you like this review and it's helped you out even a little bit. Might not have. I'm not a ranged guy, but I know a little bit about some of the optimization of ranged. Now, this is also keeping as a bow. I think keeping as a bow is the most thematic. If you were to rearrange this and not use a bow, you're technically not locked into a bow. In fact, with this character, you can use any ranged weapon that you want. So if you did want to use repeating crossbow, you could. You just don't have the feats for it, at which point you'd have to multi-class and you'd have to add in Horizon Shot or take the feat for repeating crossbow. But then you don't need Horizon Walker, so you can spend the points somewhere else. But you could also use repeating crossbow if you wanted instead. And all it would take is the feat change. So that's also an option. So there's nothing, I guess technically the only thing that's stuck here with bow is crit multi, because you have bow crit multi from heavy draw, which is +1 crit multi while using a bow. Oh yeah, rangers don't have a way to get crit multi with anything else other than bow. Nope, you're good. Oh yeah, Long Shadow is also a good one. Yep, Long Shadow is good. I was just thinking because I like the imbue dice angle. But yeah, you can use Long Shadow instead if you want. The Long Shadow. Yeah, a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll just stack up in like imbue dice or filigrees, right? That are just like range power. And you just rare all these bad boys. Right? And then go like Deadly Rain, range power. And Spines of the Manticore range power. You just rare up all these. And now your character's at 433. It's just gain an extra 50 range power. This is range, by the way. It kind of blows, but it's like range power, range power, range power, range power, range power, range power, and you just get range power. That's it. Yes, reverberation. The problem is reverberation bad for this build. Because reverb is spells. But it gives imbue dice. But it's spells. If you're a charisma build, it's not too bad because you can justify using it because you can use the raid filigree. But you're not a charisma build. Anyways. That's it. That's the build. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I would need to address with that. But yeah, please level it as a melee. You're going to hate leveling it as a bow. The reason why your build's going to suck if you actually try to level it as a bow is that you really don't have the imbue damage. And the reason why Arcane Archer is so nice to have during the leveling process is because Arcane Archer adds a shitload of flat damage on every attack. So when you like Arcane Arch some people, you're doing a bunch of acid damage per shot, and that's really nice because your flat damage, if you don't crit, it's not really noticeable, and your attack speed is really low. So it just helps out quite a bit. Now you do get the imbue with the what do you call it, the Dark Hunter, but it doesn't scale as fast because you have to put points in the imbue, and then you have to take the entire wolf line to get the imbue. Now, granted, you have the wolf with you, but you're dealing a little bit less damage per strike. It's kind of comparable. I think the main issue is you get a total of 4 d8s per damage with the Dark Hunter versus the 7 d8s, or yes, 7 d8s you can get while leveling with Arcane Archer, which makes it a little bit different in terms of that flat damage use. At the end of the day, they both feel kind of bad. But, you know, it is what it is. Also, what's up, Sukai? How you doing? How are you now? I forgot to do my gold roll for the day. I'm used to you guys reminding me. So let's do it. Also, usually there are ranged people in the chat who are smarter than me, who tell me what I'm doing wrong and if I'm making mistakes when it comes to ranged stuff. So, going back to work now? Oh, sucks, dude. Have you thought about making so much money that you can buy the entire world and you can make everybody work for you? Like, have you thought about that? Okay. Melee meta is going to become the new cosmetic. Yeah. Predictions up. Gold roll. Get your points in. Get your points in. Win a lot of points. Buy a build review. Then you get your build reviewed. Also, I'm going to put in the build review file. Build reviews. Upload file. Build review. Dark Snipies. Ranged Dark Hunter build. Has racial completionist. Keck W. But it isn't required at all. Yeah, Robin Banks may need your help after all. Ooh, I'm pretty good at robbing banks. I've never done it before, but I'm excited. How do you rename your character? DDO name change. Is it name change? Name change. Build review, though? Oh, nice. I don't remember. Change name. / change name. Change name. Yeah, Melee Meta 1. It's going to be a cosmetic. So we're going to call him, this is going to be called, they carry my cosmetics. So they're going to be called, Mr. Wardrobe. Boom! I'm now Mr. Wardrobe. Let's go! See, there we go. Cosmo, yeah. I stream the new meta, maybe. Yeah, so name change is a feature in the game. If you transfer your character to another server that already has your new name in it, then yeah, you got to do that. Ooh, cosmetics.
Quest received.
Right, let's go. I have so many cosmetics. I just need to empty out my cosmetic character and transfer everything into here. That's the goal anyway. I know that this isn't as exciting, but yeah, it is what it is. They're free name change from hardcore. Only if your character has the same name as the character on the server. So what I did is I just made characters that had the same name, transferred so it had the -1, and then renamed it. You need to have the -1 or else it doesn't count. Okay, so we have hats. That's a hat. That's a hat. We have cloaks. That's a cloak. I think this is a cloak. That's a cloak. And that's a cloak. And I don't have that many shields, so shields. Nice. Just in case, I'm just going to sort by the lowest level, and it should bring up any cosmetics that are here. Oh, there we go. Cool. And then, oh, glamored weapon auras. Auras. Nice. And now this tab is going to be called Aura. And I can put the auras in here. Auras. Auras. Nice. Gonna take the time to sort inventory and stuff. Yep. Like I said, for me, I didn't transfer the characters off of the server because I'm stupid and dumb. So, also, if you are just joining in now, Hardcore shuts down tomorrow. So, you gotta, if you didn't transfer your stuff off, please transfer your stuff off the Hardcore server. Thank you. Don't wait. Don't put it off. Okay? If you're like, oh, I didn't do it, then, like, put the kids to bed. Transfer your stuff off of Hardcore. Okay? Lock up the shed to the, outside. Transfer the characters. I already disbanded the guild. You will get kicked. It has been disbanded. You can no longer be a part of the guild. You will get kicked. In essence, everyone has been kicked from the guild. Literally every single one of you. Dude, I can't log. I'm stuck in the game world. No. Ugh. There's a way to force it, by the way. You can force yourself to log out by just going through a door. You go through a loading zone, and then the game is like, huh, let's log you out now. Or I'm going to lock my character into some state where I can never log it in again. I don't know. I guess I just have to stay in game as Melee Meta. Or Mr. Wardrobe. Mr. Wardrobe. What a name. Oh, I think we're out. Nice. I'll log into Cosmetics, my fighter. Dump all the cosmetics in. Pull them out. Dump, pull, dump, pull, dump, pull. And we should be good. Because I do not have a lot of space. Oh, and I have empty craftables. Nice. And a bunch of sentient jewels. Dude, I have so many cosmetics. I had no idea how many I had. Drip King? No! I didn't even think about that. Oh. Drip King would have been so good. That's fine. Wait, I forgot about the Stack-O-Lantern, the shield. Yeah, well, you know what? Some of us are stupid as hell. And that includes me. Okay, Cerulean Cloak of the Wave. I believe that's a free cosmetic that any character gets when they make themselves, so I'm not going to keep that. Cloak of Destiny, I believe that's also the same thing. Cloak of Tattered Bone. It goes in there. Diadem of Fire. Diadem of Frost. Diadem of Spectre. Docent. Crown. Cloak. Coat. I have so many items. Excuse me, so many cosmetics. And so many Reaper outfits. But do you have Head Spider? No, I do not have the thinking cap. I am jealous of all those of you with thinking caps. I don't have one. I know. And I had gold rolls for a year. It only comes from the gold roll. It's so sad. It is what it is, though. Oh, yeah, and Glamour Dust, true. I could go buy it if I wanted, then. But, like, eh. God, I wish this process was faster. Like, I know that DDO is an old game. And it's got to have a lot of things going on underneath the hood. That makes it complicated to manage a game like this. But boy, do I wish it was easier to manage a game like this. Regular Rage or Razorclaw Shifter Iconic Rage. This is Strength Barbarian. If you're not using hand wraps, they're the same. Well, if you're not using hand wraps, rage would be better. If you are using hand wraps, the shift is better. Because all the stuff, there's like the things that say in the shifter tree when you shift, that's specifically only when you use the Razor Claw shift. But the shifter shift gives dex and strength, and you don't need a dex and strength. So, shields, hat, 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 cloak, 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 shield. Nice. I have all my hats. I have all my cloaks. I have my shields. I have my weapon ores. Nice. I'm going to grab the rest of the cosmetics. But yeah, so basically the shifter rage is going to be worse because it instead of giving you constitution, it gives you dex, and you'd rather have constitution on a barbarian normally. So the only time you use the shift is either if you're playing something with dex-based Razor Claw, which you definitely should not do. That's just a bad idea. Yo! Shit, dude. Boom. News alert. News alert. Well, I'm still not locking out. 3 tattoos you're able to win by completing the Trial of the Ancestors. That's the Path of Exile League mechanic. So in this league, the Trial of the Ancestors is like auto battler. So it's like any of the Dota auto battlers or whatever. And the tattoos replaces a passive skill, intelligence skill, reduced effective curse on you, regen life, or class effect duration. That means if you path a lot around dex, you don't need that much dex, you could get some of these and then replace like 4 passives or 5 passives with extra flask effect duration instead of dexterity. That's disgusting. And this is posted by a dev, and the person who posted that, the dev, said, I will get 300% flask effect duration in this tree and no one can stop me. God damn, dude, that's crazy. That's really exciting, actually. Again, this is why Path of Exile is always so exciting, because they just add some weird, crazy shit. So even though they, like, before each league starts, they're like, by the way, we're nerfing this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and they just keep nerfing stuff over and over and over. Everyone still goes back to it, because they're like, but it's so cool! Which, by the way, no complaints. Forge Wraith Aura, I don't need any of this. Yeah, the Robe of Winter Ice is a different item. This is where my rose-colored goggles are? Oh my god. Things I did not know. Sandbox the same if you're not a Ruthless player. I mean, who cares? You know, Ruthless? You know what I mean? Ruthless? You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm almost done with my cosmetics. Nice. Nice. There we go. And just double checking, there's nothing in here. Oh, Reaper. I have a whole inventory to clean out. I knew there was more in here. Reaper plate. No, I'm out of space. Damn it. Oh, hey, what's up? I'm out of space. I wish there was a faster way to do this, but there isn't. This reminds me of in Destiny 2. How in Destiny 2 you can transfer items seamlessly with an app, so you can easily move characters around instead of having to do all this. Oh god. Of double AUG? Damn, that's good. Yeah, if you could transfer items around characters with a computer program instead of having to do it by hand, that would be amazing. Okay, so Cloak of the Reaper, Helm of the Reaper, Reaper Plate. I apparently have 2 Reaper Plate and 2 Reaper Plate Reds. I don't remember buying all of those. That sounds right, though. Actually, you know what? I do think having the Reaper cosmetics all in one place is a really good idea. Having the theme cosmetics together is probably a good idea for organizational sake. Yeah, when it comes to organizing your characters, your banks, your inventories, there's no real right answer. There's a lot of wrong answers. This is what I say. There's a lot of wrong answers. There's a lot of really bad ways to organize your characters. Like, not organizing them is like a terrible way to organize your characters. Because you want to be able to find stuff. But the right way is going to depend on like a very individual preference, right? You need to know how you organize things, how you find stuff, how you remember things. And then figure out what's good for you. So there's a lot of right ways to organize your character. There's no like best way because everyone's gonna have a different thing. There's definitely a wrong way, like which is not organizing it. So please find a way that works for you. But yeah. I like how it just actually takes me a minute to log out. That's kind of funny. Like a minute and a half. Oh, that's perfect. All right, we're almost done. I just gotta move all this stuff. And that's 1 bank alt transferred. Again, I did this because I get 80 more spaces. And then 80 more spaces means I can get 80 more spaces full of junk and garbage and crap. It's all useless. Great. Don't you guys love storing more crap and junk? Like, do I even need all of these cosmetics is the real question. When was the last time I used red Reaper plate? Honestly, probably never. I don't know the last time I used red Reaper plate at all. There's a good chance it's never. But it's like, what if I do need it? I don't know. Okay, I think it's a good idea to have the Halloween and winter. Okay. Halloween. I'll put all the Reaper stuff in here. Okay. Cloak of the Reaper, Cloak of the Reaper, and then get the hat. Helm of the Reaper. And then Winter, Festival, Winter Ice. Festival to Winter Cloak. Just so it's a little bit more organized. You can have a lot of tabs, so I figure, you know. Frost Axe. Get them in the theme. Leopard Shill is a winter-themed item. Frozen Skull's a winter-themed item. Pretty good. And then the armor, it's the Robe of Winter Festival, and I believe it's the Robe of Winter Ice. There we go. I think that's all of it. And then hats, with the Varguil wings. I bought those by accident because I'm so dumb. I was just like clicking around and not really paying attention. And I just like jammed it onto my head.
Received.
Cloak goes here. He said it takes some time, but once you get organized, then you're like, okay, now I can find everything really easy. That's the idea anyway. It's actually all lies, and I'm just lying to myself. Cloak. Here we go. Now I can store so many more cosmetics. I can put that there. Sentient, and where's the Sentient Jewels? Sentient Jewel, Sentient Jewel, Sentient Jewel. Let's go to glasses. Okay, cool. How do you do skins on DDO? You buy them or you earn them. So, for example, if you wanted to get something here, like say you want to use, or say you have an armor piece that looks really cool, right? So, let me see if I have any here. I'm pretty sure I have some. Yeah, like this. So I have the white dragon plate armor. This is a cosmetic. Now, the white dragon plate armor is a cosmetic that looks like the white dragon plate armor in the game. To glamour this, you need an item called a Mirror of Glamoring, and you can buy it out of the store to make a copy of an armor piece. So that's how you do that. My bank inventory is not organized because fuck trying to shuffle around. Yeah, true. Rose-colored glasses on as a tank. Yeah, and then so everyone's like, wait, what? And you just take them off. Actually, finally add a real cosmetic system in 5 years. It's funny because they have a cosmetic system in Lord of the Rings Online. It's just that this game is a lot smaller, so they don't invest into it. It is what it is. What are you gonna do? Oh, the UI skin? Yeah, Ludicrous linked in chat. That's the UI skin that I have, which is right here. Nope, it's right. It's right. It's right. It's right here. Tormented Gothic Princess. All right, so that's Mr. Wardrobe done. So now I have to delete a character. Cosmetics, who served me so well, must die. You can also make your own if you're skilled. I don't know how to do that, and I have no ability as an artist, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I do. You get them a lot from like gold rolls and stuff, so I just kind of hold on to them forever. I have a lot, so I just kind of hold them. God, it takes so long to log out. Please, video game. Please. Please free me from this hell. Tormented Gothic Princess? I believe so. TGP? I believe she goes by TGP. But, you know. Alright, so now, goodbye Cosmetics. I will delete this character. Cosmetics. That's one down. I have 2 more characters to condense, but that's going to be a future problem. In the interim, before we get to the future problem, I have a gold roll to do. Because you guys put a lot in, so I want to give you your money. Oh, nice. You know, you'd think as one of the staff, I would have boosted the server. But you'd be wrong. Anyway, so. Whoops. Fake out. Hello everybody, welcome to the Daily Dice. It's been a calendar week and I have another gold roll to do. Lots of you guys put in Sunfly, so you can win a lot, you can lose a lot, you can get points to do all sorts of stuff with. You can throw them away, you can eat them, you can think about how many you have, and think about how comfortable you when you sleep atop the pile of Sunflasks. They shatter underneath you when you jump onto them. Gold roll! Ooh, 67! That's not what I wanted though, but it is pretty good. I'll take 67. I'll take a 67. Just had your first shitty group mate. Yeah, they happen. It's not too common, I would say. Dungeons & Dragons Online is really nice. Like has a lot of really, really nice players. The majority of people are very kind. If you ever join a group and you're not used to grouping with people, my biggest piece of advice is just tell people you're new and you don't know where the quests are. And people will help you. Oh, you want more ship buffs? Yeah. Invite to airship.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Right. Oh, yeah, read the chat too. Also, if you get lost and you ask for help, please read the chat. Oh my god. Sometimes there's someone will tell me they're lost. I'm like, oh, I'll tell you where to go. This is where you go. This is what you do. And then they're like walking around confused. And they're like, oh, I didn't see chat. I'm like, oh god. Also, Red Onvis, welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for 23 months. That is 1 month away from 24. 2 years. Isn't that exciting to think about? 2 years? Wow. Watching this guy. What a horrible idea. Anyway, thank you for watching. Appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. Anyways, whoop. That is going to end part of the live stream. So I'm now going to go play Baldur's Gate 3 because I like Baldur's Gate 3 and it's fun. So we're going to move on to Baldur's Gate. I don't even know if I needed to change the title, but can't break my oath. It's impossible. Done. You just watched as I ran around trying not to die and then didn't pick up my soul stone, meaning you didn't get the end chest? That sucks, dude. Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not malding. You guys are malding. Oh, hold on one second. Gotta do something real quick. Well, I gotta do something really specific. It's a secret. I can't show you guys though. So you gotta look at nothing. In fact, just stare at me. We'll stare at each other. You stare at me, I'll stare at you. Oh, I put the water down the wrong pipe. Oh, why did why did I do that while looking at the camera? I'm so stupid. It's just water. I'm fine. I'm good. Everything is good. Go back to the game. Go back to the game. Oh, God. Oh, that was great. Oh, good. Whew, it gets the blood moving, you know? Oh, that gets the blood moving. Oh. 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 Yeah, it's a hard day to be Strim Tom. Beat Baldur's Gate 3, Breaking, Go 3. No. Okay, I gotta turn my music off. Okay, so I have to make a couple decisions. I just long rested, so all my guys have their powers back,
catch a break.
which is cool. But I have to make a couple decisions. The real question is, do I add Gale back to my party? Because right now I've been using Lae'zel because I did her quest. And having Lae'zel hit for 30 every turn is crazy. And Gale does not hit for 30 every turn. So I don't know if I want to like use Lae'zel or use Gale. But the thing is, Gale is actually okay with it if I don't murder and execute every single person. So I think I am going to dump Lae'zel behind again. Even though I gave her like a bunch of crazy gear and stuff. Like the Dagger King of the Undermountain. This item is so crazy. So one of the things that this item does not tell you, it says Organ Rearranger. The wielder scores a critical hit when rolling a 19 or when rolling a 19. When they roll 2 damage or less, re-roll the dice, taking the highest result. This works for the bow. That's all weapons. So this works when using this bow, the hunting short bow, which is really, really crazy. And not something I initially expected. So it's kind of madness how good this item is, because you can just do that. I also, but yeah, so I'm not sure what to do. I might just leave the Undermountain knife on her and then swap around later. She also has this helmet and other stuff. What level? Oh, 7, I believe. Yeah, I'm like almost level 8. One of my characters is level 7. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'll leave Lae'zel like this for now, and I'll probably grab her back later. And I'm going to grab everybody for their individual quests that they actually want to do. Use the lightning bow on my ranger. Oh, this one? The Darkfire bow? Oh, this one? The Jolt shooter? When deals damage to the weapon, they gain 2 lightning charges? No, I don't. And the reason why I don't use the Jolt shooter is because this is a longbow, and rogues aren't proficient with longbows. Unfortunately, they're only proficient with short bows, so you can actually do that on a rogue, which is weird. And also, this gives access to Hunter's Mark and advantage against monstrous type, and there's monstrous enemies everywhere, which is usually pretty good. I would rather have advantage so I hit with my sneak attack more often than I would the extra 2 damage from lightning. Gloves of archery? No, I don't have gloves of archery. I'm not sure where you get those. The only thing I kind of want to do is reroll Karlak, so her dexterity is basically 0. And then keep these gloves of dexterity on, so she has dexterity 18, and then get other stats in other places, which would be kind of sick.
Got it.
And then she would get it. So maybe I'm gonna do that right now. Where's Withers? Where are you, Withers? I don't know where the Withers is in this camp. Is he up here? Is he hanging out? Withers. There he is. +2 damage with those. Oh yeah, I never found that.
Thou walkest alone. On all these harsh nights, thou hast sought no company.
I like how he judges you one way or the other. You sound disapproving.
Love is no domain of mine, but it is often and thou.
All right, thanks, dude. Can you stop talking to me about love and let me reroll? Dumbass. All right. So the trick is, I'm going to do exactly the same that I did before, except the dexterity is going to 8. And then I can still pretty much just do this. And then I can have a wisdom of 14 instead and have intelligence, because then I can not fail intelligence saves. What do I need intelligence saves? Something like that? Rip turn order? Oh, that's fine. It doesn't matter that much. So do this, which is good. So she still has survival and perception. So now perception and survival are going to be higher thanks to the wisdom. So we'll confirm. And then we level up. And I don't really have a lot of decisions to make, which is nice. I don't have to choose my spells again or anything like that, which is like really annoying. I just keep going. But then I broke my oath, so I used Paladin, trying Barbed Fighter. Told you, dude. It's gonna happen to you all the time. Also, the Barbarian can heal once per rage, and it's like the worst ability ever. I want this dance. It's good. Okay. Heart. We're good. Doing attack is good for tank and stuff. Yeah, it might not be a bad idea. I might change it, but I'm not sure what I want to do exactly with the like with some of the stuff. So like I said, I'm not against a lot of this. So +3 bonus to initiative, and you can't be surprised. So now,
Invisible me.
Her stats are 20, 18, 16, 17, 14, 8. Which is not too bad. Like, I'll take that. The saving throws, 9, 5, 7, 4, 3, 0. I'll take that plus Bless on top of it with an armor class of 22. It's pretty good. And her initiative should be pretty good. Yeah, initiative is 7. Well, she's probably not going to be wearing the int crown forever. Like, for example, I might put the, where's this, the helmet, the Grimskull helm. If I can get heavy armor proficiency, like if I multi-class with fighter, I can put this on instead. Yeah, I got it from the Kresh. These gloves, they came from the Kresh, the Githyanki Kresh, from the vendor that's there. Sick. Okay, cool. So now she's just respect. So now the dex is the same as it was before, because the gloves, I'm probably never changing these. You can't wear heavy. Well, it's not armor, though. It just requires heavy armor proficiency. It's not heavy armor. Is that how it works? Honestly, I'm unsure.
What to do?
Okay, anyway. Lae'zel, I'm very sorry, but you're being benched.
We must press forward.
Wait for me and can't.
Shook. You believe you can survive without,
yeah.
as you say.
Also, because I'm gonna definitely help out all of the, I'm definitely gonna help out all of the people in the, like, the tieflings and stuff, and she'll be very mad about that.
With
Because also, Gale is super duper mega strong, so I kind of want to have Gale with me. Adamantine medium armor. Oh, yeah. So my Karlach has no armor on. So that way she has armor class 22. And I can put the Mighty Clothing, which is an extra 2 strength, and gives advantage on advantage against saving throws against being restrained, which is pretty good. So that's why she has 22 armor class, even though she's not wearing any armor, which is nice. Okay, let's leave.
Might as well go myself.
I have no idea where I was. Oh, this place. I don't want to be in this place. The monastery, please. I might as well clear out the creche. I don't really have any other reason not to. Well, I did tell that guy I would take the egg and help it. I don't know what to do with the egg either. I hope it doesn't break while I have it. I wonder if you can do some pen and paper cheese like playing Warlock with Polar Mastery and Warcaster and cause opportunity attacks at 10 foot and use Eldritch Blast knockback as retaliation. Maybe. I wouldn't be surprised if stuff like that was possible in this game, because you can do a lot. So, again, that's not really, or that is not a mystery to me. Or it wouldn't be a mystery. Okay, so this area is entirely optional, basically. So you come in here and that's the crash. So I actually have to go to the Blue Jays find. I did this entire area, so this zone is done. Unless I decide to go do, like, a murder and finish them off. I don't particularly plan on doing that. But apparently the Blue Jay found something over here, which he gave me in exchange for killing all the eagles. Go kill the eagles? Yes, young little Blue Jay. Survival failed. Survival failed. Fuck. Really? What did I need? 25? You're supposed to get a 25? I'm +5 and I still failed that. Wow. Well, I did not find the Blue Jays find. That's the whole area. Well, before I keep going, I'm just going to cast my spells of the day, the ones that are important. So you're going to cast Mage Armor on yourself. And John, not John, Shadowheart, you're going to cast Aid at level 4. I really like having 15 health. 90 hit points on Karlach is the best. Really good. You find the cool weapon? This cool weapon? Is that what you're asking about? John DeVere's The Blood of Lathander? Answer is yes, I did. I did find the weapon. I cleared out the entire place, and I did all the puzzles. And I also managed to convince Lae'zel that her queen, that she thinks is her queen, is actually an evil lich trying to destroy the entire world.